Yeah, and plenty of DGGers are now donating to like Pixie's legal fund even.
Yes,
so
I think a lot. I think that like the widespread consensus is like, okay, if we're gonna keep watching Destiny.
Curious for Tom. I watched some of your stuff, but I haven't seen you talk about the Destiny drama. Are you changing the way you interact with Destiny at all?
I don't know. I don't think so. I guess I've thought about it, and I don't know that I've heard anything that would make it to where I would change the way that I would engage with them.
I think that's why like Erudite and Pisco and are like a unique scenario because like they are partners. They have businesses co-owned with Destiny. Where if you're doing a panel with someone, I think that's different. Like,
so here's the thing: recording someone sexually without their consent and sharing it is incredibly that's crazy. Like you would have mentioned this, especially if you're Lauren De Laguna, and you would have talked about maybe who it was, or just said, "I know there's girls in his orbit that are doing this." You would make these statements, but she didn't do that.
So,
especially
you might not mention it publicly. You might not.
She was
like they could just become better at hiding it, and we wouldn't know because we're not particularly like clued into every aspect of their life.
Well, how would you ever falsify that?
At the same time, I think that this is the problem that we're kind of getting into. Is like, yeah, you have your own personal motivations, but I think we should also have our collective motivation for. We probably don't want rapists in the scene, just as a general rule, right? So that's probably good not to interact with them. There are other people who can provide the same value without being a rapist, and those people are inherently better, in my opinion.
If you want to see more content like this, I would really appreciate you liking and subscribing. It really helps with the algorithm. And make sure to check out the Discord and other social links in the description.
Nonfon, what's your take on this whole situation with Steven Kenneth Bonnell?
I mean, it seems like he did. I mean, was pretty, it wasn't, the whole Pixie thing wasn't surprising to me because it came out like a month ago. All these DMs got leaked and it was clear that he was sharing nudes to people without, their consent. Even Melina like came out and said like these nudes were like shared unconsensually. I guess like, it's on its face immoral to me. I don't know if it's something that like is irredeemable necessarily. I don't know for sure if he broke laws. It seems like certainly he could be civilly liable for some things. I don't know for sure about criminally liable. I
guess we'll find out in due time. We'll see. Time. It's unfortunate that the lawyer and the law stuff had to come up because we'd be getting a lot more spicy drama. But unfortunately, it seems like we're kind of just getting a circle jerk of saying this thing is bad online right now. Have you been interacting in any of the spaces? Have you watched the Turkey Tom videos and such? That kind of commented on it?
I've seen, I watched the President Sunday videos when they first came out. I don't keep up with every new minuscule piece of drama, every new hour-long video Turkey Tom drops, but I've seen some of Turkey Tom's stuff reacting to it. I've seen Dan do, some of his stream going over it. I've seen a little bit of Justical talking about it.
Yeah, we're planning to have JSTLK, Dan on the stream today, trying to just, did you get a hold of Dan? I did. Just so we can get his kind of piece on this, because this is just really just crunching my mind onto what Dan really knows. Dude, my nose is stuffed, so I'm breathing harder than usual. I need to take Sudafed. Princess, did you rate that docket?
I had 2 minutes, so it literally consists of 2 links, and there's no new drama. The latest drama besides this is the Pirate Software drama, which is again like 2 weeks old now, and like the blowbox stuff.
Okay, Prawn, do you mind taking over for 5 seconds? I'm gonna get some Sudafed. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Classic. As always, Darius needs me to take over everything he does, so I'll do that. Sorry, I was muted for a second because I was starting my own stream. But Nonfon, I kind of missed a little bit of what you were saying before. So what kind of end are you do you fall in? I know it's more nuanced than this, but are you kind of a defender? Or are you gonna would you collaborate would you collaborate with Destiny now?
Ooh, well that's a hard, so the reason that's a hard, I would say no. I feel like, personally, I don't know if I would want that. And also I don't know if people would be willing to collaborate with me afterwards. I feel like it might be harmful if I collab with Destiny and then Wick might see that and be like, hey, maybe I shouldn't have Nonfon on these panels. I don't know if Wick would do that, but certainly some people might do that. I feel like, again, I don't want to consider myself a Destiny defender, but certainly I don't view what he did as totally irredeemable. I still obviously agree with most of his political takes. I think he is a good streamer. Obviously, I enjoy his content, so like I'm still gonna watch and consume some of his content. I mean, in the future, like I don't have any issue with like talking to him. I would just hope. I think the annoying thing about Destiny is I never see him take like any accountability for even the bad things that are pretty obvious that he did.
Yeah, even like today, like he had some pretty. I mean, they were funny tweets, but they weren't taking accountability. They making jokes of the situation. So I can't see that as a valid criticism. I think my take is, I think he's not going to be done streaming. I think he's going to keep doing and probably have a lot more viewers. It might cut off some like more mainstream potential. Maybe someone's like more serious political opponents that are coming on the show. I feel like that might dry up a little bit, unless he can like show that he really is going to change. But I do think he's going to keep doing his. If anything, he can go back to his old content where he's like just debating internet nobodies. I'm a little biased because actually that was my favorite content from Destiny when he was like debating people on Discord. So if you go back to that, I like that content.
Yeah, that's what that's what's kind of annoying to me is that a lot of these big
disrespect can get away. I think if Dr. Disrespect can get away with like raping like a kid or something, or what did he do? I feel like Destiny can just get away with like sharing someone's student consensually.
Well, that's not a good. That's not a really good argument. Like that's kind of like a bad comparison.
No, it is a good argument. It's like if this guy can get away with it, then like Destiny, like if Dr. Disrespect can do that shit and like still have a career, Destiny can still have a career.
Hey, Dina, you can hop into the waiting room.
I feel like that's kind of like not even
I agree with that.
If it's gonna, if his career is gonna die or not, it's literally not gonna die.
Destiny is always going to have a career. He's always going to have, even if his viewer numbers fall, like at least 3,000 people watching him every day. Like he doesn't actually have to worry about not having some type of career. It's just that, maybe he's not talking to conservative influencers anymore. Certainly he's not doing anything with the DNC anymore for the time being, at least. Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely too big enough to fail. Thank God Adriana came in here because I'm waiting for her opinion on all this because she actually was best friends with Destiny. Guys, the Adriana Lee opinion is about to drop. Let's all lock in, get our ears peeled.
Play Buzzkill.
famous actually streamer Adriana Lee.
Intro song. Wait, walk out of camera frame, play Buzzkill, and then walk into the frame. Can you please?
We could actually make it so that way every time Adriana Lee joins the call, theme music play. She's actually gonna do it. Get it?
Yes.
Oh, she's actually doing it.
I will even play. If I leave it here.
Oh, oops, don't do that.
Oh. Yo, get some emails going in the fucking chat. Get some emails going in the fucking chat. KCRP, baby. Get some emails going in the fucking chat.
Everyone, it's me.
Oh my God.
Hey guys, thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here on this exciting podcast hosted by DariusIRL.
Yes, thank you.
What's going on, guys?
So we're just really like speculating and shit. We're just trying to figure out like what's going on. Like what's the issue?
Gossip.
Like I got my wine out. Get your wine out.
Right.
We're gonna move on to Chicken Andy later, so we'll get right into everything really today. So I'm glad you're here. Let's.
Can I make one comment?
What's up?
Just so you know, the three people backstage. I'm not sure how much a shit show you want this to be, but we got Neve, Ghosty, and 44 Dynamic backstage.
Well, let's get Xena in here. Let's see how the conversation goes, and we kind of drags people out. Let's get some opinions, and then let's keep going, and then we'll get the 44 opinion, and then kind of go from there. I think we just get everybody's opinion, so that way we have just like a pool of opinions. You get what I'm saying? Like, how do they do it on other shows? Like, they just love opinions. Like, what's their thing? Like, they do
Everyone
opinions.
just yells over each other usually.
Really? That's
no, they don't.
Yeah. I'm used to.
Everyone sits quiet, and then JSTLK kind of like yaps.
Oh.
And then
I can moderate too.
Mumble and grumbles.
We'll figure it out as we kind of get in here. Let's get Xena's in here for her opinion. But first, let's hear Adriana's opinion, and then let's go from there. So, Adriana, how do you feel? Like, what does this change? Are you going to cancel Destiny from your friendship?
I feel like, nothing's really changed. I mean, I know Destiny made a bag off my stuff, but I'm not going to make a bag off his, so there's no need for me to say nothing about it.
Oh wait, so you're only not going to talk about it because you don't want to make money off of it, or do you feel like?
Well, I know I wouldn't.
You know, you wouldn't make money off it.
I'm not mad that he made money off mine, because I know he made a lot.
Maybe
I know he made a shit ton off mine.
Wait, you could possibly make money off of him if you try it. If you could make a YouTube video talking about it, you could probably, or even if you went on stream. Right now, you've hung out with Destiny personally. I think he drove you at one point.
He picked me up from the airport.
Picked you up from the airport. Yes. Did he do anything creepy during that? Did he maybe look at you funny?
He was pretty respectful, you know. He said, "You want to get food?" And I said, "Yeah." And
were there any undertones? Did he like?
He said, "You want to go drop your stuff at my place?" I said, "I'm good." And he said, but then he said, "Okay." It was very respectful. So that's just my personal thing, but that doesn't undermine. But I'm not undermining the interactions other women have had with him. I don't want my story to undermine anyone else.
No. What we're trying to find here is if there's a pattern of behavior. And as another female that Destiny interacted with, did you ever?
But he didn't press it. And I've had a lot of Twitch MFs press it. Let's trust and be certain.
He didn't press you.
I've had Twitch orbiters press it. I've had people who don't even stream, who just go to the Twitch parties, say while I'm crying at ACL, "I love you, Adriana, please." I never even kissed the man. I went on one date with the man. You know what I mean? Like, I rejected. That's a whole different man. That's not just
honestly. Fuck it. Let's just drop the name right now.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm sick of this hiding of the industry. I say drop names.
Let's just drop names. Yeah.
Let's just. Oh, go ahead. Ron?
Well, I'm curious because you don't know. I'm curious as a woman, Adriana, how would you react emotionally? You think if you found out someone was making recordings of you without your consent, how would you react to that?
I've never even did recordings with consent with boyfriends I've dated for years and lived with.
Hot take. Usually people are very comfortable with that. So
I felt weird when my ex would like take pictures of me naked, like when I wasn't like you know, if I was just like brushing my hair or whatever in the bathroom, he'd take a picture and he'd be like, "But you're so sexy," and I'd be like, "I'm not cool with that." You know what I mean? And then he'd delete it. He'd go, "Sorry," you know, like just respectfully, you know, like we're dating for years. I never felt comfortable. But that's me as an internet person, so I don't know. I don't know how normies do it, because sometimes normies like, "Oh, I'm gonna make a video for my boyfriend. It's so sexy," and then like normies get their shit leaked, and then, "Oh my god, like that's so crazy." No one even finds out. But internet people, trust and be certain.
So I'm curious if you
charges. Go ahead.
I don't know if you're close with like Pixie or any of these people, but like if one of your if one of your friends was like, you know, had their nudes leaked by Destiny or something, and they said, "Hey, what this guy did was really fucked up. Like, you need to not talk to him anymore." Would you do that,
or
would you?
I'm
you
really
talk
ride or die for my friends. So low key, if my friend said, like, even if my friend said some dumb shit, like, "We don't fuck this guy because he gave me a weird look," or "We don't fuck with this guy," I'd be like, "Fuck that MF," and I'd just be going off. Like, I am so ride or die for my friends to the point where it's gotten me in a lot of like trouble sometimes. So like, if one of my friends said, "This person over here, low key lame, we don't fuck with him," I would just like for example, there's some guy. Sorry, I'm yapping too much. Let's stay on topic.
No, we're all ears. Honestly, let's keep hearing about the guy.
Like, one time I went to a bar with two of my best friends that I love so dearly, and like I'm like such a ride or die for women, like it's kind of bad, because this isn't a bad story though. He literally came into my chat the other day and was mad about it. But 2 years ago, we went to a bar and this guy was like trying to riz me, right? Riz. And then he says, "You're so much prettier and funnier than these other girls," talking about my friends that I came with. And I was like, "What the fuck?" And I never talked to him again. And then he like will message request me every couple months saying, "I don't know what I did wrong. I'm so sorry, blah, 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 blah. Please talk to me, this and that." And then he came into my chat the other day, 2 years later, after "I don't know what I ever did to offend you, this and that." Well, I said, "Bruh, I will never look your direction ever again because of that shit you said."
Yeah, that's.
You said you were.
A lot of people would use.
Are you funnier? Are you funnier than your friends?
It doesn't even matter if I am or not, because that's
maybe
fucked
just
up.
keeping it 100%. No,
but there's no reason to bring down my friends to lift me up.
Also,
what if he's just keeping it 100%? You know, like I don't know.
Wait. You can't get Riz feedback on women. So we'll take this with a grain of salt.
He was banned. What the fuck?
She was banned. That's why she couldn't join. I gave her the link. I was wondering where she's at.
Yeah, we got into it a while ago at a banner.
Anyway, sorry. That's my yap. I didn't unnecessarily.
Speaking of which, all people are getting unbanned from the Discord for this. No. All people are getting unbanned. If you're seeing your name right now in the Discord, you're getting unbanned. Congratulations. True Gaming God, Friendly Fire Jerk, Bad People, Abby, Gavin. Not alt accounts.
Bro, Gavin's gonna come on the show.
Alt accounts stay banned. But all people are unbanned. So if you have anything you'd like to add, or you have any takes that you think you have to bring, join the Yappers channel, and which is the new waiting room for right now, and we'll drag you in at some point when we want to hear your opinion. But yeah, no. So so a common tactic by men is to belittle other people to make something else seem better. I don't think that's a very great tactic. It seems like you wouldn't use that in the food service industry. You wouldn't say like, oh, this waiter makes food a lot worse than you do at home, because that wouldn't make someone happy. That's just like disrespectful. It's just rude. But a lot of men.
It mostly means like you can. I don't mind if someone says to me, if I'm alone, right, and my boyfriend Chicken Eddie come up to me and said, "You're prettier than any other girl in here," I'd be like, "Aw." But if my friend was right next to me, then I'd be like, "That's fucked up. That's my friend right next to me, and I think she's beautiful." You know what I mean? Like,
even
but if no
Chicken
other,
said it?
No, like let's say hypothetically, no. It's just hypothetical. If he said that to me in a room full of randoms, then I'd be like, "Aw." But if it's my friends, then it's like, bruh. You know what I mean?
Even if it's your boyfriend?
Do you understand what I'm saying? If my boyfriend comes up to me and I'm the only girl that I know in that function, I'm the only girl that I know in the 500-foot vicinity, and he says, and they're just random girls, and says, "Oh, you're prettier than other girl in here," I'd be like, "Aw." But if I'm in the function with all my friends, and someone said that to me, I'd be like, bruh. Do you understand?
Because she's with the crew, and you're now disrespecting the vibe of the crew. Because it's like you all hang out together, and how you're doing a disrespect on your gang that is going out. Like if you're hanging out with the Bloods, and someone says all Bloods are cringe, you're gonna obviously defend your blood brother. You know what I mean? Like it's not
especially in front of them. Especially in front of them.
Like if anybody right now said this panel show sucked, I'd beat the shit out of them. Like if anyone had anything negative to say at a Nonfon, I'd dox their family. I'm not even just because we're all in here together. Doing this panel show, absolutely keeping it real. So right now, Nonfon, as long as you're in this call, you're my homie. But as soon as you leave, I'm gonna talk shit about you. But like that's about it. That's about it. So just stay here as long as you can, man. But anyways, boosted Discord server. Obviously, like we obviously have like listen. I haven't been using the Discord. It's the first time I used the Discord really in about 30 months. So if we could just like boost it back again, so we get the DIRL hype thing again, that'd be great. Xena, you're unbanned from the Discord unless you have 16 different alt accounts that have been banned that I need to go through. So if you could just join back. If not, that means I have to
unban you.
If she's not unbanned,
I told her she should be able to come in now.
If she we want to know what the thing is. Her account is either deleted user 9B or deleted user 04 or Freshie or Watermelon Drea or one of these random ass fucking accounts is one of her. I've been in the Discord and there isn't alt. I said, what is the content? But okay, just join. We're doing a panel show and we're speculating.
I invited her to the server. I sent her a DM with like a new invite.
Oh, my boy EMP Dave wants to get up in here. We have honestly a great cast of people that want to come in and give their opinions.
Thanks to our amazing booker for the show, right?
Yo, thank you, Princess, the co-host, and obviously the lead guy here, lead engineer. Do we have any videos that we need to watch to get some takes? Like what's going on in the media today, guys? Anything I'm missing out on?
No, you gotta ask us what we feel about certain things.
All right, well, let me get some screen sharing going then. Let's share my...
Let me say, let's invite Turkey Tom to the function.
Let's invite Turkey Tom to the function. He knows a lot about drama.
I totally agree.
So this girl's about to commit crimes. Do you feel like she could hurt anybody? Like, how are we feeling, boys or ladies? This person said they're going to do something. They're going to hurt people. I don't know if it's fact or not.
Emotionally, she could do some real damage if she wanted to any man out there. Well, I mean, certainly to me, but to most men out there, I feel like.
This person looks incredibly shy, incredibly obnoxious, wouldn't do anything to me. Could easily... Never mind.
All I know is if she tried committing a crime to me, I'd beat the shit out of her.
My feelings, exactly. Your take, Prawn?
Yes, devastating. I would love to slide into this girl's DMs and get canceled.
Okay, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Look up. Where's their drama? Drama Network. What's the website called? Drama Alert. Drama Alert. Drama Alert. There you go. There.
Oh, someone sent a good video to react to.
Vibes are off. Vibes are off. Okay, Vibes are off. Gave us a video to new pirate software drama. Okay, never mind. I'm not looking at anything pirate software related. I'm sorry.
Tom Foolery is going to join soon as well.
Oh, Tom Foolery. That guy knows drama. We need that guy. Why is Xena always here? Well, she's not in the VC. Okay, so let's watch this. So Selena Gomez is crying because Trump is deporting people. She's a rich Mexican woman. Let's see what she has to say.
All my people are getting attacked. The children. They don't understand. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something, but I can't. I don't know what to do. I'll try everything, I
promise. All right, there you go. So let me ask you this. Where was Selena Gomez? Where was Selena Gomez during Gaza? Where is Selena Gomez crying for the Palestinian children? Not saying that there's anything. Listen, it's okay to cry, but like, where's the Palestinian energy? Let's go down. Nonfon, your opinion?
I mean, I guess those just aren't our people. I guess. I guess obviously, so. Listen, this is the most annoying part about liberals. Obviously, like mass deportations are probably not the ideal thing to do, but like thinking that you can like just go on fucking your Instagram stories and like cry about it and like have that do anything, I just hate it so much. But that's
I'm gonna tell you right now, every conservative is making a come tribute to this video. This is awesome to them. You can't post stuff like this. You just can't. It doesn't help our side. It doesn't make anyone on our side want to vote.
It doesn't help.
Unfortunately, it doesn't help. No. Like I say, this is literally conservative cum bait, and that's all it is. Also, was she crying under Obama? That guy has the most deportations in history. Where's that?
Okay.
Where's that?
Okay, like, buddy. I mean, you know, sending ICE to a bunch of towns to deport a bunch of people and rounding up like illegal permanent residents along with them. It's different than just like what Obama did, which is turning away people at the border.
Wait,
okay,
has that
buddy.
even happened yet? I thought he just released executive orders. Has that even happened yet?
Yeah, he's already done ICE raids. There's already been.
Oh, really?
I feel this is a little off the rails. I do want to. Sorry, I'm taking over. I know this is your show, Darius, but I have Tom Foolery in here. Melody Fox. They're going to bring the drama. But I do want to say also, maybe besides the Selena Gomez, you could react to the new Destiny stream today. He just went live for the first time after all this. Maybe react to that. Might be a good idea.
Okay, yeah. Let's all go over the Destiny video. Prawn, do you want to manage it? I could just go to your screen share because I got to take a piss.
Oh my God.
I gotta take a piss. I have to take a piss. What am I gonna do?
All right. Well, okay. I think Tom Foolery wanted to get in here. It's very busy.
Tom Foolery, loving the hat.
Yo, before you take a piss, can you give my boy a chair? Can you get him a place to sit?
Yeah, let me give Tom Foolery a chair up in here.
Please get our boy Tom Foolery a chair. You know, I just feel like it's kind of rude.
It is
taking him a chair.
It's actually mad disrespectful. And Melanie as well. Nice to see you, Melanie. I don't think we've ever talked outside of maybe once. Let me get you a chair.
I had to resell it. One of the chatters said, "So much bisexual lighting happening right now." And I totally agree. I back that.
Yeah, there is a lot of.
Hey, I was doing this before it was ever even called bisexual lighting. It should be called tomfoolery lighting. I invented this. All right.
They're the same thing. So.
I was gonna say, yeah, what's the difference?
All right, there you go. Nonfon and Prawn, you're gonna share a chair. Yeah. I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be back.
You can go take a piss. I'll try to
start the stream. Wait, start your stream.
Panel show. I'm streaming right now.
Wait, no, start your on this Discord, bro.
You're saying share the screen share.
Yeah. I'm gonna follow with you. I had to piss so bad. Oh, dude, I'm literally pinching my dick. Okay, so
Destiny stream.
Melanie, nice to meet you.
Too.
Melanie, nice to meet you. How are you doing, Melanie Cosmic Fox?
You as well. I was not expecting to come onto a panel talking about Destiny at the moment, and I'm currently scrambling to find out where I'm mentioned in his manifesto, because I totally got canceled by him and his fans over exactly the stuff that I'm now being vindicated for.
Maybe you're confused with Melina.
Wait, what did you?
You by Destiny's manifesto?
Wait, what did you do to Destiny?
Didn't you go and like you didn't you go and like defend like Teffels or some bullshit and like talk about the rape the what was it I
gotta go pee. Hold up.
The stealthing shit.
Wait, Prawn, please share the screen so I can go pee.
Okay, I personally disagree with rape. Stuff. I think that rape is just like not a good thing, and I don't know why you would like defend rape.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Brave
Obviously
take.
not.
Let's fucking go, dude.
So,
we got hot takes in here.
Someone asked me if I thought Destiny was a rapist.
Your audio is really scuffed, Melanie. That's better now.
Oh, sorry. And I was like, well, I don't really know the guy, and I haven't seen any evidence directly about him. He just reminds me of the people who have victimized me, and that makes me feel like he probably is. And I literally I gave a huge disclaimer before saying that, take all this with a grain of salt. I don't know the guy, et cetera, not an accusation. Guess what his fans did? They took it as an accusation.
Wait, but you're saying that it's not an accusation and you're being vindicated for it right now. You can't both say it's not an accusation and I'm totally vindicated for it now because now I think it's real. Which one is it?
They're so freaking mad at me for not even accusing him, and they still get mad at me for accusing him. I think it's hilarious that they were valid accusers. And the fact that I was canceled over that so many people stopped working with me over Destiny whining about it was just hilarious. It makes it even more hilarious to me now that there are so many people coming out about this.
Yeah.
What if I told you Destiny is backstage and we're going to drag him in right now?
What would you say to him?
I said what I said, and I meant what I said.
Well, actually, I think this is a good segue to something I want to talk about. Some of the more recent things people have been looking back on is like the Lauren De Laguna. Some of the stuff, Destiny was kind of painting her as a little crazy. And I do think in hindsight, that looks a little different. I think I'm gonna quote, so not quote the same, but I'm gonna have the paraphrase. I think you're saying Lauren is being irresponsible and saying you're implying, Lauren's implying that I'm recording sexual things, but it's not sexual stuff. It's just like conversations. But in hindsight, that might have been not the case. I don't know what Lauren knew at the time though, or knows now. But I think it paints that past interaction in a different light. Does anyone want to jump off of that?
One with which Lauren?
De Laguna.
You're talking about the recording situation.
Because I think she was the first one to kind of bring this up before any of this actually got leaked.
But hers wasn't like a sexual interaction. Like she was just mad that he recorded her without her permission. She same thing with Denims, but these things were inside of his house. It was inside of his own fucking house. It's weird. You can record people inside of your own house. You can have security cameras. You can have nanny cams and shit like that. It's very different when you're recording people inside of your house. As long as you're not recording them in the bathroom, changing, in any sort of sexual interactions or anything like that. Record people in your own fucking house. Who cares? Especially if you think they're lying about you.
It's not when you distribute it to other people.
I don't think that's a very disagreeable thing if you think someone is lying about you. I think Destiny previously said the things he recorded in his house were 2 conversations where they were fighting. I guess I don't have a huge issue with that as long as it doesn't obviously any sexual recordings would be bad, but
my understanding is that Lauren De Laguna never said that they were sexual until way later in the fact. Seems like their arguments that they ended up having. Now, there's a video we could all watch right now that Ryle Kittenhouse made about Lauren De Laguna's previous statements. Maybe we can go ahead and take a gander at that.
I wouldn't trust anything that guy makes.
I'll be back.
Why a fucking thing.
Wait, why wouldn't you trust him?
No, because most of the shit that he puts out, he's put out numerous videos on me, and each one of them he'll cut it off right before I'm nah, just kidding, I'm just fucking around, or he'll cut a thing of me saying something over and over throughout a panel, and then cut out the 10 times, 15 times that other people said the same exact thing as me, but just doesn't show it and just shows me saying it over and over to make it look like I'm being weird about it or something. He manipulates the content hardcore to try to make it seem like something else. So yeah, we can watch it, but I would assume it's out of context.
Interesting. I'm very eager to see that if I feel the same way. I've never felt Kyle Rittenhouse was like that, honestly, but maybe I don't know. I've only seen the video. Rittenhouse, Kyle Rittenhouse, the shooter, like, internet shooter. Who cares?
He's got Kyle Rittenhouse has way more integrity than Rittenhouse.
Really? That's a bold claim. Yeah. That's a bold claim. I just thought his editing was pretty cool. I was gonna hire him as my editor, but if he's unfair, Tom is the guy who I know is fair. So I would like only to know who fair people are when I'm hiring them as my editor. So I'm gonna definitely look into this. But we could probably watch this video later. But for now, we can go over the statements. What did Melanie say earlier? I missed that while I was peeing. Because the only one we're going to address what Melanie was saying, or are we going to go past that?
Destiny canceled her somehow.
But what for?
So I was asked if I thought he was a rapist, and I said, I've never met the guy, and none of this counts as evidence, but he reminds me of people who have victimized me. And his fans just like took that as like an accusation, even though I heavily caveated that it was not an accusation in any way.
When was this?
I think about like 2 years ago.
So 2 years ago, and you said this on a stream, and then they demonized you?
No, even better yet, on Twitter. It was just on Twitter.
It was just on Twitter. That makes sense. Because honestly, you could, especially when everyone there is so hostile. I mean, like, they probably were pretty mad, and they probably thought you were just calling him a rapist. But obviously, I don't think it seems like you didn't mean it that way, and you just explained yourself. If you could talk to Destiny's audience right now, what's something you would say about Steven? Do you think he is a rapist? Especially with the recent information coming up?
I think his behavior shows that like he doesn't understand sexual boundaries well, and that is a red flag. I don't know. Like at the end of the day, I don't know the guy, so I can't say anything with certainty. But
you know what? That's a take.
So you do think he might be a rapist?
Oh, he's definitely higher on the list of people who could be than anyone who doesn't raise any red flags. That's for goddamn sure.
Wow. That's a bold statement. I honestly agree with you.
What a red flag for, right? Like,
yeah. No, I mean they are definitely red flags, but I mean we also still haven't been able to hear Destiny's full side. We could end up finding out in the next 3 years, 2 months, depends on however long this legal stuff takes, that Destiny actually has consent from every single person to do what he did. I mean,
not to mean or anything, but if we're going by that logic, then you also can give me kind of like the vibes that like you would rape someone. So I just kind of don't feel like safe being in this call like that.
Wait, do you?
I think we already have logs, unless you're gonna like suggest that they're fake. That he definitely shared at least some nudes unconsensually.
Well, by the way, I was
like I've dated people that like have not respected my boundaries, and they're like pretty similar to like the way that you like behave.
By the way, I wasn't the one saying to cancel Destiny or to avoid Destiny. Someone just asked me my goddamn opinion.
I'm listen, there's no hostility here towards you. I was just curious. I thought that you were actually canceled, but it sounds like you just had a dispute. You were not canceled. No, it sounds like
plenty of people. Yeah, plenty of like panel.
Can I ask you this, Melanie? It sounds like you were also possibly name dropped in a manifesto at some point. Is that true?
Find it. It's fucking.
So it sounds like
Control F isn't working.
Yeah, I'm curious to see which
manifesto, because there's a couple.
I think it's End of All Things, but that might explain why.
The Keffels one, maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say is the Keffels Vosh one. I'm pretty sure because it was over the Stelding thing, right?
No, had nothing to do with that.
I thought you said just a minute ago that it was.
No, someone else said that, and I was like, no, I don't think so. I promise you.
I'm curious. I would like to sink my teeth into this, honestly, at some point. But we'll wait till you have the more information. But for now, Legacy, you just entered the show.
Yeah, how's it going?
Vehement JSTLK fighter. What's up with you? How's your day?
Oh, not much. I just got out of a riveting conversation with Lav.
Okay, cool.
Tell her to come here. Tell her to come here. Tell her to join this.
I literally did. I was trying to remove because I didn't want her in that call, but now she's in that call, so I'm here to not be there.
I think we're okay with Lav not being here. It just seems like it'd be very productive to the conversation we're about to have. This is going to be very
agreed, and I have more expertise with these things. So
yes, I agree. So let's dig into our first thing. Destiny's comments today. Destiny said pretty much he can't say anything at all. Do you think that is cope? Or do you think that is him actually not being able to say stuff because of legal procedures? I personally trust that Steven's saying it because he has legal stuff that he can't say, and people are going to use it against him. I've seen people like JSTLK say he's not going to have Pixie say anything on his stream, even though she was trying to get on, because
I didn't hear that. That's surprising.
That was the first day. She accidentally joined JSTLK's Discord, and JSTLK verbatim said, I actually would probably ban you from my server to keep you out of here from saying anything. That could hurt your case. But so it seems like Destiny is relatively taking the same step where he is just kind of memeing and making slight jokes, but not really saying anything too concrete on the internet to kind of hurt his case. Do we think that's what's going on, or do we think that Destiny is coping because he is obviously guilty and he's going to serve months in jail? Let's start.
We don't really have to speculate. Like both Pixie and do you want to?
Oh, you can go first.
I was gonna say we don't really have to speculate. Like Pixie and Cherry have both said that they're both like filing lawsuits or have filed police reports, and so we do know that there are legal issues and that it's obviously a dumb thing to do to talk about it. I think he's already said too much and kind of hurt himself in some of these cases, but yeah, obviously there are cases and it's not smart to talk about it.
100% agree. I saw some people in some people's chat rooms earlier saying things along the lines of like Destiny's just trying to pivot, or he's trying to just go back to business as usual. And honestly, just seems like there's no possible way to engage in this sort of stuff when there's litigation around, because anything you could say could hold yourself up in court. I'll be completely honest with all of you here. When I got to that fight with E-Rob, every single stream he was watching, I had someone watching to clip every single thing he was saying, so that way I would sue that nigga. And I know the opposite was happening as well to me, because I was going to sue him for the fighting situation. And of course, I didn't end up suing him.
With that?
Pretty much, I ended up not suing him because Darius is fair. I'm on the principle of
what?
Yes, I'm on the principle of
you got lazy.
No, if you want to punch me, if you want to punch me, you verbally.
You are retarded.
No, I've now accepted the standard of if you hit me or if you do anything physical to me, I have full permission to physically kill you. So now I'm going to wait for it to happen again, and then next time here's the thing: if I sue him, I'm never gonna see the guy again in my life, right? But now I could possibly see him again, and then if he touches me, I will just kill him on the spot.
I want to engage with your comment because I do think it's a little bit convenient and like, oh, I can't say anything. I had to do the lawyer thing. That being said, I do get it.
I mean, I was gonna say 100%. It wouldn't be smart to talk about it, but 100%, it's also really convenient for him that he can't say anything on it.
And I want to also back him a little bit. We've never seen anyone do an apology video that was like good for them. That's almost never the best. It's never a good thing to really do unless like you just want to like save face. But usually someone makes an apology video, which I feel is like the only other option besides being quiet. It never really ends up working out. So I can see why he didn't do that.
Okay, Nonfon.
I mean, I don't know. I think we've seen some apologies go well. Like Pyrocynical had his whole like grooming scandal, and he was able to like refute that pretty well, even though he did admit that he did fuck up in some places. I think it might have been possible for Destiny to do the same thing.
Wait, was Pyrocynical getting sued?
No, Pyrocynical wasn't getting sued though, so he was actually able to make an apology video. I understand.
That's
Destiny.
what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying I can see even apology. Like, that's my thing too. When I'm watching a lot of these other content creators, and I'm watching them be very critical about his behavior and stuff like that. But when there's litigation around, he can't even like speak about it. He can't say like I did this badly, because it's like you're putting yourself at so much risk. And it's like, okay, maybe he does like maybe there's like an argument there that you deserve to just lose the case. But it's like, what? Like, come on, dude. That's not how the law works, and that's how the courts work. We don't need to we don't need to shove knives up our ass in order to prove a point that we're sorry about something. We could just say we're sorry and then not have to like literally start bleeding out the fucking anus over it. Melanie, your thoughts? Was that Danny?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to find the thing again. I did find it, and Tom, you did slightly remember it better than I did. I forgot that that was completely different than the outrage I had experienced that actually got me canceled. And it was something to do with like, because Sonsol had asked me, do I think Keffels is lying? I didn't know enough about what claim Keffels actually made. So I said, no, I don't have an opinion on that, which they took as to mean it is true, because after that I stuck with my if the shoe fits kind of narrative of, I'm just going to go with the idea that more likely to be true than not, as far as I'm concerned. But you know,
you didn't keep like doubling down on that on Twitter and like kind of calling him out for going after Keffel, saying that he has like a pattern of going after trans people, that he seems to like talk about trans people in a transphobic way. Like these, I could be misremembering those things as well, but that's
well, if you look at like what I said, it's his pattern of lashing out at accusers that seems suspicious to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if you're lashing out at accusers, if your accusers are attacking you, and it's like a pattern of behavior, is that like bad? I mean, like, you could see me lashing out.
I've had the same thing.
Lucia say like my
same
ex
thing about me.
Yeah, my ex-fiance, if you ever look up DariusIRL anywhere, you see me, all you see is me lashing out at almost all my exes. And I mean, like, are you gonna say like I'm like I'm showing? I mean, you can say I'm showing a behavior of abuser, and that makes sense. But when it's on the internet and there's like so much reputation and there's so much like weird things that go on the line, I think it's reasonable. Like even Tom Foolery said he's having this stuff happen. Like obviously, if I'm a real human being, I'm not gonna be doing like I'm not gonna be lashing out at people online with my friends and doing all this fucking weird shit. But when there's like internet reputation and all these things at stake, it kind of makes sense that you're like, okay, this is frustrating. I have like 20 people a day just kind of down my throats about this one person that gave me a bad experience or is trying to assassinate my character. So do you think it's like reasonable, or do you think it's like?
I'm not saying it's unreasonable to lash out in other circumstances.
So you think it's okay to,
from the perspective of somebody who just feels like since I have nothing to hide, if I was in that scenario, I would defend myself, but I wouldn't lash out. But also seeing people who I tried to call out, who I knew that to be the case, just because, and I'm not going to bring up names in this case because it has nothing to do with online, and how they'll lash out at you for being right. That just kind of reminded me of that. And yeah, typically speaking, I think it's a bad look if you're trying to like deny the allegations to particularly lash out at the person making the accusations, right? We're not talking about like all the other people, all the fanfare and stuff like that.
We're
talking about like the person themselves.
You're obviously right that like people play team sports in these ways, and it's kind of weird and obnoxious. But on top of that, if somebody is making like an accusation and you know that they know they're lying, they're not just confused, they're not just like possibly missing something. You know that they know they're lying. You know they are being malicious. Yeah, no, there's no reason to not like completely go after them. Show everybody how like horrible of a person they are, show that they have a pattern of behavior where they continue to do these same sorts of things, like, and show that they continue to double down on lies after they've been disproven. But that is
I already pointed out between evidence and lashing out, right? Like if you have evidence of these things, by all means put it out there. If you're lashing out at them, if you're trying to attack them, basically ad homing them, then all that does, in my opinion,
that's the same thing. That's what I'm saying.
To the accusations.
But that's what I'm saying is that if you're doing both, if you are coming out with evidence and then proving that they're lying, and then after you've proven that they've lied over and over, now you're talking about them like a piece of shit, like scum human who just can't stop lying about everybody and can't stop making up shit about people just to tear them down and, character assassinate them, then yeah, of course, like you should do that. That's like if they're going to be malicious and come after you about lies, you should be honest and go after them with the truth. Why not?
Well, so long as we agree that you have to have the evidence first. You can't just be like, someone's accused me, now I lash out. And I think what we're also kind of seeing with Destiny are like these waves of accusations, kind of like, I'm not saying he's at their level, but like what we saw with like Harvey Weinstein and that other asshole who I can't think of his name right now, but just as bad, Jeffrey Epstein. There was always like these waves of accusations. People would pay attention for 10 seconds and then, something else would distract us. I think we've kind of seen that with Destiny, where there's repeated patterns of even just different things that he's done coming up and being like, whoa, okay, that's a little bit weird, but then people seem to forget it.
And I just want to interrupt for 1 second. I do have Destiny's latest statement here from his last stream. I know we're going to react to that. I do want to also invite Ghosty, because I feel like it was leaning a little bit Destiny defending side. I feel like Ghosty's going to come in here and give the other side a little bit. Unless I'm wrong, Ghosty. Where are you coming into this?
I'm mostly against Destiny. I don't really have a defense for what he did. I do think I don't know. Honestly, like out of the leaks, I think honestly the most embarrassing ones are his leaks, what was leaked about him, his DMs, the videos and everything. But I do think Pixie is the biggest victim here, and he only has himself to blame for this. I don't consider him like a rapist for this. I think he could probably maybe not, I'm not talking about his career, but on a personal level, maybe recover from this in the future. I just think he's been probably irresponsible, might have some kind of like sex problem. But I think the people he engages with are, I don't know, I can't judge them, but his lifestyle and the people he engages with are probably, I feel like streamers are kind of a different breed of people, a little bit.
Streamers are definitely a different breed of people. Definitely having celebrity status and having a lot of people that are just willing to throw themselves at you probably doesn't help the situation. If you need to maybe work on who you're interacting with sexually, especially when there's so many types of people and people interacting with you. I mean, like, yeah, for sure. Like, Pixie's obviously the victim here. There's no explanation for Destiny's behavior that's like reasonable if it just comes down to sharing things consensually. But I think the motives and arguing for all this stuff coming out is a little bit questionable. And there's conversation to be had about why it decided to come out when it seemed like, from the logs I saw, seemed like they were relatively trying to resolve something. Seemed like there was some sort of agreement they were maybe talking about. It was kind of hard for them to even discuss it because of the whole situation going on. But it seemed like a lot of Pixie's, a lot of like the whole situation just seemed kind of like rough. I mean, like, they were like friends. I mean, like, you could not, you have to excuse someone's behavior when they're bad, but to the point to where they're like suing them and seeking criminal charges for laws where you don't even know if like this is a crime that is committed seems a little off.
Well,
I think it's
that would be civil, right?
She's doing it civilly.
The one for Pixie is civil. The one for Cherry is criminal. But I don't think, like, if you think it's criminal and you're going to like try to have charges filed, or you think it's something that you can sue them for, which I do think that is the best direction. I don't think that like Destiny and Pixie could have come to a reasonable amount of money with the two of them negotiating. That's something that like lawyers should do. That's something that should be done with some sort of like, with third parties negotiating these sorts of things, not the two of them negotiating with each other. But if you think there is like something that you should, if you think there's something criminal, you should file charges. If you think that you should have some sort of reward, or like Pixie said, she thinks that like the best way for him to learn from his mistakes is to have a financial penalty, then like that is something that you should do. I don't think there's anything wrong with her doing it. I just think that like a lot of people are making it more about like if you continue watching him, like you've done something wrong. If you continue engaging with him, you've done something wrong. Which is weird because most of us, like, we debate fucking like neo-Nazis, we debate pedophiles, we debate like all sorts of horrible people all the time, and somehow Destiny is like the one that's too far off. I can understand if you're friends with them and you have like somebody who like sticks up for their character, like, if it's like Kyla or people like Pisco, if they're people who are really close to them, I understand that they're in like a bit of a different circumstance, but I don't think that this is something that most people are going to stop watching him over.
I've already personally had multiple people talk about behind the scenes about my takes on. So just from me like spurging out, like I'm not even like a political commentator or like any sort of like really commentator in general until like recently. But like I have had people already
on this.
My take was that I think like Pixie obviously is a victim. It's pretty disappointing to hear that Steven was doing that without her consent. But I thought the route she was going about it was incredibly like, especially given what she was saying, I thought it was kind of like dumb. And it was like going to have no, like it's not going to kind of fix things in the way she wants. If anything, it seems like she is going to end up going to court, and if she can't get any money out of this, she's going to end up spending a bunch of money on lawyers, in hopes of possibly getting whatever sum of money she's hoping to get.
I don't think it's just about the money, though. I mean, I think Destiny has a problem. Like,
but the messages that she was sending was literally about how she wanted him to pay monetarily.
Well, yeah, but I think part of that is
he could give it to a charity too. She said
him having a consequence.
She didn't have to have the money.
Didn't Destiny offer the money first? I just don't know the timeline.
I don't think the amount of money that she's looking for.
I thought he offered to like pay her bills first.
No. Yes. These are totally separate things. I'm going to give you money to where you don't want to sue me anymore versus I want to give you money to help you with your bills while you're like going through your psychological problems. Yeah. So yeah, very different things.
I mean, that could just be seen as trying to form a codependent relationship. I wanted to just touch on the idea. How
is it? How has it formed a codependent relationship? He's just saying.
I think he wants to cut ties completely, essentially, in any way that he can. The easiest route.
So if you're paying bills and stuff like that, that makes someone dependent on you. But
somebody suggested to him to offer to her to pay her. Yeah, because she needed help. She needed help with money. She was like suicidal. She was psychologically, obviously, in a really bad place. And I think the DM showed that he was like, isn't that kind of weird? I don't want this to come off like I'm trying to silence her. But it from the DMs, it was suggested by somebody else.
So I wanted
to Straighter Aid was the one who suggested it.
Tom, you kind of framed it as like evil, that people are like, don't work with Destiny and stuff like that. I think it's reasonable at this point to like, if for people who are concerned about the future of their careers, to be like, do I want, like, let's say something comes out that's even worse in the future. We're already seeing red flags that there might be. Do I want to be associated with that more than I already am? And this is kind of in a low key way what I meant about feeling very vindicated about this whole thing is like, it used to be like the big thing to work with Destiny, to get on the same panel with him, or so everybody was getting their dicks hard so that way they could just get next to him. And it was like, holy crap, like he's probably not that great of a guy at the end of the day. And that's what's turning out is like, there's so many better people out there.
I mean, people
we can platform.
But it sounds like you're salty because you got blacklisted.
I'm gonna be honest. Like,
I'm always
Milo Yiannopoulos goes on a ton of like podcasts too. People get excited over that. I mean, like, there's a lot of really bad people that people are excited for.
Also, Disney is unique where he's not
people aren't
bro,
trying to
JSTLK is like not hanging out with Destiny anymore, but he's hanging out with Mr. Girl and he's hanging out with Lav. Didn't Mr. Girl like do something to his wife like live on stream? Like this, like way worse than like what Destiny's doing, in my opinion.
I have no idea.
Wait, hold on. Wait, no. Wait, no,
I disagree with that.
This is the thing I brought up the other night.
They're bad people, but I don't think anything happened with Shaylin that was like awful. And I talked to Shaylin, and Shaylin is not someone who's like, I'm in a bad situation, like help, or like seems like there's any issues between her and her.
He's admitted to hitting ex-girlfriends. I think that's the worst I've heard him admit to, but just
and some of the stuff that he was doing was fairly like abusive in like the ways that he would interact with her in a way, but like it's kind of like in this like gray area where it's not very clear. Obviously what Destiny did not or what allegedly did is not in a gray area really, but the thing that I think happens with like Mr. Curl and Lav that like is a problem when we're talking about JSTLK pulling these people on all of a sudden is that they are running around saying that like they're vindicated. See, I told you, see, I was right the whole time. You didn't listen to me. And none of this changed anything that they came up with before. Like whether or not, Destiny was trying to put Lav in the orbiter circle for feet pics, that didn't change because of this. That didn't change because of this. That's still the same. Like none of their claims changed at all. So I don't understand people kind of like, bringing that stuff back up. Like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. We didn't listen to them. We were so wrong the whole time. Like, no, that didn't change.
Even with the Lord, like in our Bob 7 situation, like Bob 7's the whole issue Steven had with Bob 7 is that he was prematurely messaging girls to warn them about Destiny before he like interacted with them. Girls that he was hearing that Destiny was interacting with through Melina. And it's like, who cares? Let's say he had a good reason because he heard that he was a bad husband to Melina. Like, it's not like Bob 7 was reaching out to them because they heard Destiny was like raping and pillaging women. It's that he just heard that he was a bad guy and he was like, oh, I'm going to message girls to talk about Destiny and like get them away from Destiny because I hear that he's a bad boyfriend and he's hurting Melina and I want to protect her because of whatever. I'm like, how does that make him right? How does that make him validated or vindicated in any of this?
I mean,
if
the justification, if the justification is that he's going to record them and then send out,
that's not what it. That's not. First off, that's never what it was. This again,
but
I don't know.
You can't say he didn't know that.
But no, you can say he didn't know that because if that was ever a thing, this would have got brought up ages ago. This was brought up in the last 30 days, and Lord de Laguna, I need to watch this video because I'm pretty sure I watched a lot of the Lord de Laguna stuff. I don't remember her once saying explicitly Destiny has recorded women sexually inside of his room without their consent.
She never said that. I've watched the video. She never said that explicitly.
I'm almost positive
she said
she said it wasn't sexual. I could have sworn. I'm almost positive she came on my show and said it wasn't. I could be misremembering this as well, so I'll have to go back and check. But that's what I feel like I remember when I was going over it. But you said that you were going to pull up a video showing that she seemingly changed her story on this. So where's that?
The Raul Kittenhouse one. I know she is now saying that it was sexual or whatever, blah 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 blah. And I was like, I don't remember at any time. I watched her talk to Xena in a car about it. I watched her and like when she was just randomly ranting about it.
Does she have new statements? Because actually, I've not heard her make a new statement. But the Raul Kittenhouse is just old clips, kind of like now kind of resurfaced or putting together in a compilation related to that topic. But I don't think there's any new statements coming from. Okay, I could be wrong.
Well, what I understand is that I don't think she said anything particularly, but I'm just going by her silence when so just we're clear. She can definitely make a comment because she spent her time to message me to tell me that I was on like pretty much the wrong side of history, and she's obviously seeing that people are saying that Lord de Laguna was right. Destiny does record people sexually. She can make a statement and say, hey, I was only talking about X, Y, or Z. I wasn't talking about this. I didn't know about this until recently, and this is sad to hear. But instead, she's looking into random people. What the fuck is Dina texting right now? What do you mean?
Wait, let me jump in here. I remember now Lauren's at least one allegation. One allegation she said very clearly is she was getting audio clips of Farha that were taken out of context that Destiny was giving her. Destiny was recording Farha, clipping it and sending it to Lauren.
It was Farha.
I remember that.
I thought it was Farha. I thought it was Farha, and it somehow included Jasmine Jafar as well. I don't know if she's the one who told Lauren or if Jasmine was part of it, but I do remember Destiny even talked about it on stream, just saying that they were all like in a room talking about things. I believe they might have even been like close to his computer, and so he just left the computer recording when he walked away, and that they were all just sitting there talking about things, and he felt like that like vindicated his thought process on what happened, was that he was able to get a recording and hear what they were saying when he wasn't there.
So just to be clear, we're not saying that because Lauren de Laguna is now saying it's sexual that necessarily invalidates it, right? Because I think that there's a couple reasons that someone could make that pivot.
Again, I would like to see that because I haven't. This is the first I'm hearing of it, and again, also on top of that, the fact that
I think it is very hard to make that pivot. If you very much believe. So here's the thing: recording someone sexually without their consent and sharing it is incredibly that's crazy. Like, you would have mentioned this, especially if you're Lauren de Laguna, and you would have talked about maybe who it was, or just said, I know there's girls in his orbit that are doing this. You would make these statements, but she didn't do that.
So, especially when you might not mention it publicly.
She was on heel. Why would you not mention that publicly? But then you're going to make also the same accusation that he's recording people secretly. Like,
because it's embarrassing. You're admitting. First of all, you are admitting that you had a sexual relationship with somebody, and then there's like a recording of it. It's like, I don't know.
She's already admitted that she had a sexual relationship with it. It's already embarrassing that she's talking about that.
We already knew that.
Other people.
I didn't know that.
That stuff was already.
The other side is like you'd be telling people that your nudes are out there, and people might go looking for.
Well,
them
no,
now.
this isn't hers. This is other. She's saying other girls. She could just say other girls. She doesn't have to even say the names. She could just say, I know other girls that Destiny hangs out with were sexually recorded because he would send me them. I never once heard her say that at all in the last year when she was having these arguments. I saw her on 3 different streams: Heel Mike's stream, fucking Ben and Grace's stream, Xena's stream, and I think either a home stream, some random stream, talking about this, and not once do I remember her saying it was a sexual thing that Destiny was recording other women and then sharing it with her. And
she fucking hated that guy. I'm almost positive she explicitly said that it wasn't, and so I gotta try to find it real quick because I think it was either on my show or it was in a tweet, but I'm fairly positive she explicitly said it wasn't. And I know for a fact that Destiny explicitly said it wasn't and described the entire scenario of what happened. But every time she said it, she said he recorded people without their permission and said that it was a crime. So it was I thought again, I think like if we're gonna say that this is the idea that she's changing her tone on this is that it's in a video somewhere. I thought we were gonna pull up the video because I would like to see what we're even talking about.
Darius, do you want me to share it? Do you want to share it on your end? I have all the video links in the chat.
Yeah. Xena might have an argument here she wants to do real quick, and then after that I'm down to just watch the video because I'm very curious.
Part of it, was her talking to Xena about it in the car.
Xena, did you want to beef or something?
She's clipped there.
You said woman logic or something, and you wanted to fight with someone. You could just talk and see what you have to say. Otherwise, we can watch this video. The Scuffed talk show became into a real talk show because it is a real talk show. That is, this is the new meta. We're only going to get better at this. This is the first show ever, and we always have a goated cast here. Nonfon, my favorite cast member so far. And we're just growing. We're growing. What theme song? What are you talking about? Are you going to join or not?
And maybe soon, maybe in the next couple episodes, I'll do some voices from around the world.
Yeah, give us one.
Well,
different accents from around the world.
I could do my serious voice. If we're gonna get into an argument, I may have to bust out this voice. No, well, I won't do the. I don't do an Asian voice, and I never have.
Yeah, don't do that, please.
Okay, well, they liked it. They liked it, and you know what? You know who liked that one? The Justical people. Okay, you want me to go back over there? You want me to go back over to the Justical people?
Cena, if you want a theme song, come in and then go on camera.
Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that.
So I am curious for Tom. I haven't seen. I watched some of your stuff, but I haven't seen you talk about the Destiny drama. Are you changing the way you interact with Destiny at all?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. I guess I've thought about it, and I don't know that I've heard anything that would make it to where I would change the way that I would engage with him as of right now. But to be clear, like Destiny would never like consider me like a friend. I wouldn't consider him a friend, but we have always been friendly. We have met in person numerous times. He's been very helpful to me. Like we've coordinated on tons of things. I would say it's mostly like a friendly business relationship, but yeah, as of right now, like even on top of that, I would think lots of times when we talk about business relationships and the way that you engage with people, it's rare that there is a time where somebody does something where you break off those business relationships. It's normally, again, it is when you are like using their character as something that you're promoting. You are somebody who is defending their character, promoting their character, and I think that lots of times, like if you work at Taco Bell and you find out that your boss at Taco Bell raped somebody, you're not going to quit your job and be like, I'm not working. I'm going to lose my income and no longer have money because my boss is a dirtbag. Yes, if your boss did it. Yes. You're saying you're going to punish yourself because your boss did something bad. That doesn't make sense. And so, yeah, we're talking about the fact that like in professional areas where lots of times your engagement with these people is a professional.
Wait, if you're a woman and they continue to employ your boss, you're not going to feel safe there.
Sure. No, that makes sense. That's a different issue though. Like if you have like a fear of them actually like doing something to you and you're afraid for your own safety, that's a very different scenario than what we're talking about. Where I'm speaking
we're also in a gig economy,
people, right?
Well, I think it's a good analogy. I
don't think it's a good analogy because we have individual brands here.
I'll explain because I think that's why like Erudite and Pisco and are like a unique scenario because like they are partners. They have businesses co-owned with Destiny. Where if you're doing a panel with someone, I think that's different. Like I wouldn't say that person's my boss. Like
I think it's valid
level of separation when you're doing a panel with someone. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's valid for Pisco. Somebody like Pisco who's a political streamer who's like trying to represent the Democratic Party and needs to hold like high moral standards and stuff like that. I think that's fine for him to disassociate with Destiny, at least for now. Someone like Not So Erudite, if she's friends with him, like close friends with him, I think that's also appropriate for her to not disassociate because it's like a different type of relationship.
Or I think what she's doing now is good. She's sort of disassociating professionally, but I think personally it seems like they're probably still okay.
Yeah, and so that's what I was saying, is that if you're promoting their character, that makes sense. But when we think of the viewers as well, when we're talking about people saying that you shouldn't even be watching him anymore, like we're talking about now the consumers of his product. Like, to go back to Taco Bell, if I'm going to Taco Bell and the guy who makes my fucking burrito at Taco Bell turns out to be like a horrible person and has crimes there or something, I don't care. I want him to make my fucking burrito. That's what I'm coming to him for. For Destiny, this is somebody who talks about politics. This is somebody who debates. This is somebody who's really good rhetorically. People go to him for. They're not going to him for like, and they do get advice from him. And so far still, when we go and look back on the way that he talks about consent, the way that he talks about relationships, he's still correct in all these things. He's just really bad at practicing what he preaches. But I think when it comes to like what people are going to him for, they're still getting that. Just as when I go to Taco Bell, the motherfucker who makes my burrito, I don't care about his character. I don't care how moral he is. I just want him to make my fucking burrito. That's it.
So my problem with this is like, if you've spent any time in the manosphere,
he just wants his fries in the bag.
Oh, welcome, Zena. Real quick, Zena just joined in. Can Zena introduce yourself? Obviously new to the show. You want to do like a little intro, get on camera or something? Interesting.
Long time listener, first time caller. Welcome.
Maybe twerk or something.
No, I'm not gonna twerk.
All right. Wow, Zena perspective. Let's get this.
Your audio is a little quiet.
Anyway. So yeah.
By the way, I adore everything about your aesthetic. There's just I kind of see like a black and purple vibe, and I really love it.
Wait, who's aesthetic?
Y'all flirting?
That's like Zena.
That's like half the.
I'm assuming Zena.
Well, you got
me. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I've worked so hard to kind of set up my lights in my room.
Although, okay, so
really get the blanket just perfectly the amount of messy on the edge of the bed. And
Ben Thorpe made fun of it, but I think it's good. I think it looks good.
So you're losing points for that.
Yeah, which as well. I also I think that Dan also, I kind of admire the way that he's dealt with this as well. I have friends that have like been to prison. I have friends that have fucking robbed me. I have friends that have done horrible shit to me and committed horrible crimes. But them and I have been through everything together, and we will continue to be friends for the rest of our lives. If he murdered somebody, I'd probably help that motherfucker go bury the body afterwards. I'd give him a lot of shit for putting me through it. I'd give him a lot of shit for killing somebody and making me help bury the fucking body and putting me in this position, but I'd go help him bury the fucking body afterwards. And I know Dan would help Destiny bury a body as well.
But it wasn't even like that with Dan, because Dan made it very clear that like even there was 1 or 2 instances on the Anything Else stream the other night where Dan said he was talking to Destiny and he's like, listen, if I get kicked off of this stream right now, I'm ready to burn the bridge, but I'm going to say this to him. And I think he did that once or twice, which like, so he is like having his friends back, but I think he's also pushing back where I feel like Destiny most likely the DMs is trying to make a joke of it.
He calls him out.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The critical distinction is that you would actually criticize your friend for having done that instead of just standing by and being like, oh, well, I guess it was okay because you're my friend or something, or because I make money off of you. Like, clearly, it's important to be able to call someone out.
Yeah, that is what Dan did. And I'm using Dan as like the person that I'm analogizing here. And I'm saying that, yes, Dan stood by his friend, but also said, yeah, this is fucked up. He shouldn't have done this. And I'm not going to excuse this shit.
Yeah, I guess sometimes when I hear like platforming people, like I assume like because of how a lot of professional relationships go, you don't bring up like personal drama when you're doing a show about politics, right? So it sounds to me like a carte blanche kind of thing.
I do think Dan's in a really unique position where a lot of the other orbiters, in some way, they're like financially tied to Destiny. Where Dan, from my understanding, is like pretty independently wealthy. He's like a CEO. He's had previously sold businesses. So I think it's a little unique there. I feel like he has like less to lose in a way by staying with Destiny. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but like if he thinks Destiny really did something awful, his reputation professionally in his personal life is going to be affected if anybody can look up his name and see that he's connected to this person who did awful stuff.
Yeah, Dan doesn't need Destiny to make money. This guy's got it made already.
Even sticking with Destiny, if he thinks Destiny could have done something,
he'll be fine.
But process this whole thing that you talked about, where people don't feel like they can speak up because they're not Dan, is what bothers me about this situation.
Yes.
But I don't think anybody's like actually going after people who are speaking up. I don't think anybody's trashing people who are saying, hey, this happened to me. Even with Cherry, somebody who everybody very much hates and is just a very hateable type of person, nobody's going after her for coming out with her story and saying that she has.
Well, in fact, I think it's the opposite.
I'd be surprised if that wasn't the case.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to say nobody. I'm saying this isn't like a big enough thing to where I think that people are I don't think it's a big enough thing to where people are less likely to come out. And I think even Destiny coming out and saying, hey, don't try to defend me on this stupid bullshit. Don't try to come out and say that like this stuff's okay. Don't start acting like murder is a good thing. Like, you know, that's not cool. Like, I think that it's going to be a very, very small amount of like probably red pill fucks who are doing that shit.
Yeah, and plenty of DGGers are now donating to like Pixie's legal fund even.
Yes,
so.
I think a lot. I think that like the widespread consensus is like, okay, if we're going to keep watching Destiny because we enjoy his takes, we think he's funny, blah, 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 we can't just like turn against these other people. You contribute to them, you side with them, you agree with them, but you say like at the end of the day, he did some really fucked up shit, but he didn't rape somebody. He didn't like kill somebody. He didn't do something that's like completely irredeemable. We just have to see how he handles things going forward and hope that the people involved, the victims, get some sort of like restitution for what happened.
Like that's a good idea for like restorative justice. I think systemically we're ignoring the idea that like if there's not justice for these things, and sure there's court and stuff like that, but I kind of mean in a social sense, then the space is just going to continue to look the other way with these sort of things. Like, we don't need to Pixie. That makes everything okay.
I mean, I don't think he could get away if something else like this came out again. Like, that might be.
Sure,
Sorry.
and we can talk about that down the road. But what I was trying to get at mostly is that, so long as people like him have the majority of viewers and stuff like that, and the people who sympathize with him will sort of maybe reflect these tendencies as well, possibly, that makes the whole space more hostile towards women. And I'm just saying, like, I've seen a lot of spaces that become hostile towards women, and they're not good places to be around. They become very, very just overall like the sort of cyberbullying culture that you tend to see. I know that sounds like I'm not really trying to make a slippery slope argument so much as a cultural argument, like what kind of community are we culturing here?
But the thing is, I don't think we're culturing like a community that thinks this is okay. I think I would say the vast majority of people that are fans of Destiny, the vast, like there's like single digit percentage of people that are like, I don't care about this. Who cares? I think everybody does care. But it's just like we have to see how things are going forward. We have to. This is the first time something came up like this where the people involved were like really attached to the idea of like getting justice and going to court, whether it be Cherry filing criminally or filing a report, and Pixie filing civilly. Like I think that like we're gonna really see Destiny's character after this, because if anything else comes up, everybody's going to turn their backs on him.
I mean, Destiny had 60,000 viewers today on YouTube.
It was his first stream back. He's going to have big.
He's had like 10K plus.
Wait, let me jump in. We're off topic. Let me 1 second, Mel.
Can I just have my last
yeah, go ahead.
Response? All I'm going to say is that I hope Ghosty's right that he can't get away with again what I see as a culture where it's way too easy to redeem yourself for something that definitely hurt a lot more people than what his actions to redeem himself have actually healed.
Well, it's more like, what do you mean he can't get away with it again? Like, if he does it again, what? Like, when you're someone as big as Destiny, what happens? Like,
is it problematic that
it's part of his brand now? Is the point
to not do this in the first place? Shouldn't he have known to not do this in the first place? It's kind of weird that he'd be called up by more than one person for him to be like, "Oh, let me change my actions." I feel like he probably should have known that beforehand.
Well, so again, the last time he did this was in like 2023. It seems like even like towards the middle of 2023, and so a lot of this stuff is like
the last time he did this. This happened before.
No, No, we're saying the last, like, one of the logs that came out, the last, like, all of the accusations are from things that happened in 2023 or before. And so we're saying that, like, everything since then, when people are talking about, like, him changing, rehabilitating, like, those sorts of things, we're well over a year out from all of these things happening.
I think that's how you should account for it. You should just account about the fact that it's a minuscule thing versus, because you could use that same argument now, just being the devil's advocate, you could use that same argument for an actual little rapist. Be like, well, that was years, like they do with Nicki Minaj's husband. Oh, well, he was 18. That was years ago.
Wait, no.
Like, yeah,
those are different
it's not
things.
a good
We're talking
argument.
about whether or not he's changed his behavior versus whether or not it's good. I'm not saying it's a good thing,
It's
and I'm
not
not
even
saying
about
it's
changing the
usable,
behavior, but
and I'm
the
saying
behavior that we're talking about him changing is not as bad as. So that's what's more important. That's what I'm saying. Because guess what? A robber, actual sexual offender can change their behavior over the years. So changing the behavior is not the problem. Like, that shouldn't be the subject.
What do you mean?
How much time has passed?
I'm so lost.
What do you mean you're lost?
I'm lost. What do you? I'm saying that if we're talking about whether or not he has changed his behavior and whether or not he's still doing it today,
whether or not he's changed his behavior from what he did in let's just make a fake hypothetical here. Let's say his name is John and he assaulted 16 women in 2018. Oh, well, he's changed his behavior and he's been rehabilitated since. You know, you can see he hasn't done this since then. I'm saying you can use that same argument for that. He didn't have a necessary reason to change because what he was doing was not looked at as necessarily as bad. His action is not that bad. It's some weirdo, creepy gooner thing that it takes two parties to fucking do. They agree to make videos with that man. So they're just as, like, what are you saying? So it's like describing it as if he's like that is crazy.
I'm so sorry. Destiny sending the videos to other people without the consent
is
of the
bad,
parties.
But it's not.
So that's what I'm talking about. Is that so?
Like,
right. No, of course not. Of course, yes, it's not the same as raping somebody, and it's definitely not even the same as like revenge porn, which is what people keep
saying.
Using
Rehabilitation.
It's
You can't
not
say
revenge
that
porn.
it's about rehabilitation. It should be the focus.
No, I think it's changing his behavior.
Rehabilitation should be the focus. I'm saying that yes, people are talking about this as though he needs to be condemned more because the main thing is that he won't change his behavior if nobody condemns him and everybody continues watching him. And I'm saying, well, it sounds like he already changed his behavior. These things all happened a long time ago, and unless we have anything that's more recent that comes out, it sounds like he already changed that behavior, and so he doesn't need to stop.
Thank you. Kitty Slayer literally just said it.
Can you read Kitty Slayer's comment? Because I can't see
in the chat. Yeah, she said she's trying to say that his crimes are not irredeemable. If he was convicted of SA, it would be different because that's irredeemable, and there is no rehab for that. Like,
right.
It's how people are judging based off what he did. Because some people are sitting there acting like he's a sexual offender that needs to be registered from SA and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not doing that though.
Yeah, no, that's.
I'm definitely
just
not
because
doing
it's
that.
not
Like,
SA doesn't mean he doesn't have some like behavior.
No, it was sexual
patterns to
misconduct
change.
for sure. Absolutely.
He deeply betrayed somebody's trust, and he has like a high responsibility as a famous streamer. Like it's not rape. It's not like sexual assault, but it is a violation of consent, and it's a big deal. Like I don't know. There's still like
it is a big
room
deal, but
for rehabilitation, recovery, like changing your behavior.
I think it's hard because, like, you don't know the sentiment of everybody in the community who's like reacting to this. But I'm getting the feeling that we're in a situation where we're sort of holding Destiny over the ledge by his legs, mafia style. Okay, we're on the fire escape, the whatever in New York. Okay, we're holding him over. We're shaking him down. We're like, you do this again, and we're dropping you. I think that's sort of where we're at with Destiny right now.
Even
like,
how he handles this, yeah.
But he can't handle it in any other way than he has handled it, because right now he's in the middle of a court case. He has, from what he said, 2 legal teams. I'm sure they're both telling him to not say a single word about it. And I think we even got more today on his stream than any of his lawyers would have advised him to say publicly.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying, I feel like people were waiting to see how he handled this. Like if he started like victim blaming Pixie or something, I feel like people would have immediately been like, okay, that's too far, and I'm not going to stick around with you. But because he's kind of like, we've seen the DMs and stuff, and he seems remorseful and shit like that, I feel like people are willing to give him a chance.
But I don't think he's allowed to even
I don't
act like
hold that position. I was going to say, I don't know if I hold that position, because after JSTL came out with the DM showing that he let Destiny know, like, way before Pixie or any of the other girls found out about these things, JSTLK supposedly went and told Destiny that this was happening, and that it was going to get out, and he needed to go let these women know. And supposedly, like, from what I've been told, and from what other people have now verified for me, is that he did not tell any of these people, and it was maybe a month or two before the women found out that they were the ones in the videos, and that it got bigger. And so the idea is that he just didn't even tell any of these people that this was going to that their naked bodies and sexual actions were going to be public, and that would be a big part of, like, remorse and
okay. Yeah, no, I didn't know that.
Sure what happened there.
That's
I like to ask this question. Weird. I think I agree in restorative justice. Do you think content creators, social personalities, like people like influence, should they have a higher standard? Like, because I can see an argument for that, or like, should we treat them like an average person? Yeah. I do feel like there might be a different standard based on,
especially because like the parasociality. Sorry, but especially because the parasociality that they develop with their audience, on top of, like, as you get more and more audience, you can just tell that audience, you're an influencer, right? So you can tell the audience, this person's wrong, this person's evil. Give them a huge PowerPoint presentation that's more convincing than anything that person could say, because that person is parasocially tied to you. And so that I think that's so dangerous. Hungry. And the fact that these people could even be role models for kids.
Danny, what did you eat today?
In-N-Out.
I don't think Destiny ever should have been a role model for kids.
I was going to say, we're not talking about role models for kids. Like, Destiny doesn't have, like, a large group of kids watching him. Even my audience, I have 0% under the age of 25. Like, kids aren't watching, like, very, like, in-depth conversations about philosophy and politics and crap like that. Like, we don't have, like, 10 or 15-year-olds, like, really interested in, like, what H-1B visas are.
Like, he brought people into debate through League of Legends, which kids play, by the way.
Yeah, but he hasn't done that in years. Yeah.
He's been pretty transparent, like, about his YouTube stats, and YouTube is like a youth oriented platform, and I don't think Destiny is actually getting that audience. If you look at his stats, I bet it's like mostly 20 and 30-year-olds.
No, he's shown it before. It's not. He does not have kids in his audience.
It's public.
If Destiny is within the statutory limits of the crime, then what would be wrong with holding him responsible for the crimes at the time that they're convicted?
No, I think he should be.
I think saying that he be held responsible.
Because I think you said because you don't have any evidence that he's been acting or doing these sorts of things in the last, like, 2024, 2025, that you don't think he's worthy of a same degree of condemnation, say, if this happened last month, right? But if we're looking at statutory limits for a crime, why would it not make sense that then he's obviously being held for, within the statutory limitations of the law? Obviously, it would make sense that he faces a degree of consequences, right? Like, the time passed isn't considered in the law there. So why would you grant that to him?
So, because the law is not a rehabilitation thing. Like, our legal system is a justice system. So it is not made for rehabilitation. Whereas other people, if they're making the argument that he has to be condemned more in order to be willing to change, I'm saying, well, that argument doesn't seem to fit, because based on what we can see, it looks like he's already changed. And he's put a lot of that on, like, his, taking 5 ants and really changing even the type of content he does, the way he interacts with people, whether or not he's willing to get involved in drama, and that this has, like, drastically changed his patterns of behavior already. So that's, we don't know that argument. This is my argument against it. That's all I'm saying.
We don't know that. He could be like still in his private life, acting like this. But so that's why
I'm saying what we have evidence of.
Yeah, I'm just saying we don't have any evidence.
No, we don't. And it's definitely like he seems like he's cleaned up, at least, like, not doing drama content and sharing his, like, personal life and stuff. We don't know what he has been, like, very busy, like, doing a lot of things with working and stuff. So maybe, he has changed. It's, like, we don't have any evidence for that, but I don't know.
We just have to look at that going forward. I mean, at this point, it seems like most people are willing to.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think he should be held I think he should be held liable for what he did still, even though it was like 2 years ago. I'm talking about from the viewer's standpoint. Like, is it wrong to still continue? Like, should people feel bad continue like watching his channel and shit?
I don't think so, but I will say, if anything else like this comes out that he's doing like past December of last year, if anything else like this comes out, I think that he's going to lose a big portion of his audience. I think at this point it's like he made some pretty fucked up mistakes, and we should condemn him for it. We should hold him accountable. If I were him, I would settle with Pixie out of court, but I would pay her the entire the maximum limit or whatever of the civil court thing. I think it's like $250K, something like that. I would pay that. I'd say I fucked up. And
I mean, he's making it sound like she's not going to get anything now. Yeah, he's making it sound like she's not going to get anything now. But is there anybody here who thinks that like we should condemn people who are continuing to watch him? Is there anybody here who has an issue with folks continuing to like engage in his content? You know, promote him as somebody who's a good debater or good at like, you know, analyzing politics or something? Is there anybody with that position?
Well, I wasn't going to say this for viewers, but for like content creators who platform him without criticizing him of this, yeah, that kind of bothers me.
Yeah, I think everybody's been. I
Sorry,
I don't know.
I would agree as far as orbiters, yes, but I would never accept like I would never assume that people that aren't orbiters, like people that he interviews or goes to events and talks to, I mean, they're not going to bring it up because they probably most likely won't know. Or won't find it relevant. But yeah, anybody that interacts with him and is like an orbiter or a frequent guest, yeah, they should acknowledge it. If like not even necessarily on his stream at all, but you know, they're saying, "Oh, I'm going to go talk to Destiny. I know this, and this has happened, and I condemn those actions, but I'm still going to talk to this person because I think they're doing a positive as far as you know, the liberal cause or whatever he's working on at the moment."
Wait, Tom, what did you mean when you said, because I haven't kept up, like I haven't caught up with this stuff for like maybe 2 or 3 days. What did you mean by it seems like she's not going to get anything now?
I said that's what Destiny said, is that he was making it sound like she's not going to get anything by going
like he's not willing to pay her
sort of way. It's it sounds like he thinks that he's going to be able to just win the suit outright. And
see, like I don't like that. I feel like I don't like him fighting against us.
When did he say that?
In logs, I can probably find them real quick.
Okay.
But yeah, I believe like it was
DGG
DGG logs that came out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe it was DGG chat that came out like I don't know the day after. But yeah, I'll try to find it real quick and then let you know.
I'd say most likely he loses this civilly. But even beyond that, I don't know why he would say something like that.
I don't know why he would even try to
say.
I think he essentially opened his wallet with those Snapchat or those not Snapchats, those screenshots of the messages of him talking about being willing to reach some sort of financial conclusion. I think it only became when the amount became like $1 million that you know, the talks of extortion or you know, this back channeling to try and whatever drain his wallet sort of became a talking point. But prior to that, I think in a civil conversation, it seems like he, you know, if they're able to get those messages admitted as evidence in the court proceedings, then from my side of things, he's demonstrated a willingness to pay the victim. So I don't see how he wins civilly at all. But
I just don't know why he would try to fight it. Like how he handles this is going to determine if I would support him like in the future. So if he's like gonna start fighting against Pixie now and shit, like that would probably be problematic for me. Like,
you don't understand why he would fight against a civil suit?
Yeah, I mean he betrayed her trust. Like I mean, like if it's like
yeah, but if you don't think you're civilly liable for something, then I don't know why you wouldn't want to fight it. And also, like, you know, if he comes back from this, if he wins this case in a year, he can be vindicated. He can make a whole Destiny Pixie manifesto. Well, I don't know. I mean, he said that he didn't think he broke any laws. He admitted that he.
The civil lawsuit isn't just the action. The civil lawsuit includes the emotional damage. She's suing him for a malicious intent to distribute revenge porn. That's the civil thing that he's fighting back. Did he send pictures without
not malicious? Not
sure.
malicious.
No, it says malicious on the thing.
Okay, but that's not what he did. He did it maliciously.
She said.
I'm not saying
no, Tom is right. Yeah, she may have said that.
Hold on.
That's what he's fighting.
He is right that she's saying that. But the law that she
What's up, Big JC?
Yes, but the law that she
everyone in chat. I've been ignoring you, but welcome back, everyone.
Something that requires malice, and it's not even clear whether or not it fits what it is that she's describing. And she did imply a couple of times that she thinks he might have even leaked it himself, and that she said it was just as likely that he was the one who leaked it himself. She did say that
she would have to say that in order to get it to stop revenge porn. The only way she could be a victim of revenge porn is if he distributed it himself on the internet.
I mean, he did send it without her consent. I don't know if that. So you're saying that doesn't count as revenge porn?
That's sort of up in the air.
That usually never flies in cases like when your ex-boyfriend sends a sex video of you to his homeboy. That doesn't usually apply in most cases. It's really hard to take that civilly.
Yeah,
as revenge porn.
It's once it's made public, and it's making something public for the reason of embarrassing the person and trying to humiliate them. That's what revenge porn is. And so if you didn't make it public and you weren't sending it to people even behind the scenes just to make that person look bad, it just doesn't qualify as revenge porn. So the person who leaked it publicly 100% engaged in revenge porn. But as of right now, I see absolutely no way to believe that he was the one who was behind that or had any part in it.
I don't know why he would. I feel like his own leaks were really bad. So I don't know why he would leak those himself.
I also thought it might have been President Sunday who made his allegation, or it might have been someone else, that when Destiny was beefing with Melina and threatening to release logs, people argue that's an implicit threat of revenge porn because those logs included nudes. I think there was someone who levied that accusation.
I don't know if he ever mentioned releasing nudes of Melina, but I think okay. So I think this is a good question for the group. Very quickly
a long time ago.
Okay. All right. But I think that a good question is does anybody in here think that if Destiny went to civil court and he won and he had to pay nothing, do you guys feel like that would be okay, or do you guys get a really icky feeling about that, and that despite him winning or losing the case, I personally feel like some restitution to Pixie or Cherry is deserved in some way?
Yeah, I think I need to see an acknowledgement, some form of remorse, and then some sort of gesture, and that gesture could be financial. Maybe not. I think that would be.
I'd say it would almost need to be financial.
Important.
For me personally.
Yeah, that would be really important. And then second too, it would really depend on where Pixie is, I guess, with the circumstance.
And I'm not even saying something. I'm not saying something financial that would hurt Destiny really badly, but I would just say something that would help the victims immeasurably, a lot.
I think she wants it to hurt him.
Significant amount of money. I know she does.
We have a lot of people in
that's
this
best
call,
case scenario.
So do some statements, and then we're gonna move on to. We're gonna do an elimination round. We're gonna do an elimination thing because we got 1,000 people in this call right now. Turn to move. Raul Kittenhouse, 44 dynamic, and my boy Princess is gonna have a question for the people that aren't
Raul Kittenhouse actually wanted to confront Foolery, so I want to get onto that in a minute. Maybe we want to do some closing statements on this situation. Who just moved? No. Are you retarded?
You said bring in 44.
No. Hey, retard! Let's just close what's going on right here, and then move to people. Why are you so antsy? Why are you on crack?
I told you.
You guys asked me to bring 40 for 7 times.
Always seems like he's on cocaine.
Seriously, give it a second.
Do you want to bring me in here or not? I can go if you want me to go, Darius.
No.
Hey,
just shut up a second. Okay? Just shut up. Yes, you nigga. Right. Okay, so
what we're gonna do
is shut my mouth.
So what we're gonna do to kind of cut down the amount of people that are in this call. Princess is gonna do a question to the 6 I guess less known people. So it's probably gonna be Nonfon, Nev,
well, just
Melanie.
I'm be more known than all of you guys.
Shut
pretty
up,
soon
40,
here.
shut up, 44, shut up.
Sorry.
Please toss.
No, we're just moving off of the Destiny stuff, and we're moving on to a separate drama that I want to do with Tom and Kyle, and also have some questions for 44. So go from there. Okay.
All right.
Just to be clear, I'm not spending the rest of the night getting into that shit, especially not with Kyle, dude. Like, this is one of the. I've gone over this for like 20, 30 times with him.
Wait,
I'm not going to prove he's a fucking
Can
lying piece of shit for the 100th time. I can't, like, I'm not going to do this. Every time I mention his name, he pops up to try to relitigate the same exact drama over and over and over. Yeah, no.
I've been trying to find his Discord for like a month now, and I just now found him just off of this. So this is interesting. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Danny, go.
All right, so are we gonna move people, or are we gonna do the competition thing?
Eliminate. Let's say I'm doing an elimination question. I'm gonna ask the question. Danny, you decide who answers the question, because I'm seeing a lot of moral conflicts. I'm curious. Some of us have done debate content. Some of us have literally debated like white supremacists. Some people are pretty controversial on the internet. So I'm like, what is the line for you guys? What would someone have to do for you to not work with them, to not do a panel with them? I guess like this is pretty big, so maybe that's. I'm wondering what is like a line that you would draw where like, I would no longer work with that person or do a panel with them.
All
44, you get to go first. Or Danny, you want to go?
The people that are like battling to like stay in the call. Should we move into like a separate room and we do this whole thing in like a separate room, or?
Well, then nobody's.
Put them on the top row. Can we do that?
Oh yeah, Darius, can you put them like in the middle?
Can you move people around on Discord?
I don't think there's a way to do that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave. But do you
answer that question before you leave? That's okay.
Would you like to answer the question?
I don't remember what it was, but have a good rest of your night, you guys.
Wow, the first round of eliminations, everyone.
Neve did not make the cut. Did not make the cut.
What's funny is the whole process, like I vote myself off.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just not a pussy, so I let him pull me in.
Well, Melanie, why don't you answer that question? Yeah, what would a content creator have to do for you to not work with them? Where would you draw that line?
Probably the things that actually affect content creators at the end of the day. Just for me personally, because I'm not like a big shit or anything.
Well, do you have like examples?
Yeah, doxing. Particularly malicious leaking of DMs, not just as like evidence and stuff. Like all the things that we tend to use to target each other online. Swatting is a huge one that I'm against, of course.
I have an answer.
Yeah. Let's hear it. Ghosty.
Anything that has to do with preying on minors. Anything malicious or sexual towards minors immediately.
Sorry, I think if there's any evidence of you like abusing your platform to solicit nudes from either minors or even just even fans that are of age, if you're consistently doing it in an unethical way, like I wouldn't want to collaborate with you. It'd be very hard for someone to do something where I wouldn't like be on a panel with them. I've been on panels with neo-Nazi J6ers, right? But if you're like consistently abusing your audience or consistently abusing people in your audience, I wouldn't want to like collaborate with you because I feel like I would be helping you like make content and reach that goal. That's what it would feel like, at least. But
does anyone else want to jump and give their hot take on that? I will say, based on what I just heard, those seem different what Destiny's done so far. Maybe like on a definitely different side of the scale. So it seems like you guys would be willing to go on a panel with Destiny if that came up.
Oh yeah, because
him are like similar.
So if I was Destiny, I would have a much broader like lines. Like for example,
I'm early. Okay.
Within the professional sphere, it's generally not cool to platform someone who's impersonating someone else while you know that they're doing that. There's a whole lot more rules once you're actually in the professional sphere and you're trying to do professional stuff. So if I was a bigger platformer, like all sorts of things, like I probably wouldn't tolerate people who do cyberbullying or engage in hate speech and stuff like that. But since I'm smaller and have such little impact, I'm really just here to debate, and I need opposition, so I have incredibly low standards.
I want to see Xena's at any ad because I felt like you were rolling your eyes a second ago. If I was seeing that correctly.
Well, no, the only people that are debating right now are the people that are like at stake of like getting kicked out of the call, and then we're gonna vote to keep one person. So it's
am I at stake? Am I at stake?
Melanie, Nonfon, do you want to join this battle? Do you want to be at stake?
Well, Nonfon gave us.
You know what?
Legacy. You want to
get flip it. I'll join the battle.
Okay, so Legacy's also joining the battle. So it's 44 dynamic, Ghosty, Melanie, Nonfon, and Legacy.
Wait,
and
so I'm in the battle?
44 is not giving. 44 is still has to get his take, but Legacy, and then we'll go 44.
I'm probably gonna win, but whatever.
Okay, so
your take to the question.
I have a cute cat, so there's that.
You guys can all just kind of like battle royale. Like you guys can all just like, if someone's saying something stupid, call them out. You're just trying
Legacy.
to
I was
gonna
say
because they're gonna vote.
Legacy. I was gonna say I love you. I love your
That's
new,
come on
new
now. You don't mean
California
that.
Republic flag, but that Israel flag makes you lose major points. So
no, it's good. But look in the corner. There's a little Twitch. I have a little Twitch sign in the corner.
Incredible.
You also have something else back there.
Because Twitch loves Israel.
I hate it.
Twitch loves
Oh my
Israel.
gosh. Fuck.
Oh, okay.
Wait, so
It's a
is this
political
Legacy's?
statement.
Is this Legacy's response?
Okay,
Or
all right,
should we go
no. Okay, so my response is okay. Essentially, if I'm gonna stop like talking, or like not engage with a content creator, my lines would be like any sort of like I would say any sort of like physical sexual misconduct is incredibly bad.
Yeah.
And I think you essentially need to cut ties with people in that case, which is one of the like I understand that Destiny did sexual misconduct, but he wasn't with the person. I feel like it's at a different level. It sounds bad when you say it, but if you think about the situations, like if you get your sex tape leaked to somebody versus actually being physically assaulted, like if you put yourself in that space, like I would take somebody sharing videos of me having sex with them without consent 10 times out of 10 over being like assaulted.
Well,
I feel like when it comes to like making content with someone, though, I care a lot more whether or not like they're abusing their power as a content creator than I do if they just like let's say incidentally physically assaulted someone. Like at the end of the day,
What do you mean?
Like, I mean,
incidentally physically assaulted?
I mean, like weren't using their like status as a content creator to put someone in a situation where they physically assaulted them. Like if they are just the type of person to, physically, sexually assault someone. I don't know when it comes to like being on a panel with them or something. If I care about that more than I care about if they're using their power as a content creator to like get nudes out of people in their audience, I would care more about the second case when it comes to making content with them.
I don't know.
Beyond insane.
Both are pretty bad.
Also, we're gonna do a 10-minute timer, and once that timer runs out, then the chat is gonna vote on.
I have okay. So I have
So we're
probably
starting that
less than
now.
a minute left. Yeah, I probably have less than a minute left here on my thing.
No, you have
like,
10. We have 10 minutes. You guys can all. It's a like a battle royale. Everyone give your take, and everyone say what.
Actually,
you
no,
disagree,
Legacy. You
when
still
agree.
only have 1 minute.
I just wanted to comment on what Legacy said too. I hear a couple of people, I think it was Mr. Girl and somebody else, conflating being recorded without consent as rape, and I find that problematic. I think if we start conflating,
That ain't true though. That's not.
Yeah, no, I don't agree
Sorry.
with that. I don't
I've heard
want
it conflated
to.
with revenge porn, but not rape.
I've heard a couple people
consent-
conflate
is
it as
consent's
rape
in common,
because
but, yeah.
because it's a violation.
happened.
It's a sexual consent violation. They're calling it rape, and I think that's hugely problematic. Start conflating those two.
Exactly.
Yes,
They're
definition.
I mean, I would
It's
agree.
important to like nail down definitions with things. Yes, yep, I agree 100%.
So regarding whether or not someone has like a criminal history or outside of like their streaming thing, I think we have a good question to ask is like, how many rapists do we want in the streamer space?
No, none. We don't want any. We want
Well,
zero
that's
rapists
my
in
argument.
the streamer
It's-
space.
It's
Okay.
like if you well, that's my argument though. It's like if you find out
Zero.
someone has done that, then you don't want to
But-
associate with them based on that logic.
But hold on.
Right.
Even if like you zero, but everyone's always accused of some kind of shit. Like even if it's not true, it's slander. You know what I mean?
Always accused.
Everyone's accused of that.
I don't think that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I also don't even know. I don't even know when it comes to like, again, I think it matters more, if they use their position as a content creator to do that. That's what matters if I'm going to decide whether to like help them in their content creation journey by creating content with them. And B, it would matter if they've changed their behavior since then as well. Like, I guess like I wouldn't, I think we're all for rehabilitation here, right? Like I wouldn't necessarily hold the fact that like someone raped someone when they were 18 against them forever when it comes to like, can I interact with them? Can I be on a panel with them? I don't know if I would care about that
I don't
forever.
think we're qualified to determine when someone's rehabilitated, and like they could just become better at hiding it, and we wouldn't know because we're not particularly like clued into every aspect of their life.
Well, how would you ever falsify that?
At the same time, I think that this is the problem that we're kind of getting into is like, yeah, you have your own personal motivations, but I think we should also have our collective motivation for, we probably don't want rapists in this scene, just as a general rule, right? So that's probably good not to interact with them. There are other people who can provide the same value without being a rapist, and those people are inherently better, in my opinion.
So
I feel like it's very dependent on the sorry, just 1 second. I feel like it's very dependent on the situation, but I feel like as a general rule, if somebody like is like legitimately raping people, they should probably be gone. And
well, first they should be stopped from raping people. Sorry.
No. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
As a devil's advocate,
they should first be stopped.
So I've been watching recently these like extreme Muslim debaters arguing like the age of consent laws and stuff. Which I feel like if you're advocating for grown men to be able to marry prepubescent girls, that's like kind of rapey. I would probably still debate those people. That's probably the one exception.
Well, I don't think you're always bringing people.
What do you guys think is worse, being a pedophile or rape? What would you guys say is worse?
I mean, being a non-offending pedophile obviously is better than raping someone.
Okay, well, shit.
Like if you're just a non-offending pedophile,
like if you're just sitting in your room, like, man, I really like Stranger Things season 1, versus a guy who's going out and like getting in women's restrooms and fucking raping them. Yeah, sure. Obviously,
I'd say the second person there is causing actual harm. The first person there is I mean, there's a potential for harm, but
hate nuance, because I had such an easy answer and now I have to give 2 answers. You've literally
I want to give devil at one point. I'll wait till you go, Mel.
Oh no, well obviously it's what they said. Like if you're not offending, that's better than being like someone who has raped somebody, but like.
Well, but you asked the question in like a weird way. You could have just said, "Hey, is like raping a child worse than raping an adult?"
Well, yeah.
Just said that.
If you're an offending pedophile, then not only are you raping, but you're also raping a minor. So it's kind of,
I just want to point out,
two crimes in one.
While listening to this conversation, I don't know how squeamish she is, but I couldn't. I couldn't.
I want to go back to the politics for a little bit because I do think we should scrutinize people's behavior, but I will say one thing the right does really well is when someone fucks up, they all sweep for him. And I think it's, in a way, it's like really effective for the party where like someone does something really bad in their right wing, everyone will ignore that completely and they'll put that guy up.
But that's not why we're not them.
Yeah,
that's why we're not them. Like that's why we choose our side and not theirs. Is because we don't do that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think
it does hurt
probably
us,
better for us if we say. I mean, maybe they're more connected, but like I don't feel like the streamer space is having a big impact on like actual politics. Like I think it's fair to say like it's kind of be weird if Destiny was still interviewing people in the DNC. That might not necessarily be a great thing. I just don't know. I just really don't think Destiny and Hassan and all these even big streamers have that big of an effect on like actual politics. So I don't know if it matters that much if Destiny sent these nudes a year ago.
Aiden Ross was called out in a Trump inauguration speech. I don't know. Maybe they do make it.
But he's not a political streamer. Like,
he's not.
He's a
streamer. But he did do a stream with Donald Trump. He did do a stream
Yeah.
with Trump. So I think that's important to note.
Non-political streamers have bigger impact than political streamers.
But it's also worth pointing out that like a lot of people go to like the right wing, right? When they have these accusations and they're no like persona non grata with like liberals and the left. That's who their new bread and butter becomes. And so I think that in that sense we have an argument of like, do we really want Destiny going to the left? I'd personally just rather minimize his impact, but if we can't avoid that, then maybe there is something to be worried about there.
I would agree with you if we were just talking about like streams and him interviewing people and debating people, because like we can't quantify how much that actually does politically for the left. But unfortunately, he did stuff like Georgia, and he did some other ones, but I was like out of the space at the time. He did a bunch of canvassing stuff, and they broke records as far as like how many people they could get on the streets canvassing. I wouldn't discount that at all, especially the Georgia one.
And I think on the left right now, we have a lack of like entertainers in the political space, which I think Destiny is good at, being entertaining and like politically aware too. And the right has a lot of that right now, and the left is kind of lacking that.
We definitely
44. I haven't heard anything from you. Would you like to give your opinion on the original question? and maybe on do you think pedophilia is worse, or do you think rape is worse?
I would say that.
Wait, who made that question, Danny? You?
Danny made the question.
Yeah.
It's the question. It's the question for the panel.
You know what I mean? No, I mean that's an
Question for the
extreme. But if I were to pick, like, if I were to actually have to pick one, I would say that rape is worse because pedophilia. Hold on, before everyone goes ahead and riots on me and pitchforks. Hold on. So with pedophilia, I mean, you can be a pedophile, but don't you're not raping anybody. You can feel like you like children or whatever. But
what
like
if it's like a little 3-year-old and you're like finger blasting like a 3-year-old with your like hand?
Okay, Danny. First of all, let's not make hypotheticals like that. You can't even say that. No.
Yeah, Jesus.
No. You know what I mean? But I mean,
That's why
so rape.
Let's not imagine that. Let's not do that.
You see, I like
We're on
Don't do that, dude. It's a fucking up world.
Why would you even think about that
Danny,
sentence?
I'm thinking worst case scenario.
We're on
That's like
we are
worst case
screaming.
scenario.
Answer.
That's like worst case scenario.
So okay,
And
so
then,
pretty much what I'm saying
like,
here
worst case
is
scenario
that
for rape. Think about like the two worst case scenarios.
okay, being a pedophile is a little bit better than rape because I mean a pedophile. Hold on, a pedophile may have these thoughts, but a rapist will rape, which is gonna pretty much traumatize somebody.
What if the pedophile is like not raping kids, but they're sharing explicit content of kids?
It depends with who, though. It depends at the end of the day with who.
No, it doesn't depend. It's fucking disgusting. Like I know.
I know. Oh, hold on. Whoever said that.
If you share with one person, I think that's
it's still, yeah.
Hold on.
Here's the thing. Here's how you got fucked with this question. You should never be the devil's advocate when it goes when it's rape versus pedophilia. Never be the devil's advocate.
That's what I'm saying.
You sound fucking insane.
Can I answer? Chill out.
You coming up with what ifs of maybe this wouldn't be so bad. No, it's all fucking disgusting. There shouldn't even be a discussion. Your brain shouldn't even be wrapping around the idea of children.
No, it's disgusting. We're on a fucking kick panel talking about pedophilia. You don't have to like verse who say no about
it. Yeah, and getting clipped out of context with shit that literally people will put on Twitter and get people banned.
Sure,
and I'm on this bitch too, and I don't want to get clipped out of no fucking context.
Well, you are.
Change topics.
Look, I can't call you an old man because you're not a man. But look relax.
44. How do you want to conclude this topic? We have 50 seconds left.
Yeah,
abuela, how do you want to conclude this segment?
What?
44. Wrap us up.
I'm just gonna say, like, who asked the question? I mean, it's not my fault. I'm just saying, like. If they're sharing that shit with,
guy.
Oh my god!
Don't even bring it back up.
You guys are weird.
Sorry, I'm shaming him. I have to shame him. That was disturbing.
Yeah, for shame.
All of you guys are fucking weird as fuck. All of you, like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Am I not able to answer?
What's wrong with all of you?
I like my evil lighting. You guys like?
I think Danny might be up for
matches the Israel flag, right? Yeah.
Like literally, what the fuck am I supposed? Like, what am I supposed to answer? It's all like, don't ask that question if you don't want to.
This is my Israeli flag, basically the same thing.
Listen, I'm fucking Jewish. Look, I support my people. I'm not gonna litigate hating Israel, loving Palestine. I think everybody needs to get along.
Man.
We should have a one state. Everybody integrates.
You know what this is? The dark side of the dark side of Discord is what this is. You know what it is? You know what I mean? Dark side.
I just looked at your camera. What are you in a gay bar? What's going on?
Everyone quiet. Everyone quiet. 1 second. Hey, shut up. Time is up. Someone will be eliminated from this panel. How do you want to do the voting, Danny? Because this is your idea. Do you want there's chat to vote?
Yeah, do like a kick poll, and then we're gonna vote to keep.
Let's vote, guys.
Whoever gave the best take.
I have a lot of juicy stuff planned for the conversation after this, so let's
kick or keep.
I can't imagine what kind of depravity it would take for someone to vote me.
We should kick Foolery.
Yes, let's get the. How do you do a poll?
Yeah, he's not even on risk.
Foolery's cool because I'm pretty sure he plays Minecraft, so he goes hard.
Okay.
We'll make a poll.
So you guys are voting to keep
for that weird shit.
Melanie goes hard. I'd vote off like Xena or Princess or Danny probably if I had to give my personal opinion.
I'm not on there. You guys are voting.
Oh no! Oh really? Oh no shit!
It's the people we don't know. It's the people that aren't as well known.
Not official cast members.
Who's not well known here? Francis? Sorry. I take that back. Sorry.
Just to be clear, we're voting for.
I have perms to kick you. I'm part of the show.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's a co-host. Don't disrespect him.
Keep.
I'm sorry. I'm
not
sorry.
kick.
No.
So
Yeah,
in the meantime,
I'm here because of Princess. I'm here because of Princess. Sorry.
Shut. All right, guys, shut up. One at a time. One at a time.
Okay.
And some random guy recognized me, and he was streaming on Kick too.
God, you look so pretty right now, Xena.
So what are we doing? We're posting who was getting keep.
I wish I could have some of that pizza. I wish me and Darius could kind of.
Does chat know what's happening right now? Have we explained this correctly?
No, yes, we're voting. Voting in Darius's chat. Chat. Keep.
You're voting to kick me off.
Keep.
Are they even
not kick?
I don't know why.
Chat, you're voting to kick me off. Chat, vote to kick me off.
No,
right?
I actually like Melody. Keep Melody.
Right now, 44 is in last place.
Vote Melody.
I'm in last place.
Yeah, keep this. Get this.
I honestly, I don't know. They might have been trying to vote to kick me. That's kind of what I assumed.
Oh my god! Why are they gonna vote to kick me off? I'm almost gonna pass Tomfoolery. I probably already get more views than Tomfoolery.
I just want to point this out.
There's no way you get more.
Just some neutral advice, 44. I often worry that I ramble incoherently, but then I listen to you and I know I'll never run that risk.
And your mic is so loud.
Sorry.
Or it was.
That's how he wins.
I think it's okay now.
You just increase it on your microphone and win any argument.
Can I say something?
One at a
real
time.
quick?
One at a time.
Bro, you got hella crazy lights, dude. It looks like the LGBT police be outside your window right now.
Stop.
44,
I'm just gonna say, like,
before you say
as far as the
44, I just want to point this out real quick. Before you say anything, I just want to point out we now have about 712 viewers, and you have 2 votes.
Of course, your viewers don't.
Also, we want to make sure that we don't end up kicking the few people who are actually disagreeing with us, right? Like if they're like people like Melanie.
No, dude, you barely had any opinions. You barely spoke. You didn't say anything. And when you did say something, you said almost nothing of substance.
Real.
Tom was right, but 44 is not one of those people that we're okay.
Blow your nose.
Of course, like I mean, look. To be fair though, Princess and Tomfoolery, my audience is probably a lot different than your guys's, but I do pull more, if not, similar viewers than Tomfoolery. If not, I'm gonna pass Tomfoolery very soon here. In viewership.
I don't believe this.
That was sick.
I'm checking right now.
I mean, like, why? Like,
Dude,
I mean, to be fair though, like your viewership, like you, obviously they're gonna vote me off though because they don't know me. Does that make sense?
So what we're gonna do? Well, they don't know me. Let's use both of you.
Hold on. You keep saying that.
God.
What is your viewership? That you said it like 3 times. I thought you were.
He sounds like the Mexicans I did fraud with.
On his profile,
And
he doesn't have any
Instagram
links.
account.
No links. I don't know who you are, where you come from.
You sound like the Mexicans I was doing fraud with. Ben and Instagram account. You sound just like him.
Dude, I'm looking at view stats right now. 44 Dynamic has 7K views in the last 28 days. Tomfoolery has 184,000. What are you on about, bro?
You're not looking.
Bro, I have more views than you in the last 28 days, man.
That is some multiple.
Okay, hold on. How many do you have in the last 28 days?
In the last 28 days? Let me check. I think it's around 9,000.
Oh, dude, wait, Nonfon's the goat. Wait, he's pulling up the receipts. Yes!
Local kings. Local kings.
I have 10,000. Over 10,000 in the last 28 days, buddy. Okay.
I had 2 months in a row with over 1 million views within the last 3 months.
He has the professional lighting.
The votes are in. The votes are in, guys. It seems like
hold on. Tomfoolery. Like I said again, Tomfoolery.
Shut the fuck up. Mute. I'm gonna mute you. All right, guys. So the votes are in. What we're gonna end up doing is we're gonna move the people that lost into the waiting room, and when we run out of content, we're gonna move you back in to do another round. Just in order to win, usually what's best for these things is to just literally not take it seriously and just be entertaining. But yeah, we're gonna move you guys out to the waiting room. If you guys want to stick around in case we do another one, you guys are totally welcome to do so. So thank you 44 Dynamic, thank you Melanie. Thank you, 6 Hosty. Thank you, Nonfon.
Ghosty.
Thank you, Legacy. Oh,
wait, this is not how vote keep works, by the way.
Toasty.
You eliminate one person. Are you saying you're gonna move all of us?
Yeah, bro.
No, you vote.
Too many people.
No, wait.
We're keeping Nonfon.
You don't know how this
We're keeping
works.
everyone but Nonfon.
Listen,
okay.
I just want to review this video that Destiny did today. let's just review Destiny's VOD for today and call it a day. Can we just do that, please? I'm waiting for that.
I had
to link Danny's room.
I had the link with the timestamp in chat. I've got the link with the timestamp in chat.
All right. Do you want me to screen share?
I can do it. Whatever you want.
We'll screen share.
All right. We're gonna move you guys to waiting room.
Let me know when you're ready.
Bye.
Give me 1 second. Can I pull it up again?
All right. So what's this timestamp of?
Legacy, like.
This is his latest stream, beginning of the stream, where he made a new statement today.
Again, we got rid of Melanie, who was like the one dissenting opinion here, right? Like,
yeah. I also like the keep not kick is like you vote the least voted person gets
with
kicked.
like 10 people.
You don't kick
You just have, like, 10
everybody
people.
that doesn't get voted the most.
I'll sacrifice
like
myself for Melanie.
I don't know. I'm happy with this outcome.
No, you don't have to. It's fine. We'll try to. I'll be quiet.
Okay, let's see Melanie.
You be a little quiet. We can just.
Ghosty was also.
I sacrificed for Melanie. Melanie, they really wanted you to stay. I'll be sacrificing my spot for you.
All right.
Thank you.
No, Melanie.
All right, let's watch the statement.
Darius.
I'm not acknowledging. Listen, who cares? He'll come back whenever he's ready. This is autistic.
Right.
Okay, so we're gonna watch it, see what Destiny's opinion is. Obviously, Steven Kenneth Bonnell's first comments might change some of your perspectives, Melanie, on how you're feeling about how Destiny's handling this, or maybe it'll keep it the same. We're gonna find out right now. Let's go ahead. Let's dig in. Are you guys ready? Is everyone watching?
Yep.
All right,
let's go.
A lot of you. It's going to be a really disappointing stream, and I'm glad. I'm glad it's going to be disappointing. I wanted to disappoint you.
I'd put it like 1.2.
Yeah, I was going to say 1.25. Dude, Bron.
Okay.
Genius. What a god. What a god. Princess, I love you, brother.
If you have something to add, just tell us when to pause.
Okay.
Fuck, I should have written stuff down, actually. For the juicy stuff, this is what I will say. I'm glad that I've inspired so many people to go the litigation route. However, unfortunately, that severely restricts what would be wise for me or what I'm capable of saying publicly about anything. I do look forward to the continuation of and ideally the resolution of that process, hopefully sooner rather than later. But I think my two legal teams now are probably going to hate me for saying anything at all. So I can't really say much insofar as that goes, unfortunately. Fuck, I should have written down what I wanted to say. Here are a couple of things that I'll say that have been kind of like bouncing around in my brain. The first thing is, the first thing I will say, well, I'll say the most important thing, okay? Regardless of what you've heard online, or regardless of your desire to simp for me, or shit on me, or simp for anybody else or whatever, obviously, taking any things or sharing any things non-consensually is never good. Don't ever do that. Don't defend that. Don't be that guy. I only say that because I saw some people were typing shit over the past week who are like, oh, like, this doesn't matter. Who cares? Even if this did happen or whatever. That's not cool, okay? So, number one, don't be that guy, okay? Number one, who's defending anything like that, okay? Don't do that. Number one. Number two, there are a lot of communities that are preying on my downfall, okay? Because all of this is now super public, but because it's also coupled with litigation or threats of litigation, it kind of restricts the public movements that I can make.
Okay, so something I heard a lot of other people talking about, and again, he's talking about litigation and the moves he can make. I saw people also commenting on this video as it was going live in other Discords and other communities about how he wasn't making any statements or he wasn't like showing any apologizing for any of his behaviors. Again, this is all because of, again, litigation, right? Because of the law, he can't like apologize and say, hey, I did this, and I apologize for it or whatever, because he is getting sued, correct? Or am I fucking retarded?
No, you're absolutely correct.
An apology.
You're already correct.
His,
no, technically, no. There's telling your fans and like being a good like he's a role model, like he's telling them obviously wrong is wrong, don't defend wrong just because you're a fan of me. He can't say, oh, you know, I'm really sorry. The moment he says sorry, they could clip that and be like, he's showing remorse, meaning he's showing guilt, as in he's admitting he did this, that, and the third. They use that literally anything and everything you do can and will be used against you. So he cannot even apologize until after whatever conviction.
In like a lot of cases, but you can also look at like corporations and how they apologize even when they're under legal scrutiny, and they just choose their words very, very carefully. And I'll agree, like, first of all, I wouldn't be satisfied if Destiny did that. Also, it's a bit much of it to ask for him, but it almost seems like in that case maybe you shouldn't say anything, just you shouldn't do the stream if like you're actually that worried.
I mean, but
like,
he has to come back. He has to, like,
he still has a fucking job.
Everyone would be yelling at him to address it, and even saying the thing he can say, which is "Don't defend this." By the way, is probably a good thing. Telling his audience to not.
Yeah. So
the problem is that he did already like kind of admit. So an apology is going to be seen as some sort of admission to guilt, and he said in the DMs with Pixie, he said in DGG chat, he said like in a number of places, I know I fucked up. I know I screwed up. I'm really sorry.
And after that, he can't
put you in this situation. Yeah. So now, like, he's already kind of fucked with those public statements, and he's got to just keep it as quiet as possible. And for anybody who's upset that he's not apologizing, they like those things should be what they're looking at to say, oh, he is apologizing to the people that matter, not a bunch of fucking dumb chatters. He's apologizing to the people that were actually hurt by this.
Yeah, I was thinking the counter argument that I'm going to see is that he did kind of admit to doing it consensually already previously, and I think in his, I don't remember if his Reddit statement, did his Reddit statement say that he did send out things unconsensually to other people?
Just said that he apologized for it.
That he apologized for it. So does that mean he can't do it on stream?
There's a couple quotes.
I'm saying that he's probably not going to want to keep repeating the apology. It's probably bad enough that the apology is out there, so he doesn't want to keep repeating it.
Gotcha. How would that even, if you've already said it once, does it really matter legally if you say it?
I mean,
like,
different people, like he mentioned,
I mean, it's not better,
like with Melina. I'm saying it has been a recurring theme of that's been discussed.
Video evidence would be more admissible than like a text-based thing, and so I'll give that much credit. I will point out though, like another example is like rock stars who apologize to their fans about letting them down for these sort of things. They don't always make an admission of guilt, but they just say, I'm sorry if I've let you down.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you, Darius, you admitted to. What did I admit to, nigga? What are you talking about? Why does Destiny look like Nathan? Yeah, he looks fucking... what is up with his filter thing here? Is this like a filter? Like, his face is smoothed out. It must be like a camera thing. Or like...
his lighting is different. His aperture is messed up on the
it's just
video
like
right now.
Normal. Yeah.
Is that a new room?
Yeah,
the background looks new.
I'm not saying it is a new room. I'm not saying that he shouldn't apologize to the fans and that there's no value in an apology whatsoever. I'm not saying there's no value in an apology to the community whatsoever. I'm saying that when there is litigation in the future, that like obviously the court cases are going to be the more important thing, and that he has to prioritize those. And so, yeah, there's no reason for people to expect that from him while that's what's happening.
I think this is what Ghosty was going back to saying. Those like, if you did it and you are remorseful, then why fight it? Like he's putting himself in a position to fight it. I'm a little I'm a foot in both lanes on that. Like I kind of get why you also kind of want to protect your ass, because then people can actually lie about you if more easily by doing that and stuff like that. So there's also a reason not to just just because you did it, just open up the floodgates. But there's definitely a difference in how I think people should approach things if they're innocent versus remorseful because they're guilty.
Does it matter if he admits on video that he's sorry? Low IQ monkey says pushing P. It does. I think it does matter. And it does matter, again, for what Tom Foolery was saying, it just sounds like it matters if he's repeating it a bunch and just consistently doing it. Makes it harder for him to engage legally with it.
Okay.
When the apology is like kind of admission of guilt in a way. Go ahead.
Just real quick. Carrier is in the waiting room. They're going to probably say the most retarded shit you've ever heard in your entire life. But
I'm down for Carrier. I'm down for Carrier, but let's continue the video. Are you ready?
Okay.
That was my third.
Okay, this is just gonna be Destiny for like 5 minutes, doing shit with the cat and asking the cat if they want to open the door to the bathroom. It's just this for like another.
With the cat here because he freaks.
Can we skip like a minute or two ahead?
Are you saying that that's not valuable content?
Yeah, I will say that it is.
But it's probably
that could heavily sway my opinion about him.
Yeah. Talking together and doing really weird things. I don't know why. I mean, I guess I kind of know why, but
While we're finding time, I have a question because I didn't watch this entire stream. Is it true that he sold erudite like bridges? I thought I read that somewhere.
He makes a comment. He makes a comment about it going. We'll get into it in a minute.
Crazy that some people have been waiting with a knife behind their back, waiting to strike. Well, all I'll say is that fuck me. I should have written down a speech or something. I fucked myself. There's a lot of weird. There's a lot of weird like people talking together and doing really weird things. I don't know why. I mean, I guess I kind of know why, but I really am looking forward to the litigation process, depending on how far it goes or whatever. I'm really looking forward to that being finished so that I can speak a little bit more about this, although I won't as much. I will say that hold on, I can't mention any particular thing. I can't mention anything with any specificity. Yeah, fuck. I think I just have to wait for things. Yeah, that's all I can say. One thing I will say, one thing that sucks, I don't know if this should be considered signal to noise, but when I'm speaking to my community or my fan base, there's like a lot of other people that are out there and who are not looking for anything good whatsoever. Don't mind fuck yourself paying attention to the haters that we're always going to hate no matter what. There are people out there who are like fucking frothing at the mouth to bring on highly questionable people who've said stupid shit in the past and who continue to say stupid shit, who think that like now all of a sudden these people have like keen insight, and they absolutely do not. I will say that over the past year, like 2024, I've kind of like distanced myself from like a lot of these communities, and now 2025, obviously we've had the master distancing for a ton of people. So hopefully we continue to move in that direction. Or not actually, no, we don't move in that direction anymore. That's done. Now we're like hardcore fucking separated. Can you blacklist some of these people? Yeah, probably. There's a lot of these people I'm probably just never talking to ever again. I did say I want to write up a list of all the people. Actually, hold on, because there were some people that messaged me to like figure out like what was actually going on.
I mean, do you think it's reasonable for him to not want to interact with like? I mean, like I personally think it's reasonable for him not want to interact with like people like JSTLK anymore. But it's like people for him not to say anything and him also not to say much about like what's going on. It makes kind of sense why people are like, I'm just going to take the other person's side because he's not really talking. Also, how are you supposed to reach out to someone? Because I think right after this, he says like, I'm going to show you how many people reach out to me about like this spreading around. Like, how are you supposed to reach out to someone about something like that? Like, if one of your home girls comes to you and it says like, hey, Jamar raped me. How are you supposed to like go to Jamar and be like, hey, did you rape that girl? Like, I don't know how you're supposed to engage in that conversation. Like, what? Like,
I mean, you ask them what happened, and you take whatever they say and interpret it as you feel is like right. That's it.
I mean, to me, if I'm saying, hey, there's a lot, because I've been through this as well, where I've said to people like, oh, you guys, I said over and over, there was more context to this, but I didn't want to leak everything. If people came to me behind the scenes, I would like give them information, but I didn't want to put things out in the public. Or I've said, people started to jump to conclusions about things, and instead of asking me about it, they just went live and stated their conclusions that they, the ones that they jumped to as though they were facts. And so for all of these people, yes, if they had reached out to me, I might have felt a little bit different. But now that you've just gone and made up a bunch of shit about me, or, used your conspiracy theories, or refused to actually look at, you were convinced and refused to look at any of the evidence that would prove you wrong, that like, yeah, I'm just going to cut you people off if you're not actually like willing to even reach out to me and talk to me about this shit, especially when it comes to friends, not with like random people that I don't know.
Do you think that includes people like Turkey Tom? Because like
I would assume so, because we hung out in person.
That'd be insane.
Like when you say friends, that raises the question for me. Like if from a professional business relationship, that actually kind of makes sense. they're just antagonistic towards you now. So how are you going to work together? But from like a parasocial sense, like I don't know how parasocial we should be with each other because of these things. It seems like that kind of like kind of fuels this drama culture.
I mean,
where we are so offended when somebody we do like does something wrong, or that we don't like does something wrong, and we have these kind of like predetermined biases.
That's like, why does everyone have to make a statement? Because IRL, like you could just not talk about the stuff and that's perceived normally. But I think when you're a content creator and you're public facing, it's kind of like if you don't say anything, you don't make a statement, it's almost seen as like an endorsement. Like,
yeah, it sounds like you're standing by it for sure.
Yeah. It's also your audience is always going to berate you about it to say something. So,
well, also, I mean, like a lot of these people like went on to Jizzy's stream and were like talking about stuff, and he was a little bit like, hey, this person needs to make a statement. He was kind of like bothering people about it. And being pretty strong. Like, well, I don't know if you guys watched him talk to Wes about it, but he's very much trying to like push him in a certain way to like talk about it or condemn Destiny. Same thing for Vegan Gains when I saw him talk to him as well. It seems pretty hard to exist in these spaces or exist in places around him and not like say something about it. But I mean, like someone like Turkey Tom, I'm very shocked that Turkey Tom didn't engage with him, because like that guy, that met him in real life, I thought they were relatively close friends. And for him not to message him, if that is true, seems. I saw him on stream say that he was talking to Destiny about it. So I don't know if like he just didn't talk about the cherry stuff or whatever Steven's talking about, but maybe he's exaggerating. Maybe he's talking about. I doubt Tom didn't message him. That's what I was thinking. I was like, dude, Tom had to. I remember on our stream saying something about talking to him about it.
What? Also, I just want to add
thought he did
real quick. I feel like also commentators are in this also other weird niche where like what I just said earlier, commentators have like even more of a pressure to talk or make a statement on things, and also they had to like kind of remain biased. Where I can see why Turkey Tom probably felt like he had to cut him off, regardless of like whether they agreed with what he did was bad or not, just because he has to kind of seem more neutral as a commentary YouTuber.
I mean, but there's also there's a bunch of other things as well that would like, if things are happening, obviously people expect Turkey Tom to talk about it. And if he doesn't talk about it, yes, now he's going to look bad. But if Destiny did reach out to him and say, like, hey, I would appreciate you just not talking about this and not hyping it up. Like, I've had a ton of scenarios where people who I wasn't even super close with, that I was just kind of friendly with, who were willing to just reach out to me and say, hey, could you just not talk about this thing? And most of the time I just wouldn't, because like if that relationship or that bridge was more important to me than covering some drama and getting some views off of it, I can't think of a single time that I ever covered something anyways. I think every time somebody asked me not to, I didn't. So there's some part of this that would be incumbent upon Destiny as well to just reach out to somebody and say, hey, I don't really like
doesn't that depend
on
what the drama is? Doesn't like, because like if it's like, oh, somebody leaked DMs but it was really inconsequential because it was nothing important leaked, then like, oh well. But like if it, and it wasn't malicious as well, then who cares, right? But if it's like when it's these sort of things and someone asks you to cover it up, like I feel like you're kind of it's more important to get that message out there, like, hey, this person has a red flag about this. You know, we should all be kind of aware of that.
Well, it depends. I'm pretty sure Turkey Tom said that he was like breaking things off with Destiny anyway. So I don't know that part matters. I'm more so just talking about like the ethics of covering something and kind of the thought processes that I go through. Because when I do cover something that I know the people involved and I've had interactions with them almost every time, the whole time I'm covering it, I am thinking about what it would feel like from their perspective to watch me cover that thing.
But in the case of, like, even if they were a PDF, you'd be like, yeah, I'm going to let you cover this up.
No, again, hold on. As I said, like it's about like your relationship with that person. If you're somebody who doesn't want a relationship with that person,
you better subscribe.
You're not going to give a fuck
Twitch
if they
follow
want
button,
you to
that
not
kick
talk
follow
about
button,
it. Like that doesn't mean
that
anything.
YouTube sub button.
How are you talking about ethics where like the morality of the act does not come into question at all? It's just your relationship with them.
Because the morality of the act is what's going to likely dictate whether or not you keep that relationship with them.
So just to be clear, like someone could someone have theoretically a strong enough relationship with you that you would cover them up being a PDF?
Being a pedophile? No, probably not. No.
It's covering up. It's covering up and not covering something. Is that the same thing?
She's calling not covering it a cover up. Yeah.
I just sounded like at first like you were saying like absolutely. If a friend came, if they were good enough friends and they asked me to cover something up, I'd always do it because that bridge is more important to keep. And it's like, how is it more important to keep it with something like a PDF? So thank you for clarifying.
But just to clarify as well, that was just an example. It is, but I just to also add this in, I was just giving like an example of like kind of the thought processes that people go through when they're going to cover these things. There's no reason to believe that Destiny ever asked anybody not to cover this stuff, nor did he ever have a problem with anybody covering it. He just wanted, I guess, if people were jumping to conclusions or if they were just ending relationships with him without ever talking to him first, without ever checking with him and saying, hey, what of this is true, what's not true. Like, I believe that's what he's talking about, where he's saying that he's not happy that people didn't reach out to him, because obviously we know Erudite did reach out to him. We know I believe Turkey Tom reached out to him. We know a number of people did reach out to him and talk to him about these things. So when he says 0, he's obviously talking about a very specific group of people, because we know a lot of people did reach out to him. JSTLK reached out to him. So yeah.
I just thought of another way that people might feel pressured out of this. I don't know how relevant it is, but
he said 0 people reached out to him.
Yeah, he said nobody reached out to him, regarding if it's true or not.
He said, I appreciate all of the people who reached out to me, and that list is absolutely nobody. So,
but just to be clear, this isn't the only thing that gets in the way of talking about these things. Destiny has a huge fan base that gets really upset whether or not something's true if you talk about Destiny in a negative light.
Yeah, it's very
earlier, and I think
for sure.
Do we all agree, whether or not the statements are true? Do we not agree? Destiny has a really unique power. He has a lot of power to control the narrative. One, just because he's a bigger audience. Yeah, his followers are very passionate. They'll almost take his message and run with it. Do we all agree he has a unique power when it comes having a narrative and spreading it, whether it be true or false?
Obviously, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why I think what he says here will be really important.
Let's continue then.
Before they kind of decided to do all this crazy public stuff about it, I just want to read off a list of those people. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, and that's all of them. That was a little bit shocking as well, but okay. What do you want? But yeah, that's basically, that's truly a lot of.
Did you message him, Xena?
Yeah, we spoke
about if it's true or not.
No, we talked about other stuff.
Like what?
Sexual? Just talking. No.
Well, I mean, obviously, he's talking about whether or not people reached out to him about this specific scenario, not just in general.
Do you think
all of us have reached out to him at some point?
Let me go see, because I'm not gonna say what we. It was just brief, just normal stuff,
When he's talking about people that made public statements.
His reply, I talked to him. I sent him a paragraph. I did send him a big ass paragraph. And then he just was oh, thank you, matey. And then he was regardless of everything, I appreciate you. That's it. It wasn't.
Wait,
I didn't respond.
So welcome. He didn't respond to me.
I've talked to Melody before. I don't know.
He did say that he appreciated
like
the
Israel,
people who
but
sent him messages of support and crap like that.
He did say that.
He said it yeah, he does say this later. So again, when he's talking about the fact that people didn't reach out to him, it's obvious that he's talking about a very specific
he's talking about people who covered
anybody.
He's talking about people who covered his thing and have been making streams about whether or not he did it and are condemning him. People who he was friendly with, people he collabed with, people he was putting on, friends and such alike. None of those people before starting a stream being oh, did Destiny do this? Not any of them did they reach out to him, is what he's saying.
But I also know
before giving their opinion to condemn him.
So I think that's the part is condemning him over it or something like that, because I know it is again, it's based on the relationship, because it's hard when you're somebody who has just a just like a business relationship with somebody, or you're just friendly with each other, and then they're going through something that everybody is covering. There's obviously a lot going on at that time, and then you're going to cover it like somebody like me. Like I'm thinking.
That's what I'm saying. Like I didn't cover it ever.
I'm not going to go. Yeah, I'm not going to go.
I wrote my message to him, and that was that. And then I didn't cover it because, like, his situation, like, maybe I'm retarded, but I consider Destiny a real friend since I knew him for so long and, like, in history, whatever. So, like, I'm like, this situation's got to get handled. I'm not, like, interested in covering it for my own stream. Like,
it just sounds like a paradox to me, though, because, like, on one hand, you have this agreement, and I agree that the professional kind of business relationship thing does kind of rely on the assumption that you're not going to screw the other person over. But on the other hand, like,
I don't do content with him. Like, we're not coworker friends. He's said that before. Like, we go get food.
I was trying to talk back to, like, the general thing that he was saying, was just like, if you expect your coworkers to also be your friends, and then thus, like, you're in this competitive market where this might be really good content to make, like, we're being pitted against each other by, like, the financial incentivization while also trying to maintain these social ties. Like, what I've noticed is, like, this creates an atmosphere where it's mostly just people who sound like they're opposed to him, but not a lot of voices of people who might actually, like, be seen trying to see things from his perspective and stuff like that, while also, you know, maybe having a more critical voice on it because that's the kind of content they make. I think it's better if, just because of, like, if you understand journalism, this is also how it kind of works when things aren't corrupt, is like, you have a duty to report first, so long as you're, you know, evidence-based and stuff like that. And then maybe your professional ties kind of matter. But, like, the key thing is, like, we are here to bring information to our viewers, and that probably should come first.
It depends. Again, it totally depends. I
didn't hear a single thing that was just said.
There's lots of times where
I'm so sorry.
Like, most of my friends, I will cover their audio. Like, if they're going through some shit.
No,
your audio is fine.
Okay.
No, it's me.
Yeah, your audio is fine. But yeah, most of my friends, if they're going through some sort of drama and there's something happening worth covering, most of the time I'll cover it. And most of the time, but yeah, most of the time I'm not going to reach out to them ahead of time either. But as I said, there's been tons of people who, even though they knew that I was like, more defensive of them and more likely.
Why wouldn't you? Like, not to cut you off, but why wouldn't you? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if they're your friend, before having an opinion or saying something, you don't speak to them first at all. You just have your opinion,
because lots of times,
condemn or not condemn. You'd either be like, oh, they're innocent, or, oh, damn, what they did was fucked up, without having and that's your friend, and you don't have their version of the story, you just have the version from other people.
No, yeah. So most of the time I would want to, especially if I know that they're getting a lot of heat over something, most of the time I would want to cover it on stream, kind of go over it, see what perspective everybody has, and then have, like, questions that I would have based on this, and then go and ask them those questions. But if I go and get their version of things first, and I'm already, like, kind of, like, twisted on what it is that I'm going into this believing, then yeah, that's kind of gonna, like, change my perspective. So I want to.
Dude, that's why you're friends with the same dude that robbed you. Like, you're not thinking logically, dude. That's why you're friends with.
No, I am.
No, that's not right. No, that is not.
No, it is. That's what I'm saying. I want to go in and I want to, like, cover it fairly and know that, like, what I know is true, what I don't know is true, and then based on what I don't know is true, now I know what it is that I would want to go ask them and talk to them about.
What doesn't make sense to me is that you said
that's how I would expect people to cover my shit as well.
What doesn't make sense to me is that you said you're going to.
What do you mean? You're literally going, and not even to cut you off, but if you're already going over the story, where did the story come from? One side. There's always there's three sides to the story: his, the other person, and the truth. So already, if there's a story, guess what? That means you're already reacting to a side. What's wrong with getting his side and then fully analyzing the full picture? And that's how you come to find the truth. Why do you think when you get arrested, but you don't get convicted of fucking guilty until there's your side and the other side, and then the jury and everybody goes from that. Like, what do you say?
It makes sense if you're good friends.
The way it works most of the time,
especially if it's your friend, you of course want the decency to ask them if they're okay with it.
That's not how it is most of the time, though. Most of the time, like, what it is that people put out that a lot of people are getting heat for is
most of the time their friends aren't the ones doing it. most of the time their friends aren't the ones
allow me to
reacting.
get through a fucking sentence.
Yeah,
I
you know what,
understand.
finish,
Before you
When you
strawmanning,
finally
let me
come up
get
with
through
a sentence that makes sense, yes, I'll stop cutting you off.
I haven't gotten through a sentence.
I need
so
a
you wouldn't
coherent
know.
statement from you.
You wouldn't know. So I'm saying that most of the time when people are coming out with shit and they're just attacking people, most of the time, if you go over that, it's pretty clear that they do not have the evidence that they're claiming they have. If they do have the evidence, you don't even need to ask your friend because it's already proven there. If they don't have the evidence, yet they're claiming they have proof, then you're able to sit here and say, yeah, they're acting like this is proof. This isn't proof of shit. Then, yes, now you know where the holes are and your friend is allowed to fill in the gaps, maybe give you the evidence that tells the rest of the story, and you're able to come out with that and vindicate them on those points. But most of the time, whatever it is that they're attacking them with is complete bullshit from the beginning.
Dude, rest in peace, your friends for real, man. Oh my god.
What'd you say?
Why is go ahead. You want to respond to that? Let me get back and check it.
I don't know what I didn't even understand it. She was cutting in and out.
This might be a dumbass question, but I'm thinking, why do we have this weird expectation for commentary YouTubers like to make comments about their friends? I think the close analogy is like a reporter, like for a newspaper. I would assume like if you're close friends with someone, you would not be the person writing that story. That'd be like you have a weird level of bias where like, yeah, you probably should not do that. We should probably have someone else not involved cover this scenario.
Well, we're not really journalists. I brought up the journalism.
I know it's
thing
not
to say,
exactly the same.
Like they're like, as media people and public figures, we might want to just alter our standards a bit than like whatever's most personal. What I'm trying to say is that like Tom does have a bias, but I think that actually it's like if we want to have a complete narrative about Destiny, we don't just want the people who hate Destiny the most to be the ones reviewing this. And Tom, like if you actually are being diligent about this, you should be able to check your own biases by first of all doing your research off stream, also doing these interviews.
I don't watch any of this shit off stream.
Off stream.
I'm very clear about the fact
before a stream.
No, I'm very clear about the fact that anything that I watch, anything that I go over, it's the first time I see it when they
can't do this.
Yes.
Professional. And that's why you can't do it professionally, because the professional way to do this would be to review this stuff off stream, then come to your
not true.
Come to your conclusion, and then give like
that's not true.
Because what you do in journalism, by the way, is you give facts analysis, analysis, and then commentary, where you start with the facts.
Yeah, I'm not
and
a
then
journalist.
You analyze them. And then you do commentary. But no, that's what I'm saying though. Like the professional way to handle this, if you have bias, is to stick to that format.
Right, and I'm sticking to my format where they know I'm watching it, I'm going over it, I'm giving my thoughts on it. But if they have proof, they have proof. If they don't have proof, they don't have proof. And that's what you go over.
You're getting really defensive. I'll stop directing this at you. If anybody in general
has
a bias,
I'm saying you're wrong.
If anyone in general has a bias because they love Destiny as much as Tom, and they really want to still talk about this, then that would be the way to do it, is to have an objective analysis of this.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. Like, yes, if you're going and reaching out to people ahead of time and getting their side because they're your friend, that is not an objective analysis.
No,
I did bring this up very much. I actually don't think that's. I do think that's how it's for. That's especially for journalists, but I do think commentary YouTubers, you're going for their opinion. When you go to watch Turkey Tom, you want to get Turkey Tom's internalized opinion. You want
sure, no, but I'm not saying
you actually do want his bias. Yeah, because I asked that question, and I do see an analogy there, but I do think we're looking for different things in a commentary YouTuber versus a journalist.
For sure. No, what I'm saying is like if you want to handle it more professionally, that's how you would do it. If you realize that like people are here.
Depends on what the profession is.
Sure, yeah, but if you're acknowledging, like what Pranseth said, that if people are here to acknowledge my biases, then the only thing I think that's important to do is that you acknowledge, first of all, I have these biases. Now let's go on and talk about it.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, yes, if you're going to analyze it objectively, you're going to go and look at what it is that everybody else is seeing and have that information. And most of the time, you can come to some sort of conclusion based on that. You are going to come to a conclusion based on what is out there and what what is shown to you. There can be proof that's already out there that it doesn't, like, going and reaching out to the person will not change fucking shit, because there's already fucking proof. There's a phone call, there's like all the DMs, there's all, you know, there's a video, like you don't always need another side on things. Sometimes there is just fucking proof and there's nothing,
but you
there's
won't
not
know
much
if you need the other side or not until you get the other side. But as Zena pointed out, anyways,
you need the other side until you go over it and you know what questions you have, what holes there are, and what it is that you would want to get from the other person. So you first need to know what it is that I'm going to ask the other person and what it is that I think I need from them. Not just like, oh, let me go get your side and then I'll go analyze this information.
Sure, if you want to
it's
talk
extreme
about
analogy, but do you need do you really to get Harvey Weinstein's side on like that? Like,
because he's talking about going in with proof, but then you don't, without that other side, you don't necessarily know what proof is to defer it, because there's AI images out there, right? So let's say I went and I said someone raped me, an artist, like some fucking rapper, right? And now I have text messages and DMs from this rapper and I'm posting it and it's going viral all over Twitter, and you're friends with this rapper, right? You're just going to react based off what everybody's seeing, like you said. So you're reacting off the viral tweets and that and the twit longer I made, right? You don't ask your homie while there's a whole smear campaign going on. You don't be like, yo, did you see this shit? But now, mind you, you react all that stuff. You do ask your homie and they're like, oh, I don't even know who that person is. You see that we never, ever interacted a day in our lives. And it was just a clout chase. And you could have possibly helped clear that up with your friend to stop that from spiraling out of control. Now your friend unlocked sponsors, deals, all of that. So yeah, you could. It is a decency thing if you're friends with someone. That's about your character as a friend.
Let's let Tom respond.
All hearsay. Are you not able to tell that by going over the evidence that it's all hearsay? Do you not know that from looking at it?
If you're looking at what you just said was facts, how do you know it's facts? It could be all fake messages.
Okay, yes, that's what I'm saying. Is that, like, yes, once you go over it and you know what is there,
so you're still reacting and you are still responding to a side of a story. Any way you look at it, it is a side.
Yeah, of course.
And then you're deciding off rip whether or not that side is true or false without hearing the other side.
No, you're deciding on the value of the evidence. And then most of the time, yes, you do want to go get the other side. So like there were times with you, I reached out to you when you had shit and you talked to me. There were also times with you where you said, hey, I just would rather you not cover this. And I didn't. There's a number of times where, yes, like based on what it is that's going on with people, if they want, like based on that relationship, maybe I'm able to reach out to them and ask some questions and they're able to tell me, but I'm asking the questions based on what it is.
But you just contradicted yourself because you just proved to everyone that you do reach out to your friends.
No, I didn't say, no, I said I don't reach out to them before I even watch it or have a clue what it is that I'm covering. I'm saying that, yes, I'm covering it, and then I get questions based on what I'm covering. So as I'm covering it and I'm watching it on stream, I'm DMing you saying, hey, this thing seems weird. This didn't make sense, right? And you're like, yeah, no, that was bullshit. Here's this, here's that. And I'm like, oh, okay, can I share this? You're like, yeah, sure. And then I pull up the DMs and show everybody. Like, and yes, I'm able to disprove it live there while I'm going over it. I do reach out to people and ask them questions.
Do you think Destiny will mention in this clip if he was actually, in fact, reached out by anybody? Because I think when he said he wasn't reached out by anybody, he was talking more like what
he's talking about streamers that have actually done cover pieces on his current situation. That's why
I don't think he was intending to like.
He wasn't saying, "Oh, not a single person I interact with reached out to me." That's not what
I am willing to give him that much credit there. By the way,
is it even 100% accurate? Like, didn't him and Nicholas DiOrio talk a little bit before, like, his video? I don't know. That's what I thought.
Well, maybe he's lying. Maybe we need to have Nicholas DiOrio side on this. Nicholas DiOrio
probably even just based on the people here, even Darius as well. With Darius as well, I went and talked to somebody who was accusing him of things and talked to them about it, was able to very quickly call out their bullshit, tell tell them that they were lying, tell them that I knew that they were lying because the evidence that they were showing was obvious that they were trying to fabricate some shit. And then after we got rid of them, Darius was able to come on and say, yes, I know that they're making up all this shit about me. I know they're fabricating all this stuff about me, and it's kind of obnoxious. So yeah, like I'm not saying that, yes, I would never get sides from people because the people who are here literally know that I do these things.
Well, you know what? The only way we'll get more answers here is if we dig into this video. So let's go up.
Culture streams tonight. A lot of cloud hungry people that wanted to spend 12 hours reacting to this are going to be very disappointed, and I'm sure they'll have their own conspiratorial reasons for why I'm saying what I am saying. I do think it is kind of funny how crazy the conspiracies spin around me, but yeah, I think that's about all I can say. Yeah. Give us an ETA on when this is all done. I don't really think I can do that. I don't know if that's even possible. But I mean, if stuff starts getting filed, obviously. What's the name of that one guy who did the what's the name of that one guy? Henry Resilient? Maybe he'll go on and he'll start reviewing everything. Has anyone covered it fairly, or should they not cover it at all? I mean, I can't.
Sorry, this video. Has Destiny denied, like, we're talking about whether or not, like, or is it Destiny complaining that he didn't give his side? Has he, like, and I guess can't legally, but it sounds like he's admitted to a lot of this stuff. I think that the fairy stuff is the only thing that's not been confirmed, but it seems at least the Pixie stuff he did actually send that to someone.
He did say he doesn't believe that he broke any laws. He said that in his Reddit post. So
I've seen like his apology being used like, oh, as proof. Like he definitely did this for Pixie. Like he sent an apology. Like, I'm sorry, Pixie, I messed up. This leak happened.
Darius, how do you make the names bounce?
A subset of guilt.
How about you? What?
How do you make the names bounce on your layover?
It's like an overlay. When the things will bounce when they talk.
I want to do that.
You're gonna do Discord calls?
No, but I still want it.
I'll have you. All right. We'll go to
Stream James.
I can't
All right, Darius, you want me to keep running your panel for you, or you want to add this?
Wait, add the what? I don't know what you said. What you were saying? I was watching this video. I'm also doing my impulse control classes before I go to jail tomorrow. If I don't finish these impulse control classes, I'm going to jail. I know, and it's already 12 a.m. So I have to do it, or before I fall asleep, or I'm gonna go to jail. I got knocked back 3 different times because the conversation was going, and I was like, "Fuck." Yeah, I can't continue this.
Bro, why are you on stream if you have to finish that? Do you have court tomorrow? Like, why are you even on stream, dude? Go do that.
I don't know whether to be laughing.
I can do both. I can do both.
He's sitting in an impulse control class right now.
We're gonna set a bench warrant out for my arrest. If I don't finish this tonight,
you're getting
they're
deported.
Bench warrant out. No, I'm not Mexican.
You're getting deported.
I'm the country in.
I don't think he cares much.
They said they're going to give me a bench warrant, whatever that fucking means.
That's where
it's a warrant to hold you, like arrest you, to make you appear in court, and then they'll judge whether or not, like, because of that, like if you took anything serious, and then decide if you need to go on probation and do all this dumb shit. So yeah, finish that.
I'm trying.
What is this? Is this related to the E-Rob thing or something else?
The E-Rob thing.
Yeah, it sounds like the class.
You think I would go? You think I would go to jail for the E-Rob thing? Or I would take an impulse control class for the E-Rob thing? Why would that ever be anything negative on me? You should be taking the classes for that. All right.
Maybe you take one too.
That sounds like there was an impulse to stream, and the classes are not working very well.
Yeah, the impulse is my bank account. Okay, let's continue.
Also, to be fair, and I'll defend Darius.
Reasons.
Darius is a actually let's watch the Destiny, and then I'll do it after.
Bro, Ron, shut the fuck up sometimes.
I was gonna defend Darius.
For real.
Oh.
And stream and do it. I'm doing it right now. We're making an open panel, and then tomorrow there's gonna be a lot more clear because I'm gonna be able to workshop this with Prawn in the morning. So
you know what? Tomorrow.
This was literally we did this in 2 hours, and you know what? It's been okay successful. We've been holding 700 viewers this whole time. And you know what? That's pretty awesome. We're killing it in DGG. We have plenty of people in the chat. I hated it. You hated what? It's fun. We're literally peaking right now. This is peak content. All right. It only gets up from here. This is the first time workshop. It only goes up from here.
Darius, if you go to jail, make sure if someone puts a honey bun on your bed, you don't take the honey bun.
Why?
For Snickers?
Yeah. That sounds delicious.
No, you don't take the honey bun.
It's a free food.
You're going to need the calories.
Tom, can you explain why he doesn't take the honey bun?
Yeah, if it's 2 honey buns, now it's definitely worth it. Take 2 honey buns, never just 1. That's always the rule. Never, always hold out for 2.
Just leave it for future Darius to deal with the implications.
I'm pretty sure I'm on a cut.
Good negotiation tactics.
I'm on a cut. I'm not going to worry about that stuff.
I feel like we should explain it because people in chat do not know why. I've never been in jail, but I've heard this. If some people leave a snack, a little present on your bed, and if you take it, you're in debt to someone. That's not.
No, it means you're there. No, Prawn, you're a retard. It means you're their bitch. Like that's them trying to.
What do you think? What do you think the debt is? What do you think the debt?
You're not in debt to them. No. It's when they say, "Oh, I got you," and they try to help you, like with a phone call or anything like that. Then you're in debt to them. If you take their honey bun, that's like a proposal. You're basically married to them.
Tom, can you confirm or deny?
That is the same thing. Is that he's saying that like because you take the honey bun now you owe them because they're taking care of you. They're taking care of you. You're in debt to them now, and now they gave you a honey bun, so you give them your honey bun.
How do you even know who gave you the honey bun to be able to?
Oh, they'll be there. They'll be there. They know. They knows. That's all that matters.
Next time you go to take a shower, you'll know.
You'll know.
I know it wasn't a guard that took the honey bun or something else. Like it seems weird.
We need to take back, or we need to bring back.
They'll know.
Also, if you don't take the honey bun, how are you supposed to give it back to him?
You give it to the guard.
And they give it back to the guy?
No, you just give it to the guard. You just let someone drop
That's still taking it.
You think the guard wants to become that guy's honey bun?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The guard's gonna do
it. No, you just pass it because it just means you're not getting involved. You just pass it off like, this was in my room. I don't want this.
Yeah, I'm just fucking around.
Regardless, anyway, I'm not going to jail, so it doesn't matter because I'm going to finish this tonight. I'm at 46% of my impulse control classes.
Don't you have to do 8 hours in a video conference?
He's halfway done, though. I looked at his stream. He's 45% done, somehow.
Yeah, with this with this test thing, but like, you have to do an actual 8 hours course, like in the video calls.
There's no fucking video call, idiot.
That's literally what it says.
Where?
Here's the question. Maybe... Do you think Destiny deserves any consequences for his action?
Okay.
Should he have to take a class? Maybe like how to have consent better? Like,
are you fucking going?
There should be a little bit, but I feel like it should not be completely no consequences. He fucked up. He fucked up
he's getting social consequences, and those social consequences
that is true.
If you're and he's obviously taking monetarily. He'll have monetarily consequences. He's going to lose on collaborations because it'll cause him to lose money. He's going to take consequences in his own friendships, which he doesn't have many of, but it seems like the ones he was close to are kind of like, nope, we don't want to interact with you anymore. He lost Bridges, which is the one podcast he did with Dr. K, which I thought was really good. He's going to lose stuff like that in the future to do podcasts in general with people like that. So, I mean, that's a big monetary hit to him. And it's a big social hit as well. His credibility is pretty fucked now with a lot of people. We have people going right now at this moment saying people like Crazytron are right about Destiny. It's like, okay, like it's a pretty big hit. I don't know what fucking classes you're gonna take on this to like fix it. Relly and JSTLK are saying things like he should be on a sex offender registry. That requires things to actually be.
But Darius, I want to know what do you think the consequences
that was weird that
because...
Relly said that. I couldn't believe Relly said that because that was a little surprising. Like, sex offender registries are normally for like actual like rapists or like pedophiles, like flashers, like things that are very, very different than something like this. And that's the problem with people saying this is that I don't think you can name somebody who had an incident like this that got put on the sex offender registry, yet they all somehow think he's the one person who should be on the sex offender registry.
I mean, Relly's not really making a statement that ever has been done. He's making a statement that it ought to be. So it could just be expanded to the logic that
I guess ought to be for everybody. I
should
suppose.
Be expanded to people who raise enough red flags that they might as well be on the list.
Wait, Nathan has an e-girlfriend? You guys see this? Oh, wait.
That's not
you mean Maddie?
Who?
I think. Are you talking about Nathan Destiny's son?
Yeah, he has an e-girlfriend. He's like 13.
Yeah.
Following in his father's footsteps.
That's fucking. That's...
Going after Discord kittens.
I mean, I had online girlfriends around that age. It's not.
I'm joking.
Yeah,
I don't even know if they're actually like.
Fuck. When you're interacting with like groypers and shit, now you have like a public e-girlfriend in your Discord. That's terrifying. That's actually terrifying. There's like so many people just sending weird shit, and you're only online and you're new to it. That's just scary.
I didn't know about the groypers thing. I was just saying, in general, not a big deal in my opinion.
It's not a big deal in general, but I think with him having such a provocative father, and him also kind of engaging in his father's work, kind of terrifying for a child. But maybe he's a big boy. I don't know.
Now,
Destiny... It would be weird to watch your dad talk about whether or not you, whether or not you sexted this woman, whether or not you shared this woman's nudes, whether or not you recorded this woman unconsensually. Like that would feel odd to watch my dad do that stuff.
Or watch your dad have an incest debate.
Will Destiny?
Yeah, and then watch a bunch of people attack them for it. Yeah.
Will Destiny redeem his fatherly ways in this response clip? Let's find out.
Oh, no.
Damn.
Can you talk about the media projects? Are they canceled essentially? I think I'm shutting down Bridges, but I think I'm not shutting it down, but selling it basically. Fuck, I'm not trying to sound mean or anything. A lot of stuff is working really well with that, but now basically I just have that studio downstairs to shoot, I guess, what I want. So what happens to the studio? I mean,
if he's selling Bridges, does that mean they both use it? And that means your dad would still be friends with him then, as well.
Well, no. That's a way to cut ties also.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you have a business and so your co-founder fucks up and they get canceled. So they might have to leave the business or sell it to the other guy.
So did he sell Bridges?
That's what he's saying.
He said
what he said.
He's like fucking said it fast as fuck, but he said he's in the process of selling it. He said it's going well. And if he's selling it to Eurydite, I guess that just means they're not going to use that space anymore. I guess they could use a different space for it.
It's a little confusing. Like I was about to say, how do you sell it without selling it to Erudite? Because you're selling like the brand, but then if you're only selling the brand, I would think that she would rather, instead of paying for it, just go start her own, which she already has her own channel.
Yeah.
But then if you're getting more than that, and it makes sense that you're actually, because she moved here for all of this, right? She moved there for all of this shit, and now she's kind of fucked that his brand is attached to hers now. And so it would make sense if instead it was like she was able to use the studio, she was able to use like the cameras, the mic and everything, and then she's able to like continue paying off like what it is that he put into it going into the future. And then she keeps using the channel where they've already gained like a bunch of subscribers and like possibly Patreon members and crap like that. That's the only way a sale would make sense to me.
Yeah.
Does it make sense to sell her the podcast when she's probably she took like a financial downturn to move to Miami, start this new business, kind of like a startup. Like it makes sense to invest. So it's kind of curious, after doing all those previous investments, she also might spend more just to get the podcast back and just for her.
I wonder if there's anything.
The two of them were already spending money on the equipment, I believe, and I believe, and I think that Destiny went and spent a lot more money just because he wanted nicer things to be there. And so, but if he's going to keep using the studio for other things, like with Dan and to do his own shit, then it sounds a little odd to even sell the stuff to her after everything she had to go through to move there from Canada. Like that's, the selling word in there just, makes it sound a little odd because I'm not sure what that entails.
Well, is it possible that this is a way for him to get out of the lease that he would be in for the studio itself?
Someone said that Gloomy
he wants to keep it. He said
the studio was co-owned under Bridges, and Uridite sold the Bridges to Destiny, and so Destiny has a studio for himself. And from what he said about having the studio downstairs, it sounds like that's more true.
I was thinking
people are saying he said settling, not selling. Can you play that again? Because I thought he said selling as well.
Maybe take off the time difference.
Just found a tweet. I don't know who the person is, but say via sexuals under the tweet.
I mean, I'll still be.
What about him?
I just sent it to you, and he's under the tweet, so I think it is another person. I don't know.
Now, basically, I just have that studio downstairs to shoot, I guess, what I want. So, what happens to the studio?
Go back a little bit more. I think it's back.
I thought that this was after.
You talk about the media projects. Are they canceled essentially? I think I'm shutting down Bridges, but I think
shutting down.
We're not shutting it down, but selling it basically. Fuck, I don't want to.
I'm not
trying to. Did that just?
I don't know.
Did that just lag from his? Did that lag from his share, or did it lag on Destiny's side? Because when he said settling, like it just kind of cut the one part where we're looking for T's.
I think
did you hear Darius?
It sounded like selling for me on my end.
I heard selling. It was a little duck, but I heard selling.
But it sounded like you're like swallowing midway where you're saying it. So
okay,
it sounded like that's a song.
Yeah, to me, it would make more sense because I do feel like Erudite did a big thing partnering with Destiny. I feel like in a way it would make more sense for Destiny to buy Bridges and give Erudite some money, to kind of but that better for Erudite at least. I don't know.
Again, it depends how much she's already put into it, because if he spent 75% of the money on it already, then that may not make as much sense. Or if he already if he put money into helping her move, or there's a lot that would that would entail.
Continue.
Or anything. A lot of stuff is working really well with that, but now basically I just have that studio downstairs to shoot, I guess, what I want. So what happens to the studio? I mean, I'll still be using it for stuff. I recorded an interview with Evil Mike, I think 5 days ago. But
Illuma.
I think August is having to chew through those B-raw files, so. And apparently they're really difficult to work with, so. What about anything else? I think that's still going on. Do your lawyers think you will win or lose the case as a vibe check? I want to say cutesy stuff, but I really can't say anything. I look forward to all of that working itself out though, a lot. That's all I'll say for that. Yeah.
I think he should pivot into his passion of gooning and turn the studio into an OF studio.
That'd be smart. He knows a lot of OF women. He mentioned something later on about him moving his room. I remembered the comment now. I saw people saying he was moving his room because of his own mistakes or something like that, or something along the lines of him not wanting to show that people he's continuing to do his same behavior. And I'm I remember literally there's a girl named Buffy who was messaging me because she wanted to fuck Irrelevant, and she got really mad at me because when she wanted to fuck Irrelevant, I pulled up her Instagram on stream because she wanted to do an e-date on my stream, and she got really mad at me that I pulled up her Instagram on stream. And because I pulled up her Instagram on my stream, someone found out from the Instagram on my stream on that she was on Destiny's stream fucking him because she was in the background with a big leg tattoo. And she was just walking past. and Kiwi Farms people were like obviously like investigating or whatever the fuck it was, and they found out through there. I don't know how anybody can like look at the actions he's made. Like I guess we'll go into it later. I don't know anyone. This is kind of I'm just frustrated with how people are perceiving this, because this is the argument that I'm hearing in other communities. It's like it's like how is this? How is that not like reasonable to not want to have people that, especially when you have someone like Destiny who has a Kiwi Farms thread dedicated to people literally trying to find out who he's fucking, when he's fucking, and what he's doing, for him to like move his location. I don't. Is there like, do anyone here think that he's trying to avoid responsibility by moving his location?
I don't know what you mean.
No.
I wish I could find the comments, or I could find a clip. If someone might have the clips.
What you said about Kiwi Farms though just grosses me the fuck out. Like, who spends their day doing shit like that? Like, I need to know who my favorite parasocial daddy is having sex with. Like, okay, and if you're listening right now and you do stuff like that, there is help available out there. Please find it.
There's literally like Discords dedicated to that. There's no way to I don't know how you would combat that or get rid of these people that do this, but it's like it's insane. Once you become like a little bit popular, people are like this invested. I mean, people do it for DSP, and he's not even that popular of a person. I mean, DSP is like popular in like I guess lolcow aspects of life, but like, bro, you're those people.
No, people have obsessed over my fucking sex life and acted like I owed it to them to tell them everybody that I'd ever gotten like DMs from or had sex with or shit. Like, it's weird as fuck the way that people obsess over folks.
Of being a sex pest, Tom. Let's be a little bit more.
I was not though. I was not actually facing those accusations though. That's the thing, is that there wasn't like evidence to make people think that that was like a real credible thing. It was just a fucking like bullshit that people were saying, and then
so they were accusing you, and you were facing accusations.
Again, that's not, if I say right now that you raped me, are you facing accusations, or do I have to have something a little bit more than that before we go start digging through your fucking vagina and you know your all of your body parts to find out if I had some fucking cum in there? Or
if we're sticking to the hypothetical and you are going, and I'm going to have to defend myself against you saying that, then yes.
I mean, all it takes for a case to be opened up is for two people to have the same story against one. So,
yeah, well, that's kind of what
that
I'm
is
saying.
accusations.
You have to have like, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you would have to have something that's like a little bit more legitimate than just like people memeing on shit.
More than one person. And anyways, I'm not even saying if they're credible or not. All I was saying is that you at least objectively faced allegations. And yeah,
but even that wouldn't justify that. That wouldn't even justify that, because all of a sudden now somebody else, if you thought they were being sex pested or something like that, and it was related somehow, that would make sense. But if instead it's that you think this person's in a relationship with somebody, which is what it was, is that they wanted to know who I was talking to, who I had casual relationships with, who I was like engaging with, and crap like that. That's what it was. It was not gross. Like even related in any way whatsoever.
Well, no, there was parts of it that were gross and people took it too far, but there were also some people who were talking about legitimate things. I think Rezi was one of them.
But that's what I'm saying. You're making it about this. Like you're trying to include like what people trying to like get information about my sex life that has nothing to do with that. Like if that's an accusation, you get information on that. You don't go get information on totally unrelated shit.
It just seemed to me when I was in your Discord server that they were co-occurring. And to me,
when you say co-occurring, it had been everything for the last like 4 months leading up to that. It like had co-occurred with those things. Like it was just people just saying shit for months
to
and
other
months.
People. Just bear in mind that it's going to seem related to other people who saw that co-occurring.
I don't care if it seems related. I care whether or not it actually is, and whether like people can always make some excuse of like, well, it feels this way to me. Okay, like I don't give a fuck about your feelings. In reality, it's just not related.
We can all agree some people online will make false accusations for many reasons. That definitely happens. We can all agree that, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
I've seen it happen to email me. Yeah.
I don't know how common
like it's weird. Earlier we're talking about like Yeah, but it's like when we're talking about earlier, like what's a responsible way of going over information? What's a professional way of dealing with shit? But now we're just saying, oh, well, I mean, people can feel that way, and now somehow that's like justifying them doing this stuff. Like it's weird as fuck.
I never justified anything. In fact, I said I'm not even going to talk about if they're credible, but you objectively face allegations to which you said you didn't, which is just false.
Okay, yes, I'm saying that there are not like real accusations, that is false, but there was not like a woman accusing me of those things. There was not a woman who ever made those allegations. It was men accusing me of those things for other people, and they even said that they were just speculating on those things. So those aren't real accusations, no.
I do recall a woman bringing it up, but I can't remember her name, so I'll give you that much and I'll just drop it for now.
Okay.
Anyways, now Destiny is facing allegations, folks. Let's hear what he has to say.
Why shut down bridges? I think people you invite there wouldn't even know about this drama if you resume it in a few months or so. It's more just like I'm basically like absorbing all that studio and all the assets. I'm absorbing it into my business proper. So if I want to have anybody down there to like invite for a show or whatever, I'll just like basically manage it for my business going forward.
Okay, so he's talking about taking direct ownership. Sorry.
Why didn't you stream through it like you advise other streamers who've had scandals like this?
We got it a bit wrong earlier.
I'm trying to think.
He did say sell, so it is a bit confusing.
Well, he's taking ownership.
I think I said some stuff. I'll just reiterate what I said in my chat before.
What does that mean?
Like streaming through it for like 2
he's talking about the
months.
space and equipment?
Yeah, he's talking about wanting those assets in the space to be under his own company instead of that company that's shared.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting the name. I'm so bad with names. I'm sorry, people.
Am I wrong? Because it's my perception. I kind of got the vibe. That seems to keep apartment the gear, and Erudite basically has the brand. That's kind of how I took it, but I could be wrong.
Well, that's what he just said implies to me, like him saying that he's like absorbing it all into his own business, kind of makes me think that Erudite isn't involved anymore, and he just like bought all the stuff for himself.
Or business with Dr. K that he's talking. I thought that. Sorry, I'm getting lost.
Well, that was the one with Dr. K. That's the podcast Bridges.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Bridges is only did with Dr. K. I think like 2 weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago.
Sorry, can I get included?
He had Dr. K on as the Dr. K came on as a guest. Not So Erudite was his co-host. Yeah. Two of them co-hosted. The way he said it did make it sound like Dr. K was the co-host. No, they just Not So Erudite and Destiny had Dr. K on as a guest.
My perception is like almost. I think Erudite was slightly more involved. It was behind the scenes of that show compared to Destiny. That was almost like her baby.
That would make sense, actually. Just knowing their working relationship and what that's like.
With the intent of
I mean, she also had to sacrifice a lot more for it too, because again, her having to move all the way from Canada with her husband, and then on top of that, Destiny literally just stayed in his apartment, bought an apartment like right next door. He just has to walk out of his apartment into the other apartment in the same building. That she had like way more that she had on the line, and that she was sacrificing for that whole thing. And so it would be like insanely sad if that just disappeared after everything she had to do for that podcast.
I think Pisco was in a bad situation also, where he had that New York studio. I don't know.
And it's not DOA.
He had to settle some stuff.
So this recontextualizes things for me, because this might actually mean he's taking it from her, since again it sounds like he's bringing everything under the ownership of his own company rather than the company.
Oh yeah, true.
With Erudite.
Because he said that he was going to continue using it. Yeah. That's probably true. We'll see. Because it is like a really rough position. I didn't even expect Kyla to drop out. That I wouldn't expect that of her. Not that I think that she like lacks the moral fortitude to do so, but more so that, as I said earlier, I think that when you have a lot of other things on the line, and that when you have like a money relationship, that this person did something fucked up, so now I have to lose like my revenue and my income because they did something, seems a little strange. And but that I think that even think of like what's the kid who's like the big liberal kid who's been blowing up lately. He started a podcast with another.
What's his name? Dean Withers, Parker, one of those people.
Luke Beasley. Neither one of them. It's
the other one.
Luke Beasley.
Luke Beasley.
Yeah, so Luke Beasley just started a podcast with like one of the biggest pieces of shit within the conservative movement, this woman. And it's obvious that like they are not like promoting each other as like, you know, I like agree with them and their politics and who they are as a person or anything, but instead like they're there to just make content together and you know, make an entertaining show and something that people would be willing to watch. And I think that it's sad that people put so much like moral weight on your engagement with somebody afterwards to the fact that you have to lose out because they did something wrong.
Yeah, I mean
it wouldn't surprise me if Destiny was paying Erudite quite a bit. Like he paid like I think Rachel is her name, like the ex-wife, you know, Nate, his son's mom. I think he bought like a house for her. I think he paid.
He bought a house.
He paid his parents, like his parents were in a ton of debt. I think he paid some of it off because his mom has Alzheimer's. So I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he's
really different though, because in the case of Kyla, he's not like he would be paying her off for what happened, whereas in the case of like his wife or his parents, like he's just taking care of people around him. So yeah, it's massively different. And I feel really bad for Kyla in this.
I feel like what you said about like working alongside somebody as if it's a morally neutral thing, like that's great on paper, but again, from the audience perspective, it looks like you're standing by that person and not criticizing them for that pass at all. And so that it almost looks like you're kind of whitewashing what they've done almost, especially if you are bothered by the other side's past. And so I think like it's great if that would work that way, but in reality, like you get way more mixed results from that sort of thing. And it's probably it's just easier to distance yourself from somebody with that kind of past.
Well, can I ask, have you all seen the Turkey Tom Erudite interview? Because I think she's getting a lot of shit for that, and I can see why a little bit.
I don't see why. I went over it and I did not.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't seen most of it.
It made absolutely no sense why she
was over tomorrow.
Why? I guess optic wise, because I think I see like I see what she was saying, but definitely I can see how she came off negatively to certain audiences. I mean, even before that, like the meme was like, oh, she's like the Ghislaine Maxwell of the Destiny orbit. But I don't know.
Although, like I literally asked everybody, and I couldn't get a single. I couldn't get a single explanation.
Erudite was kind of saying. I can do it, but it sounds like you might be more.
Well, it depends. They went over like 100 different things, and so there's a bunch of different aspects that it depends on which one people think she did something wrong in. Like my best understanding, my best steel man, is that people thought that it was wrong of her to be the one who was negotiating between Pixie and Destiny because she had like a financial foundation with Destiny to where her relationship with Destiny was so much more important and had so much more like weighing on it that she would benefit greatly from Pixie just staying quiet about this and not coming out. And everybody thinks that now because everybody didn't say anything and Kyla was going around behind the scenes telling people like, hey, the victims don't want you talking about this. Please stop mentioning their names. Please stop. You can talk about the issue. Just stop mentioning their names. Stop saying who's there. And so then people saw that it's her doing this because Destiny would benefit from it. But the problem is that you have to consider, okay, let's say she didn't benefit from Destiny. What would we expect her to do in that case? And he still did exactly that. We would still expect her to go and protect the victims. It's not like Pixie is somebody that she doesn't know. These are people that worked very closely together through Progressive Victory. I've had both of them on my panels and on my show numerous times together. The two of them have their own relationship, their own friendships, their own engagements, totally off stream and totally unrelated to what it is that everybody sees. And so where she wants to go and check in on Pixie from what I saw, is the one who wanted her to play mediator between the two of them. And when you say, oh, well, it can't be Kyla because she's too close to Destiny, it has to be somebody close to Destiny. Pixie was trying to choose somebody who was close to Destiny because she wanted somebody that Destiny would listen to. So literally, there is nobody that she could choose except for somebody who was close to Destiny. So your reasoning for why Kyla shouldn't have done this is, kind of backwards as to what it is. Like, it's the whole reason that Pixie chose her to be the one to do it in the first place. You're kind of taking agency away from Pixie to make her own decisions on what it is that she wants done in this scenario.
I know not everyone has seen the full interview. Does anyone disagree or have any additions to that?
Yeah, I need to see.
I do want to focus on another part of the interview.
No, I saw their interview.
It's a whole hour long. Go ahead.
Yeah, I saw the interview and I agree with Tom here. It's just like I don't think Erudite had a position that she could win perceptually. I think a lot of people just inherently are going to be like, she's going to always defend Destiny, even though it seems like from the actions that she's taken and the actions that have been linked to the public, the interview itself, there's just so much there that shows that she was trying to work as a mediator between these two people that she knew. So it just doesn't seem like there's any malicious intent on her end. And I think a lot of people are just trying to apply that because of the hate that's going towards Destiny at the moment. So it just doesn't seem consistent all around for like the way that her character is being like basically assassinated at the moment because she's just tangentially connected to the situation.
I mean, Princess, you're the one who said that you could totally understand why people would see it that way. And I was kind of like giving my like best steelman of why people would see it that way, but then tearing down the steelman. So I would like to know, is that like the best like interpretation of it? And why is it that you see it that way?
Well, actually, I was just more so further down the timeline where I think I agree with what you're saying with all the stuff beforehand. The thing I can see where she's kind of perceived like as being a flip-flopper is I think in the Turkey Tom, she's like, yeah, I'm cool with sticking my Destiny currently because it seems like he's willing to be better. He's willing to work on himself. And then in that time, since then, something has changed. She's now distanced himself. I know there's been more revelations. I think the Cherry thing happened after that. I think that's what I'm talking about.
The Cherry thing did not happen after that.
Yeah, it was not that timeline. Well, what do you think?
No, the Cherry thing did not.
Difference then?
I can just say based on I don't know how much I can say, but I'll just say, after watching the Turkey Tom interview, I did make a very big deal about the fact that it seemed like people were unaware of the fact that Destiny supposedly knew that this stuff was coming months ahead of time and knew that it was going to be a big thing, knew who the women were that were in it, and didn't like reach out to any of them, didn't tell any of them, didn't like, warn them about it and say, hey, this is happening. You were in it. This is why, blah, blah, blah. He just like, they had to find out by themselves through the internet. And that when people are saying, oh, well, he really seems like he has like remorse. He really seems like he cares. And he's trying to like do the best he can after the fuck up, that was something that made it seem like he was not doing the best that he can. And so, yeah, I with as much as I can possibly say, like, that is my best guess.
Yeah, I guess we'll never know, but that's what I was focusing on in particular, where you don't have the whole picture, because last I saw, he was like, I'm going to stick by Destiny based on what I currently know, and then suddenly I saw she's leaving the orbit, and yeah, I wasn't sure exactly what caused that change. Then also jump in. I know we have a lot of Destiny defenders. I can be the steelman of the other side if you want.
I just don't know much about that particular interview is all.
Well,
that one's not that interesting.
Well, we're gonna review it.
We'll do that. Well, because I was looking up the law. I do agree. Legally, you can report people in your house with consent. Do you think it's different when there's a sexual aspect? For some reason that changes the course for me.
Well,
yes, of course. Of course it is. Yeah, it's about expected privacy. So even within the law, it's about like expected privacy and what you would expect to be confidential. And so especially when we're talking about like a 2-party consent state or an all-party consent state. So where I live, there have been times where I recorded people because I knew that they were like lying about shit. And then months later, when they publicly lied about shit, I was able to out these things. And then, yeah, they were very quickly like, oh, he's going to jail. He's getting sued. I live in Georgia. We're a fucking 1-party consent state. As long as we're part of the interaction, we can record anything. It can be a phone call. It can be a Discord call. It can be, an interview on the streets. As long as we are part of it, we can record it. And anybody who talks to us while we're recording is just, it's kind of on them. And so I think that it is about, especially, yes, when we're talking about 2-party consent states, it's about like expected privacy, but they have a lot of exceptions for this when it comes to like California and Florida law, is that if you believe somebody is likely committing a crime or likely going to like lie about a crime or lying, like there's a lot of like exceptions on based on like what it is that you believe is happening. And so, yeah, if like when we're talking about the Laura de Laguna situation, if that's not a sexual scenario and he does believe that people are like accusing him of like something that's a possible crime or something that could possibly ruin his like his business, his reputation on the internet, which would hurt his business. Like there's a lot of scenarios where now, as long as he has like reasonable belief that this is happening, that now he can record this legally without any consequences.
Okay, but so I just wanted, if it is legally recorded, then wouldn't it be easier to say, because if the whole thing's legal, there's nothing sexual, and he is in the proper state for doing that sort of thing, then there really shouldn't be any damage to his case from showing us, hey, there was nothing sexual in this.
In the scenario with Cherry, I do believe that like the implication is that this is sexual, that this is a sexual scenario. And that's definitely what the implication is for sure. But we don't have like a whole lot of information on it. We haven't. Supposedly JSTLK came out. That's what I heard, was that he came out and said that he heard the recording and that he can verify that she was in the recording. Now it's possible that yes, Destiny can come out and say, no, like she did consent to this. She 100% consented to this. I remember, like blah, blah, blah. And so there's just not like a whole lot of information there. And I haven't even specifically seen JSTLK confirm this. So it's kind of a harder conversation to have.
Yeah, because even if he did go and say like, she did record it. I mean, he's worried that if he says that he did record or whatever, that's like legally liable with him or something, and then he has to deal with like the repercussions of that. So he can't talk about it. He can't speak on it. It's just unfortunately, it's like, again, it's because of the legal stuff. It kind of cuts any of the answers we need. What's up?
Well, do we know if they're Cherry's pursuing legal charges? Because that like
she says she filed a police report, but again, that doesn't.
That will lead to charges.
That's what I'm saying. If it's like for criminal charges, I could understand why he wouldn't want to come out.
I was talking about the Laura de Laguna thing, mostly.
I honestly don't think he knows what it's going to lead to, and I think just like giving it time to figure out, because again, like I fucking did a police report for E-Rob, and that came out to nothing. I didn't get a call back from a detective. Nothing came out of it. I just waited some time, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess nothing's going to come out of this. So then I started talking more about it, like after like 2-3 weeks. I was like, okay, I'm not getting. They said they were calling me like a week, didn't get anything out of it, and I was like, all right, I guess it doesn't matter at all. So I mean, I guess just like waiting to see what's going to happen with it and see if anything advances from it is all we can do.
Yeah, the reason this is dubious for me is because like kind of what Tom brought up was like if it's sexual, then it's a whole different thing, but if it's not, then it really shouldn't be a big deal. Where that doesn't satisfy it for me. It almost kind of excludes the possibility that such an ideal thing is even possible, because like I said, if there's no legal risk attached to this because it was like he is in the right state to do it and there's nothing sexual about it, then I really don't see why he would just avoid releasing the evidence. I have a feeling that there probably is something sexual about it.
That would make it so much worse. Just to be clear, in a 2-party consent state, if you record something that's possibly illegal, and you release it to the public, that makes it so much worse. So like, he cannot just release it, especially not until it's cleared as like a legal recording. So
all I'm saying is that
especially
he
with
was
criminal
legally in the
charges being
green.
potential there.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is, like, if he was totally legally in the green in some of these hypotheticals, like, you know, he was totally the Lord De Laguna thing was not sexualized and all that stuff. I just didn't, you know, I would expect to see some evidence at that point. So that to me is why it seems like legally dubious. As far as I can tell, he's still avoiding any sort of risk because there is risk attached to these things.
Yeah, especially when there's like 14 other people also trying to do this stuff. It sounds like Curious Cactus today, and it confirmed that she is in the leaks and that she is also seeking legal counsel of this. So it seems like you don't know, even if you do comment on this person, and if it affects the case of 2 other people that are also seeking legal counsel. I don't know if there's other people around that are doing it as well. Seems like everyone really wants to take the legal route. So it's like, if I were him, I just literally would not speak on anything. Just until, I mean, if I was him, I'd probably speak on it because I'm retarded, but it makes sense why he's not saying much. But it's like, again, watching people's reactions is, for me personally, is so infuriating because it's like, there's like no, it seems like it is like it has to be a clout thing for a lot of these creators, because like, how are you like watching him react in this way? And then knowing that people are like, there's like 4 people trying to sue him for this, and be like, why isn't he commenting? Why is he taking this seriously? It's like, what are you supposed to do? Like, the only thing you can do really is either meme about it or just not say anything. And when you meme about it, just make it as like unrelated as possible. Or as like the Dr. Disrespect stuff is like whatever. Just like nothing that's like, oh, making fun of the other people or making fun of like Cherry or Pixie or any of those people. Like, just meme about it in ways that's like, oh yeah, I'm just retarded.
This is a question for a lawyer, but like, could memeing about it actually be bad? Like, make a bunch of like gooning memes. Could that like ruin your case or paint a bad picture? Like, you're not taking it seriously. Because Lily Dixon did that today. He made a joke about that.
Since that's a rhetorical question for a lawyer, why don't we play the video and find out if Destiny's going to meme or if he's going to make his claims sound more dubious, like I think they are.
So well, he made a goon meme on X or Twitter today.
Yeah.
Well, let's figure if he does it in his video. Let's go.
Because there's just been a lot of stuff working through the background. That's been a lot of but there's a lot of communities that are like moving in tandem with a bunch of things, which is like very weird and very annoying. But
bro, did anybody see like the denim, like Cherry retweeting denims? Like okay, again, like Cherry could have legitimate reasons to be upset or stuff like that, but like retweeting denim's statement, knowing the situation that happened there and being like, okay, this holds weight, like.
Yeah, that didn't make sense. The whole denims thing was obviously this like a similar scenario as to I believe it was the Lauren De Laguna scenario, where it just was not a sexual scenario. It was something that was recorded because he believed she was lying about him, that she was like trying to slander him, and so this was again something that could possibly ruin his his reputation on the internet and his business. And so it just it didn't seem related at all, and it was even weird for Denims to come out and talk about it right now.
Yeah,
so first of all, if you're worried about someone slandering you, why would you feel the need to record them in private? So that has yet to make sense to me. Secondly, again, like if these are vindicating things, like I recorded these people for my own personal protection, there's nothing sexual about them, then there's really no legal risk if he's in the state that condones that sort of thing. I don't know if can one of us confirm that? I will.
Well,
if nobody else will, but
Florida's a 2-party consent state.
Okay, so then is he in Florida? I don't know. But
I think these were recorded in California when he lived in California. What he's talking about Denim's situation
I'm talking about the Lauren thing. That would have been in Miami.
But if these things give us like clarity that like there are at least some scenarios where they weren't sexual, then it really shouldn't be that like risky to put that out there.
Well, no, because when you're building a legal case, you're not putting your evidence out there just for everyone to see. You're basically keeping everything as close as possible. The only people that are going to be seeing that are going to be like defense attorneys and like prosecutors and stuff like that. That's something. Destiny that's a high ass.
Destiny
I'm not
leak
talking
the
for the
logs
legal
with
case. I'm
Denims.
Yeah,
Destiny did leak the logs with Denims, so it and it contradicted what she was saying in her own like video as well.
Okay.
Zena?
So yeah, again, not something I'm super familiar with.
Did you have to say something?
I just want to jump in here. The law. Take a quick. Again, it's probably different per state, but both Florida and California are two-party consent states, and there are expectations about privacy in like a place like a bedroom, where that's even if you can record in other states, like the bedroom is like, oh yeah, there's an expectation of privacy there, or like a bathroom. I just want to jump in there.
So it sounds like he was at least admitting through saying he was doing it to protect himself to some criminally dubious activity because he would have needed the consent of them. Their consent, if I'm not mistaken.
Are you talking about sexual videos or sexual recordings?
No, the non-sexual.
Based on
the law, even non-sexual like voice recording stuff that's state by state. Sexual is a federal thing.
So we've
both
we
California and Florida are two-party consent states.
So he would need their consent to even have recorded that in the first place.
Yeah. But when it comes to criminal matters, let's say if he did try to build a case against her, that just wouldn't make it to the case. That's the only thing that would happen there.
And that's my point though, is that if it's not really going to make it to the case, then you shouldn't be able to use it to vindicate yourself to your audience.
I don't know if perceptually that's the best idea to start leaking calls, and especially after you're in a whole leaking scandal, that would be the way to do things. I think perceptually that can make things even worse, to be like, oh, look how vindictive he's being and all these other things. Like, I just don't think that would be a reasonable take for him to do at the moment.
My thing is, aside from leaking personal info, which of course we always have a responsibility to protect that kind of info from being leaked, regardless of the situation. If it's receipts for something that you're being falsely accused of, you have every fucking right to leak it.
Yeah, for sure. I just don't. I think he's caught in a really bad time where it's just like, okay, anything that he releases at this point is going to be held to a high level of scrutiny, right? Like, I don't think anyone's going to give him.
That's optimistic. I just think I'm more pessimistic. Where to me, it signals that things are more dubious for him than he's letting on, or than we're hearing about.
Well, it's not optimistic. It's just logical. Right? I think he obviously fucked up situation, and this could lead into fucked up circumstances.
Adding one more someone's leaning anti-Destiny, because I know we have a lot of sweepers here.
No, he's just saying that so he can get on the panel. I know Grumple. He's a big simp for Destiny, big order.
True.
Me scusi?
What'd you take, Grumple?
I actually don't know.
If anybody believes what Melanie says out the gate, that's your own bad. It's entirely.
What's your problem, Melanie?
I think the word you were thinking of there was disqualifying.
No, you're disqualifying.
Yeah, I'm disqualifying you.
Wait, why?
You guys must be on the same side. You guys are both the best anti-Destiny people here.
Why are y'all beefing?
He doesn't say out the bag or disqualifying.
Yeah, no, I don't
want to use that word. He just said out the bag. He can say that too. Like, bro, why does it matter?
I'm just fucking with him. It's fine.
No, Melanie Cosmic Fox, aka Ninetails, why are you trying to disqualify me right out the gate? Like, excuse me. Hello, y'all. I'm a Grumple.
So in this case, I'm going to do what Melanie did to you, and I am going to correct you, only this time the right way, because what you just said is wrong, and you should have said, you should not have said disqualified, because there's no competition. Discredit. Discredit. The word you were looking for is discredit.
Oh, I never even considered that distinction. Nice.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Today I learned.
And back to the video.
And back to
Have you seen any of the
Thanks,
stock market
Melanie.
stuff? I saw somebody meme in chat, and then I looked up my Nvidia stock, and I think my Nvidia games I think have been completely wiped out. Canceled my membership to make moral arguments while living your personal life the way you do. I can't justify supporting you. Disappointing. Hey, listen. If you want to leave, or if you're upset about whatever you think has happened or whatever you've heard, you're always welcome to do what you wish. I just want to do politics here. That's how I felt for the past year, at least. Whatever happens in the background where all of this stuff is going through. But hey, listen, that's all I can say right now. Sorry.
Can you pause for 1 second?
Did you get?
I'm probably reading to this too much, but like the way he smirks at the very end, like I can't say anything. It's like, oh, I don't know.
It does feel
genuine, but it's very much like, I can't say anything. Oh no. That's how it comes off to me a little bit.
It's like, really, if he wanted to say anything, could he say anything though? It's like I get it. He could just say. I was thinking the whole time he was talking, I was like, can he just say like, "Yo, I didn't do this thing with Cherry"? But then the fact that he didn't say it obviously leads me to believe something with Cherry probably did happen. And if it did happen, we don't know the specifics of it, and we'll find out the specifics in due time. So I do believe that there probably is some sort of recording of Cherry. I just don't know the specifics of it, because it's like, again, he's like doing this thing where I can't speak, but because what you were allowed to say though is I never did these actions made by this person.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are.
Not really. No, you're not. A really good attorney is going to tell you not to confirm or deny at all. You make absolutely nothing. What do you mean? When I was first going to trial before I decided to take a fucking plea, that's exactly what I was told. Yes, 100%.
Okay, but why?
Also, Cherry's not going to talk about any of this stuff
and
ever.
everything will be used against you. And if you say it out of context, something else could come up. Then it's like, oh, but you did do this and da 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 da. No, you cannot at all, because if he's got good ass lawyers, all this shit's getting dropped, so he can't say anything. But if he starts speaking, those lawyers are going to have to fight for more things based off what he said. Then now more people are being like, oh, well, he did do this. And then more and more stuff is coming on the table. It's better do and say absolutely nothing. Let the fucking professionals handle that shit. Let the money talk.
Did he not say at some point, I broke no laws? Didn't he say that?
The reason
did he not say I broke no laws?
He did in his Reddit thread.
Has anybody else ever talked to Cherry?
And ever since he got an attorney, he can't say any of that anymore.
The actual reason lawyers tell you not to do that is in case you might plead guilty at some point, because most of these are public defenders who are taking people in who first you go through a guilty.
He does not have a public defender. He doesn't have a public defender. Jerry Cariglio, my lawyer, not a public defender. Robert Trackman, not a public defender. So no, we're not talking about public defenders here.
Guilty. The reason hypothetically, hey, yes or no? Yes or no? Could he hypothetically still plead guilty? Yes, right? That's what they're protecting him from.
Yeah, he could.
Wait,
but
no,
also,
hold on.
Also, you don't.
That's not.
He's fighting it.
That's not true at all.
Have you ever even shut the fuck up? Have you ever even sat in a fucking court of law and been prosecuted? Have you?
Yes.
That's why I'm.
Then why are you saying this dumbass shit?
It's not
there's
dumb.
no
I'm
way.
telling you exactly why they
No,
tell you that.
all lawyers will tell you that. Not just a
comprehension
fucking
is dumb.
public defender.
I guess it's dumb to
Holy
understand
shit.
things.
Okay, Melanie, it's the opposite. It's if you plead innocent and go to trial, it's the fact that anything that you say can be used against you. You don't know the law. You did not go to law school. You did not pass the bar. You don't know what you can or can't say, what will implicate you, what won't implicate you, what will get more people to come out the woodwork. It is best to just allow your lawyers to be your representatives, allow them to say everything, because they know what it is that will and won't implicate you, what you can or can't say.
See, now that's the basic pitch understanding there. That's the basic picture. Like anything you say, like that's Miranda rights. That does not mean literally everything you say can hurt you. When you
literally
no, they will not use everything you say against you. That is different than anything. Everything is different than anything.
Anything that can be used against you.
Yeah, that's different than everything. That's different than everything.
Dude, making a fucking claim on being innocent or guilty is something that will be used against you.
It's gonna be Grumple, Hornet, and then it's open. Grumple, Hornet, and then whoever wants to respond.
Okay, so yes, 100%. Everything you say to any law enforcement or officer of the court or anybody ever is admissible for like forever. There's no like, maybe it was a little bit of something.
Whether or not it was held against you.
Yes,
that was the argument.
You know better than this.
Then you're moving the goalpost. You're shifting the goalpost.
I'm not shifting any goalpost. I'm stating a fact.
We're not talking about whether he's talking to law enforcement.
Well, when you're talking to law enforcement, it can always be used against you. Why do you think it cannot?
I think it's an asinine take. Let me get in here. I'll go to Hornet. He's a streamer. I bet what you see on a stream probably can be used in a case also.
It absolutely can be.
Wouldn't go in there.
No, it's not always admissible.
Yeah.
There's a difference. The
Wait,
judge has to decide to message.
Wait.
One at a time.
Logically, you do not want to present your case out into the public, because guess what? The other side is going to be viewing that, and they can build their arguments against that, right?
They can't predict you're going to say I didn't do it. Wow.
Well, it's not I didn't do it. It's like, hey, you're asking for this extreme thing of like, hey, I didn't do this for this specific reason, blah 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 blah, right? And
No, but
if
that-
it's for those, wait, that's
But now you're
how they're
extending the
building the
logic.
case. Well,
But
no,
I wasn't going that
that's-
far. I was just simply saying I did not do it on its own should be fine. That's it.
No, it can't.
That's
No,
not
it's
what you
not,
said.
because if you
Come
end up
on,
saying,
bro,
hold on,
nobody's
just to
this
be
stupid.
clear,
They're just
even
baiting.
if
They're baiting.
One at
They're
a time,
baiting.
one at a time,
Even motherfucking Young Thug's rap lyrics are being used against him, buddy. Like, are you stupid?
Yes.
They're
Even if-
literally
for anybody
using
who
rap
believes
lyrics
that
for
he killed
racketeering
that,
cases.
the fact that okay,
Those rap
just
lyrics
the,
say,
the,
"I
like the
didn't do
problem
it."
is that okay, Melanie, the problem is that even if you say I didn't do it, and it turns out that you your lawyers decide, okay, there's too much evidence against you, we are going to say that you did it, but there's a reason that this is legal. But if they do that, and now they have like clips of you saying, well, I didn't do it, this never happened, this can hurt your credibility, this can hurt your case, this is going to be brought up by the prosecution or the opposite side to say that you're lying about this. Like, there's so many reasons why you don't want to say anything one way or the other.
Yeah, you don't want to
just
say I
allow
didn't
your
do
lawyer
it
to
if you actually did it, and there's enough evidence to prove that you actually did it.
Let me
Yeah,
talk
good point,
about-
Tom.
It's
Good
not
point,
only
Tom.
If you did anything.
Yeah,
I did some
not
basic,
about-
I did some research. It sounds
Are
like
we
most
talking about
lawyers
legal
will say,
strategy right now?
Even for innocent, you should not make a statement either way. It'll only it doesn't really help your case, and mostly will hurt.
Yes,
your case.
because of
They
Hey,
say-
hang on, I got in here a little bit late.
Yes.
Process is. Are we talking about the legal strategy right now? Because that's one thing, versus what's going on with. I want to make sure I understand the conversation before I get too deep into anything.
The context of this came up because you're kind of
I think
implying
I missed a
Jesse
few
maybe should
things.
make a more. Jesse should make a more clear statement that he didn't do anything wrong. If that's the case, is that what you're saying, Melanie?
Yeah, and I think for me, it's the context of what we're about to watch here, and I'm not trying to segue into it, so we can still have a discussion. But what we're about to watch here, if we're saying that he shouldn't say anything about it, then these are all L's that he's taking. Not quite yet, but like assuming
legally,
that,
if legally, if you say anything, it's an L.
Please, if he is like hypothetically, for the sake of argument, blah blah blah, if he is if he is innocent, and if he only said the words "I did not do it," I don't think that's enough to use against him in court. That's all I'm saying.
Just
he's going to take L's either way.
But it's
like,
all
we're
about
in
the
agreement there.
possibilities.
Again, you're locking down your defense at that point. Like you're pretty much like locking out a whole area for yourself, like in a defensive area.
Yeah,
because
the guilty
on
plea.
it,
Yeah, the guilty plea. You're
Not
right.
not necessarily just the guilty plea, right? Because it doesn't necessarily be like you're guilty of this thing, right? It's just like, okay, I did this thing, but this thing covers that thing, and there's so many strategies that
That's part of a
to
guilty
think.
plea
Wait,
and bargaining with the district attorney.
No, it's not. It's part of the whole. Like, do you think that a legal strategy just comes down to whether a person says they're innocent or guilty? Like that. That's not
Obviously,
how it works.
it
There's
comes down to a
multiple.
jury
There's
in a
more
trial.
Well,
So-
there's gonna
Melanie,
be
you're not a
multiple
district
layers
attorney either.
in setting up a defense and setting up an offense for this situation, right? So
And- but just
obviously, you don't want to cut yourself off from corners, and you also don't want to give the other person too much to work with. That's just
This is
logical.
literally
Like,
Trump's defense throughout the fake elector scheme, is that they weren't going to say that he didn't do it. They're not going to say that he didn't do any of this shit. They're arguing there's some loopholes here that make this completely legal and that there's nothing wrong with it. Or they're going to argue, well, actually, the officer, went and did this thing or that thing when they arrested him, and they made it to where the evidence is contaminated. And so this is why this is bad. But yes, if the other side is able
I
to
don't
use
see
your
why I
statements
care.
of you.
Don, you're not
talking
doing
about
any
somebody,
favors with this argument.
I'm talking about somebody who could stand to gain a lot of respect from just saying I didn't do it. If it's true, and this
Okay,
actually started with
I
the
see.
whole
I'll back
like,
him up.
providing receipts
It is unique
of the
in
other
that
thing, but
this guy's a public figure. Okay, I can see like if he truly knows I'm innocent and I just something bad could happen. Maybe I could see a slight argument of like, okay, I'm confident I can make the statement. I think legally it's probably gonna hurt me though. But maybe you're
If
making
you look at
sacrifice. Like,
corporations, they do it all
I have
the
more value my
time.
integrity, my image publicly than my legal case. I can see that.
Sorry for talking over you, but if you look at corporations, they'll do it over time, all the time. They'll be very careful with their language, and they'll have lawyers fucking like standing over their shoulder with every letter they write. Don't get me wrong, but they do it all the time.
Do what all the time?
Yes, the lawyers
Release statements while they're in the middle of a court case or something, to tell the public, no, we're actually
yes,
our
the
brand is
lawyers
secure.
do. Yes, the lawyers do that.
What do they
Correct.
do
That's
all the
what we're
time?
saying,
I'm
that the lawyers would double check it.
But we can't assume that Destiny can't also ask his lawyers to help him write a statement for this, right? Like,
Sure, but he did say that his lawyers are going to be mad at him for talking about this at all. He literally said that at the beginning.
Yeah,
He
that's
said my
his
lawyers
biggest-
are pissed at me for saying anything about this at all. So go ahead.
Sorry, Tom. Melanie, what do they do all the time? What are you talking about right now?
Corporations, they release statements while talking about what they perceived happened or what they think the public should know about what happened in the middle of a trial or even in the midst of allegations.
Wait, do you lawyers releasing what they think the public should know or what they want the public statement to be? What?
Yeah, Destiny.
Are you sure?
Destiny has lawyers. He's a public figure.
You're saying that lawyers will release public statements on behalf of their clients. Yes, of course. That is like a very different scenario.
Well, I
That
mean,
is
for
the point
Destiny,
of
it's not out of reach
representation,
at
is
all.
they're
But no,
represent-
but what I'm saying is for Destiny, it's not out of reach at all. And this is a feasibility for him that if he is innocent, I think he should, explore.
I think we're saying, but that would probably be against most lawyers' advice. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Not again. I think things get muddier.
It sounds
when you
like that
become a public
is his
figure.
lawyer's device. Again, it sounds like that is his lawyer's device. He's already said his
Or it just
lawyers
sounds
are
like he
going to
didn't
be
really
pissed
talk
that
to
he
his
says
lawyers about
anything
doing
about
this
this at all.
I'm saying
It just sounds like he didn't really
wants-
talk to his. Here, can I please respond? It sounds like he didn't really talk to his lawyers about doing this particular broadcast.
He did note many times in the beginning, like, "Fuck, I should have had notes. I should have had notes." So it didn't come off prep, but I don't know if that was a meme or not.
Yeah, even if that's the case, that still just kind of goes to our point that, like, yes, you would want your lawyers to approve it ahead of time. That's.
I think we nailed this in. I think we all agree. Most lawyers would be like, "Yeah, please don't say anything." The client can decide to make a public statement if he really wants to, but I don't think lawyers would recommend that.
Well, that's why
I think
corporate lawyers are paid big
watching.
bucks.
Sure, and they have all the money. We're brokies. But let's play more of the video because I think there's some more you want to react to it later, Melanie.
Oh yeah, let's keep.
That's
Let's
all
watch
I'm
it.
reading that. Yes. Why did you move rooms? Setting up in the last room meant that you had like a camera shot in my living room, which wasn't good for a variety of reasons, and it always covered the door going in and out of my apartment, which was annoying.
She was accidentally
basically one of the things I had to kind of like come to
permission.
That's a good one. That's a good one. But low key, like I said, with the thing I was talking about earlier with that chick, that goes on. Like again, it's like these people get recorded of them coming in at Desi's house and they're getting fucking full on dogs. It's insane. It's insane. But nobody understands that. Again, that's like against them, but whatever.
Trips with over the past year.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
And I'll be speaking.
So the issue he's trying to address, like, there's like a doorway in the background and people would walk by it. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
again,
I was just making a joke, but yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
if-
Okay, I'm
but-
glad
but-
you clarified
curious
that was a
about
joke
his
because
actual
I was going to
reasoning.
talk about like in a cross examination he'd be teared apart since like I hardly stream myself, right? But I know that like when my stream ends, I want to make sure that shit is done streaming. I do not want to walk away and my shit is still streaming, so I can self-report something.
yeah.
Melanie, when do you go live, or where do you go live?
Not often enough, and I'm just in a kind of like a dead zone with streaming right now until I figure out a new direction with things.
Maybe
not
Destiny
Twitch,
can
not
use Split
X, no.
Less and less about this because it's obviously this is not relatable at all. But it's trying to live my life as more of like an actual celebrity instead of like an e-celeb, because there's a lot of like weird shit that like people are doing that I haven't been used to in the past. So I'm kind of like trying to move my life, I guess, more in that direction.
Getting away from the people who know the allegations.
Also, a nice thing about this room too is that when my girlfriend is here, if she streams in this room, this sounds stupid, but it's the most annoying thing ever. The thermostat is out there, and I think the main AC pump vent is in here. So if I'm streaming out there and I turn the AC on in here, people in this room are fucking freezing to death. And then in that room, I'm still
It was
hot,
so loud in
this
his
balances
other
out the
room as well.
stuff a little bit more.
Yeah, the noise was
But those are the two big
obnoxious
reasons.
in that other room.
Chipotle Mexican Grill donated
missed the
$50.
gun in the
Court
background.
litigation can be tough. Fuel up on a delicious steak burrito.
Oh.
I'm going to be honest. The steak at
Should watch
Chipotle is
Steven
way
Crowder
too much
then.
of a gamble. So I'm going to say
Wait.
no.
So A, for Tom, why do you know so much about the temperature about Steven's rooms? And then B, Process, what was the question about firearms?
Wait,
I was
I didn't say
joking when I said
anything about the temperature.
The noise.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I was just saying that it makes a lot of noise. Like he had always had this like humming sound in the background, and I don't know if it was like the AC or if it was like something from outside or if it was if it was a washing machine or what. But yeah, there was just always this humming noise ever since he moved to Florida that's made it kind of obnoxious to listen to.
Yeah, did he comment on that and say it was like the wind or something? That's what he like hated about that specific room.
That'd be crazy if your place is that drafty.
I
Well,
do
he
have to
is
be
on,
honest.
like, super tall
This new
building, so-
background's way worse, though. I was half joking that I missed the gun, but this background
Sure,
is
he'll add some
definitely
more
worse.
lights.
Yeah, it's worse. It's so much worse.
This looks similar to what it was like when he first moved there, and then yeah, he added like the gun and other shit way later over time, and just kept adding like more shelves, more lights, crap like that.
It also helps us construct a proper timeline. We can be like, this is when Destiny added the gun, and he said all the stupid shit after that. So now we know.
I believe the shadow of the thing is an SKS, but if you could show me a picture, I could tell you exactly what it is.
It was a rifle.
Yeah, I believe he has an SK. Like the picture, dude. I don't watch Destiny. I don't
remember.
like.
Yeah, I have
I'm not
no
a particular
idea.
fan of them either.
Okay, can we talk
Just-
about dick extensions once we finish watching Destiny, please?
I believe it's an SKS in like a not an Archangel stock, but like it's a really not
I love guns, but yeah, let's
high-speed
watch more
thing.
of this video.
Let's get here.
Can you say anything about the Erudite Bridge before we move on to politics? So I don't want to say anything about any individual for a variety of reasons. I'll just say I will give them the flexibility to say or do what they want or maneuver how they want. Yeah. Is your GF aware of all the allegations made against you? No. Anytime she opens her phone, I just swat it out of her hand, and then I throw one of those little like cat toys into the corner of the room, and she usually runs and chases it.
Okay, that was funny. That was a good one.
Can you react to the outro of Lex Friedman calling us Ukrainian bot farms? Don't take that away from me, please. Yeah, we'll probably go over that.
Damn, he probably was talking about Destiny's audience when he said that. I didn't even think about that. He's almost definitely talking about DGG shit.
Can you put it back on
new stream
2.5x
overlay
or
for
whatever?
anything else soon?
Somebody was dead air.
You mean
I don't
intro
know if
video?
he
Maybe I don't
says
know.
anything else.
Is that basically it? I think
To
that's
become
getting
an ironic right-wing streamer is a massive parody. Fuck no.
Also,
Yeah.
got to do something to be transformative, commentary. and
That's
such.
That's pretty much it. Mostly just like I think the rest of it just goes like, man, I really want to talk about this, but I can't. And then that's pretty much it for the rest of it.
So some things I want to bring up. Oh, honestly, one of the worst arguments I ever heard. I just want to get you guys reaction to it. Is like, oh, if you and this reminded me of this because they were talking about Destiny's girlfriend. I heard some people saying like, oh, people know Destiny's a G-Gen. If you are with Destiny, you should assume like you're gonna get your nudes leaked. Like that should be your expectation. I definitely thought that was a little extra.
Wait, who said that?
Yeah, that's a dumb argument.
But that's generally how red flags work. That's so this is why people want to make like a big deal about stuff like this, is so that people do know about it, because that is the assumption going in. If you date somebody who's a rapist, like, you want to kind of maybe not date them, even if you think, well, I'm the special one that they won't rape. Like, you probably do want to just like stay a little far away from somebody who has a bunch of rape accusations or a bunch of rape convictions, just the same as like anybody with any sort of like problem, is that they turn, like, if it's, especially if they have a couple of those accusations, then yeah, it starts to look more like a pathology, and then yeah, they're just a fucking walking red flag. So I don't think it's insane for people to say yeah, maybe don't date somebody who has these sorts of accusations if you're like super afraid of this happening.
Well, it kind of
even without the accusations,
if I could know that,
if I could jump on top of what Tom is saying right there.
Let's get Grumple.
If we could,
and then we'll go to Mel.
I'm sorry, Princess.
Grumple, then Mel.
Oh, okay. Thank you. If I could jump just straight on top of that grenade of what just Tom just threw out there, getting into not even getting into bed with, but just doing anything with a known content creator, somebody who's not hiding it from meat space, say. It's like somebody who's doing it as a hobby. You know, like big deal content creator. You have to know what you're getting into, and that doesn't even mean sexually at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's what you're doing is going to be content for that person. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter what the context is. It's going to be content in some form or fashion, even if the gory details, even if that person is the best, mentally the best streamer ever and can have like very big boundaries and keeps private life private, that what you're doing is still going to become part of that person's content.
You heard
well, no,
and you have
to wait, not that person's content. Other people's content, most likely.
Yeah,
so
that person's content.
They're
too.
likely going to do that. Okay, I've.
Oh, Tom,
I've had
please don't put words in my mouth, dude.
By far the majority.
You're better than that.
I'm saying I'm not. I'm asking you a clarifying question, and now I'm saying that by far the majority of people that I've had relationships with never became content for anybody, nor me. And so it's not like
You're not that big
obviously
of a
I'm not
creator,
that
is
big.
what
Sure,
I'm
obviously I'm not that big, but I don't think that like I don't think.
Although
that
I remember you from Twitch
automatically
before you got banned.
Yes, but I don't think that they are automatically going to use you as content just because
it's not that it's going to be an intentional thing.
But people talked about Mantis whenever they talked about content.
Let's say about I want to put it on Destiny because I agree that's not the normal expression, but like if you're a huge debater who debates red pill on content, you want to be wary of it. If you're going to date that guy, you're probably going to get some like content read at you because that's what happened. That's what happened.
Yeah, but
okay. So I want to get back to the thing I was going to say earlier. I needed a bit of space.
No, just let me jump in here real quick.
Princess, you said I could speak.
No, y'all go ahead.
But one at a time. Well, let's get Hornet and then Mel's. Okay.
Really, Princess? Again, you're double putting me back on the back burner here. I was in line.
I just wanted to say that Tom's correct. It wouldn't be on like even in that instance with Prawn is saying that it would be other people making the content, not the particular person making the content, right? Like other people are going to scrutinize your relationship. That's what's going to happen.
Thank you for $2, Daddy the Caddy. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Going to make their relationship the content.
Really helps out. I appreciate it.
I want to get back to the idea that like these people should ought to have known. First of all, that does not lay any blame on them, of course. Second of all, not everybody who enters this space knows who everybody is and knows all the lore about everybody. Also, not every single piece of lore is out in the open. Some of it has to be spread privately, and that means if you're not networked with the people who know this, they may not even know how to contact you. So this is all really important to consider before we say, oh, I guess they should have known better.
I love that long, awkward silence when somebody says some crazy ass shit.
It's like a second. It's not long.
What I was talking about is what I think most normal people would talk about is like getting into a relationship, whether it's like romantic or just, business or just even a friendship with somebody who's like a creator at that level, yeah, you're going to become content, whether it's tangentially, like it's going to happen.
Yes, I could agree with you there, like tangentially for sure. It's just I don't necessarily believe
there's going to be stories being told about you, even if you never name their good, never get
for sure. But I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't know if 100% of the time.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either.
You have to be public facing as well. Like you have to at least put yourself on their streams, or you have to appear.
Oh no, if you're a creator's buddy and that buddy then like needs to just talk about a story about something that happened one time, it's gonna come up.
Like, do you mean this in the sense that, like, you know, someone might talk about my mom because everybody has a mom, right? But like, they don't know my mom. They're not actually talking about my mom. They're just talking.
But I'm talking about your mom.
I have a mom.
Well, I think it's a blurry line with streamers because it is so parasocial. There are certain streamers like where they just do news content. They don't talk about their life, their friends, their family. And there's other people where there's a very blurred line where they're regularly sharing that information. So I think it's
Prawn says.
Well, yeah, Grumple, you might not.
Prawn says there's also that intermediary. Hang on, just what. Prawn says there's also that intermediate area where you've got streamers that just telling stories about their lives. And they're not giant.
But that's not
make their entire life content. That's also
I mean you have IRL streamers.
I've asked my
vloggers.
partner, like, whenever I think about talking about him, like I've talked about certain things he's done for me, but not like a lot of details about him, because I know that he does not want me to talk about him on stream. He does not want people trying to figure out who he is and stuff like that. So I try to minimize that information, right? Like that is 100% the responsibility of the creator you're dating, not of you.
Okay, just Melanie, I'm going to check you on this right quick. Okay, are you ready for it?
Sure.
Why did you bring up so many details about your partner? Okay. In a debate that we had 3, 4, 5 years. I don't remember how many years ago it was. And you brought up your partner as your mentor and about computer science and all about how much you know about computer science.
He's not in computer science. And yes, I talk about what fields he has degrees in that he's mentored me in. He's fine.
Well, I mean, no, all I know is what you brought up, and that's what I know is what you brought up.
Okay. Well, yeah, like I said, I've checked with him on these things first before telling people is all.
Well, that's the question, because I think we all agree. Let me know if I'm wrong. It sounds like if you're dating a streamer, there might be some expectation that some of your life might be content. I think there's definitely
that's where I'm going.
A good line. But like I think that should be a discussion that comes up. Like,
well, at the same time,
but I think
you should just be clear where your boundaries are, and that's it's going to be different with different people. Some people, I mean, some women aren't going to mind if they become content, and then also like, I mean, there are some streamers where that wouldn't. That wouldn't be a big deal because, I mean, I think you get the example, like some streamers only do news and like never talk about their life at all. So like, it's as long as the woman is clear that she doesn't want that to be discussed.
And it could work the flip side too, Nonfon. It could be hot for some chicks to say, oh, I'm going to be part of the celebrity's life now. And I'm going to be part of this, reality show essentially.
Well, yeah. Obviously, yeah.
It might work the opposite.
But you realize that, like, even in like Hollywood, like if you're a nobody dating a celebrity, like people will be like, "Oh, who's this bitch? Who's this nobody coming in dating a celebrity?" But like, they're not gonna make a lot of content about you unless there's something scandalous about the celebrity. There usually has to be something around a celebrity themselves that makes you worthy of content. Otherwise, it's just gonna be a person they're dating.
So it's okay if that person has content worthy. Okay.
No,
that's what I'm getting from you, Melanie.
Okay or not? I said that like.
Then maybe I misunderstood.
Again,
My bad.
Most of the time, the onus falls on the creator for probably starting or being involved in some drama to begin with that person.
Well, no, not necessarily. Like you just said, like if like a celebrity's dating a nobody, that they're still going to be like, oh, they're dating a nobody, right? That's already content on its own. Like that's already insane.
That's pretty boring. And the real content is if there's a scandal.
If you're dating a celebrity,
no,
again, we can be a little bit more dramatic. I think
hold on. We can go through most big YouTubers, most big content creators, like especially politics people who have like a large like group of a large group of haters,
watchers.
that most of these people were not going to know like the people that they've dated. Like by far the majority of them were not going to know any of the people that they've dated. It's very rare that people actually know who you've dated. And then I would say I think that's even true for streamers. I would say the majority of streamers, we don't know the majority of people that they've dated. And, or I would say the majority of them, we probably don't know any of the people that they've dated. So it doesn't seem to be true like in any sense. Now there are lots of people who do include their personal lives to a large degree, and I'd say for those people it's just way more likely, and that yeah, it's like being part of like a streamer's content makes your life just a whole lot worse, kind of inherently, but
generally
but yeah, I don't but I don't think that's the case for most people, and I think we could go through one by one with tons of people and realize that we don't know any of the people that they've dated.
I think exception would be. I agree with most people. They start putting people like Destiny, where like you stream most of your life. Like how often has Destiny like been live? Like
more than Destiny does talk about his personal life.
Does anybody care?
Destiny does talk about his personal life, and he has like a very different like philosophy on how he engages with his community, that like his community is very parasocial, and Destiny's like goal is to kind of like use that parasociality to grow a community and to like get people to care about him and to care about what he's doing so that they continue coming back and they continue watching, and that like it is the business strategy. So it's obviously a very different scenario versus other people like in general, and the statement is kind of like a general statement about everybody doing content.
I still feel like he's missing like giant red flags when his community literally like cyber stalks whoever they think might have appeared in the background of one of his streams because they're like, oh my god, she's fucking him. Like at that point,
I don't think he's actually
you might want to try to like turn down the parasociality knob a bit, just like dial it back.
Well, that would be less money.
I don't know how many people are in his community doing that, or if it's like hate watchers who are doing that. Like,
I don't think you can dial it back. I think it's just a downside of it. I don't think that it's something that you can dial back.
Parasociality is definitely
just a big.
It's something you culture as a creator. Do we think you have to? Sorry, Francis, can I quickly respond? Parasociality is 100% something you have to culture as a creator. Like I don't culture parasociality at all. By the way, I don't try to be relatable. I don't care about any of that shit. I don't care if I talk about movies or anything like that. I'm here to debate, and that's all I give a shit about.
When do we get to react to Selena Gomez crying?
We did. Did you forget about that?
Top tier comment.
Wait, I think
none of that shit interests me is my point. And so, like, for me, a lot of these parasocial things, like, sure, once I get baked past a certain point, there will be some people who do it, but usually not a large amount. And the amount of people that you do it has to do with how much you enable it.
I want to listen into a question.
Again, it's about what aspects that you're enabling, though. Like I'm saying that this is just like a downside of you, cultivating a parasocial audience and letting them in on your life.
Not if you're making yourself out to be a sex symbol.
Wait, let Prawn ask the question.
Okay, yeah, because this is gonna. I'm rephrasing your question in a very concise way. We can all agree it's hard to please communities. There, people do crazy shit. But do you think Desi is engaged with this community in any toxic way, negative way? Has he been irresponsible anyway with his community?
Yes.
We got one yes. Do you want to expound upon that? Does anyone else want to jump in, give their opinion?
I'm hoping Grumple will expound.
Yeah, sure, probably. I would say probably. Like it is with lots of things that they do, I would say that it's probably better to try to be like more punitive with some of the actions that people take, because obviously they are like a little wild, but it's also something that's like really hard to do as well, like to try to like ban people for what they've done in other people's chats or what they've done on Twitter and not in your community. These people have different names a lot of times. It's hard to know which person is which, and so it's kind of
there's a difference between moderating that, like from an end user point. Like if you're doing that and you're getting moderated for it, you're not going to feel welcome to do that. Versus if you feel like you're a parasocial streamer daddy is like encouraging you for doing that, you're definitely going to do it more.
I don't know that he has encouraged people to do that though. That's different.
So when he originally started getting accusations, one of the things I noticed heavily is like in his Discord, he would immediately resort to talking shit about that person in his Discord. Like no fucking dignity whatsoever, no decency.
You keep tabs in Destiny's Discord?
Well, actually, a lot of this I will admit was hearsay, but there seems to be a pattern of people who report it every time that this happens. And the reason that's significant to me goes back to what I was saying before is like, if you really didn't do it, then you don't need to attack the person accusing you so much as you just need to stand your ground and say you didn't do it.
Are you parasocialing right now, Melanie, about
no, I'm
this?
not, Grumple. Nice try, though.
No, it wasn't a try. It was an ask. I'm not in Destiny's Discord, but
I'm not. I literally just said it's all hearsay. It's stuff that I've seen other people report on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, again, if people are lying about you, like you should, like make a big deal about it. One of the problems with people like making accusations
that's not what I said. I didn't say don't make a big deal. Tom.
I understand. I understand. I'm still in the middle of talking about this. Is that one of the problems with this? Is that like lots of times when people make accusations about you, it's not just a thing that you disprove, because once it's been said, there's tons of people who have no idea if you disprove it. They've only seen the accusations, and so now they will move forward with more people repeating these accusations. And this is a thing that happens with all of us, most likely, is that there's things that were said or there's things that were believed at one point, and then like years later, you still hear people bringing shit up that you know for a fact were like easily disproven. So you don't just disprove it, you put a fucking spotlight on it. You make sure everybody hears this is getting disproven. You make sure you make a massive deal about the fact that this person was so fucking stupid to say something so retarded because it's so obviously fake, and you make sure that yes, everybody hears the defense when it comes out, but you make it sound like him doing that is
okay,
like
cool. That has nothing to do with what I said though. That has nothing to do with what I said though, because I was talking about when his first.
I'm talking about attacking them.
Yeah, no, but here's the thing: is like there's a difference between slandering someone and disproving things, and then standing on top of that high ground that you've disproven them and slandering them.
You didn't say slandering them. You said attacking them. If you want to say slandering them,
pretty sure I said slandering or smearing, but that's what I meant, just to be extra clear now.
Okay.
And so that's the key thing is like he would go into his Discord and say, "Oh, she's a crazy bitch. She doesn't make any sense." Blah 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 blah, and just get his whole audience like to rally.
Well, I mean, that's not necessarily slander. Like,
okay, but
what
again,
if they are lying because they're a crazy bitch?
That's why the terminology matters less than the behavior that I'm describing, which is generating hate for this person and directing it towards them using his parasocial audience versus even disproving it to begin with.
We're struggling to understand the behavior based on the terminology that you're using. So the terminology here is kind of
rallying hate against
what's getting everybody.
And the distinction had to do with what you brought up. If you have disproven it and you have some high ground to stand on and you have reason to believe this won't just go away from that alone, then maybe, yeah, you want to get people's attention towards the fact that it's disproven. Just rallying hate against somebody as a response to this without having done any disproving or anything like that is just a way to get it's just a way to create a louder voice than the victims themselves. It's so fucking obvious, by the way, to people who are victims of these things. It happens a lot, but I'll just leave it there.
Victims of things. Hey, Princess is trying to say something. Y'all shut the fuck up for just a moment.
Wait, real quick. Zeno, what's my case? Can you message me my case number?
Oh, somebody know how to listen.
Give the case number. But I do want to
back my case number.
Okay, isn't it already on your thing?
No.
Don't say it out loud.
Oh wait, Darius. Good evening.
Darius is trying to finish up his court appointed training. I'm running the stream for him, but I want to back Melanie a little bit because I do think it's fair to say Destiny has an extra level of responsibility because he's a very personal audience that will run with any narrative he kind of takes without doing much research. He should be aware of that and be cautious with what he says, because if he's not right, he's going to fuck over a lot of people inadvertently.
I would.
Yes,
I would say that.
I would want like examples of him like doing this though, like us just saying like he should not rape people. Like is there an accusation of rape? Like are we just saying random things?
Well,
there's entire
like
DGG is considered an entirely separate entity from Destiny in like any kind of ranking things.
I'll give you one
part of.
because Mel, sorry to cut it.
That's not how creator influence works, by the way.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad to be saying I have a crazy ass stalker and then like be DMing that girl Anna and the fucking back end. That's probably not good.
But that depends on the timing of it, right? Like if he says this months before and then months later is talking to her again, I don't know that that's the same thing as like the implication that he's calling her a stalker and then 2 minutes later DMing her like, hey baby, what you doing today? What are you wearing? Like those are very different scenarios.
And again,
I think we
personally try to avoid victim-blaming narratives. No, I just want to respond to Princess real quick because when you think about it, right, like it's not so simple to just simply not respond to your stalker, especially if they're escalating on certain things, making it more and more difficult for you not to respond, which is what your stalkers try to do. So easier said than done at the end of the day with the Anna situation.
Yeah, the Anna situation.
I agree.
There's just too many factors that was just like timeline wise. It's just. I don't know why people try to analyze that so deep. No one's ever going to get down to the fucking truth of the matter. I think there are very much instances where Destiny has wielded his platform irresponsibly, right? I think him being egged at a college campus is a very good example of this, right? Where essentially he weaponized his community to essentially find this person.
Didn't he dox that girl?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. There are very much instances, and when we try to point out instances where it's just ambiguous.
Dude, my fucking cat is knocking shit over. Give me a second.
You're kind of diminishing the point that yes, there are situations where he does irresponsibly wield this platform.
I mean, I pointed out that it's not really ambiguous to people who understand the patterns of behaviors of people who tend to do this stuff. And then go to attack the victims using whatever peer support group they think they have that will listen to them.
But that's assuming that you know which party is the victim, right? Obviously, so you're already taking that leap. So the logical leap there is already being made. That's what I'm saying.
In a lot of these circumstances, we can assume Destiny has more power, he has more influence over these people than they would have over them, stuff like that. So I'm kind of taking certain default stances in these things based on what the accusations are. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. There are very much instances where he does wield this irresponsibly. I don't think that anyone would argue with getting it.
Thanks.
I think most of us agree on this. He's had some lapses of being irresponsible. That being said, it's hard to be a content creator with that big of a community. You're going to fuck up occasionally, inevitably. I feel like.
Yeah, I just don't think there's a way to weed out any parasociality between a community. I think that's always going to be fundamentally a thing. Even if we look at the current situation,
can we have a different conversation? It's getting so soy.
Do you want to get off topic? Two more topics I want to bring up in particular. Or do you want to talk about?
Wasn't there the
a totally
spice it up, man? Have some drama, argue. You guys are just actuallying it every fucking 5 seconds.
So real.
Actually, we weren't just doing that, okay?
I'm just the chat is finally engaging again. We're waking them up. They hear a spice in conversation. No, for real. Look, it's true. They're getting awake. They're fucking waking up. They're like, oh shit, people are actually talking. Holy fuck.
No, Xena, you're okay. Let's get this done.
All right, let's talk about something else.
I'm on my final exam for this class.
Darius, I sent you your case number.
Yeah, I put it in. I put it in my stuff here. I'm on my final exam after this. I've been looking at some stuff. Apparently, a kick streamer named Homeless, his girlfriend is getting flown out to confront him. There's a lot of that information to talk about.
See, I'm over in the Discord confused by everything going on. I thought they left Duran stranded, and then people were like, fuck you, Xena, for not watching. Get your important role removed. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, apparently my nudes got leaked as well. I'm just gonna show it
consensually or not consensually.
Your nudes got leaked.
Oh no! See, the thing is, double down on it.
Don't show your nudes.
Always double down on it. Always double down.
I said he got famous off of Leagues of Legends.
Okay, buddy.
That's me.
Fuck.
I'll take a hot take. I want to talk about something weird.
Doesn't matter if you're news guilty.
Weird
Double down on
Pixie's
it.
end because no one's gonna talk shit about Pixie. I thought it was really weird that Pixie wanted $1 million because I looked into the law.
Did you really say $1 million?
500,000 to 1
that.
mil.
I think
she wanted to get $1 million. But I look at the law. You can't even get that much with the laws. Like there's like a limit.
The law, yeah, there's 150K. I think is where it stops. So I don't know.
Well, that might be in like conventional cases, but Destiny again has like a lot of reach, and these people that he's sending to has a lot of reach. So like the inherent like danger and like fear that could cause.
Well, I don't know.
Well, you would have to show
I would
that
assume like the
caused
statute that he's suing him for, like that statute has a limit for how much you can receive when they violate it. I would assume that's the case, but
Is that what you're referring to?
I would rather hear from Xena's Spider Monkey right now.
Well, because there's two ways you
can we hear from Xena's Spider Monkey?
I want to hear from Princess. Did you analyze this by looking at what the typical payouts are, or is there an actual cap? Like
There's a cap. From what I understand, and I'm not a lawyer. There's a cap on the law that you can get. Maybe there's like multiple laws broken.
But does that count for settling too? Like, can you sell out of court for more?
That's a good point.
Well, I don't know if you would ever settle for
more. Yeah, that's
unless your reputation was on the line.
Yeah, unless you're very guilty.
Maybe
you don't want this information to become public.
But usually not.
Well, I think even the settlement
you would for court
might be public. It might.
Oh, in some capacity.
Yeah.
But I just thought that was odd. Like I don't know who should consult with that. Made think that was a reasonable expectation because I don't get that.
The other thing, it was the whole like hurt Destiny thing, right? Like that she wanted this to be like the most costly mistake he's ever made, right? So
yeah,
I think that's what that's where.
Did the girlfriend
at least, yeah.
Like, how did you find that?
What?
Did the girlfriend get flown out and confront him already? How did you find this?
I had a thing.
Yeah, of course it is Wampa Stomper. I don't do. Do you think I'm just restreaming like a non-live panel?
No. Sam apparently flew out the girl, and then Homeless like spurged out.
Sam Pepper flew her out.
Yeah, and the girl, and he started spurging out or something. I can't remember what account it's from. Some Twitter account that I was following.
To Sam Pepper Jones. I'll just say one last thing. I'm not gonna bring it up, but one last thing I want to bring up. We don't do it now. Is the one comment Destiny had like, if I'm going down, I'm bringing 20 different people without me. I'm like, are you just memeing? Are you secretly hiding 20 people that like you're not gonna reveal because you're saving them? I thought that was a weird comment.
I thought that was
like
to be 100%
Or you're
honest,
just
that was
retarded. That's you're retarded. What he literally is just saying that if what he did is condemnable for that, then 20 other people are the same way. He's saying like he didn't do shit.
That's how I interpreted it. Like he was saying, like a lot of these
I'm
streamers share
hiding
nudes.
20 other people because that would presume he thinks what he did is wrong and or he's guilty. Like that's not what the fuck he's saying. Holy shit.
I have a question for all the panelists here. Could it be detrimental to the panel scene or to Twitch or whatever scene you think you're a part of, for it to be like, okay, your best shot at really getting in touch with Destiny if you're a woman is if he wants to fuck you and he thinks that there's a high chance of that. Like that kind of culture of like, we're doing this to get laid, and so that's really what's deciding who makes it to the top kind of thing.
In Destiny's community?
I just mean in general. But Destiny was like the example I was using there, where
the example that you used was to get in contact with this one particular person. So yeah, I mean, if that's your goal, go for it, girl. Do whatever you think you need to get a hold of that streamer's attention.
I think
there's
a lot
like
more.
a Harvey Weinstein thing, though, right? Where like they're only getting these opportunities because they're like attractive women. Sorry, Darius.
No, I think that there's a lot of other communities where, not to do whataboutism, I think a lot of other communities where if you're a woman, most of the goal is like guys trying to fuck you. I think if you want to get into Destiny's community, really just, I mean, like there's literally an open, like there was a channel, I don't know if there will be anymore, channel called Disagreements that you can literally just join into and he'll drag you in if you have a disagree with something on stream and he'll talk to you. If your content
I'm not saying to get on stream or not. I'm saying to have them like work with you. To be
well, yeah, that would be part of working with you, right?
Yeah, what's up?
No, like for call-ins or something else.
Yeah, this sounds pretty parasocial that you just haven't got your chance yet. Melanie.
Oh
good
yeah,
luck.
I'm jaded as fuck. I'm jaded as fuck.
No, I from what I understand,
frustrated.
I mean, if you have sex with him, you'll probably get on their stream like in real life because you're probably like with him IRL. But like,
Relax, everybody.
Like there's a lot of people that have entered his sphere. Most of his orbiters are just chatters that have just been relentlessly annoying and
But okay,
brought him on stream.
let's stop. You're just running deep for Destiny. At this point. What I'm talking about is a content creators exchanging clout for sex. Should we be generally against that?
I mean, are we against that? To be fair, I don't think so. I mean, if we look at like.
Wait. Let me ask this. What about other jobs? Is it just streamers? Can you do that in other industries?
Well, can you hear me? They don't like that in Hollywood. That's what Harvey Weinstein got in trouble for.
Sorry, relax, chill out.
What do you think Harvey Weinstein got in trouble for? He was doing that. He was trying to exchange sex for roles.
What was he doing?
Yes, but that's an explicit thing. Like you have to explicitly be doing that, right? Like it's not going to be an implied thing where it's just like, oh, if you sleep with me, you might get on. Even implied isn't the correct word there, but it has to be like, I think that's the argument that whether something should be explicit or not. If a streamer is leveraging their clout to like get laid, like Myron did during that thing, yeah, so you can condemn someone for that, but I again, ultimately, it's just like, okay, I don't think anyone here is around to babysit other fucking people. If people want to make that decision and fuck someone for clout, then go right ahead, do that shit.
Yeah, I'm not talking about us acting like babysitters. I'm talking about having like a moral stance on this. Of like, let's say hypothetically.
That sounds exactly like what you're talking about.
Well, let's say like in the debate space, right? Like debate, I think should be about merit somewhat. Like you should be a good debater first and foremost, and then like other things come next.
But Melanie. The thing that he just exactly answered.
Please, I would love to finish. Thank you.
Oh no, please continue.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe clout and debate skills at some point kind of matter equally, but the main thing is I think it should be a meritocracy. Whereas if this was the culture that dominated the debate sphere, then it would literally just be who's more attractive.
Yes, and he already answered your question, but. Okay.
Well, no, not really, because I asked, is it any better if it's implicit? And he didn't really say.
No, not.
Yes.
Well, wait, hang on. No, better or what? No, it doesn't.
If it's implicit,
of course it's implicit.
Yeah, there's like there's like
slaking.
Like just using Destiny as the example, right? If you sleep with him, there's a high likelihood that you might get on stream, right? Like, I don't know if that's a him issue or if that's an issue overall, right? Like, it just...
Wait. Go ahead.
Just because he's a big streamer and has the platform, right? Like, I don't know if that everything falls to him in that situation. I think ultimately, like it's two fucking adults making decisions, right? So
no,
that's pretty much my stance on this.
I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning the perversion of incentive in these cases.
Power dynamics are definitely at play.
But like you're gonna always have incentives in any type of relationship that you're gonna be dealing with. Even in like a friendship, you have incentive to be a friend with someone or not be a friend with someone, right? Like these are things that are always gonna be working around.
A friend is a bit different. Like that's way less intimate. And it's worth pointing out.
Sorry, that's Darius one question. Darius, can you stop sharing your Destiny video now that's done? Like a nice 9x9 on Discord.
Ronnie wants his
friend is very intimate, Melanie. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Having a friend is a very intimate relationship. No, not even. No, not even with sex. You apparently have never had a friend.
So another issue that
you never had a friend give you a little head just for.
By the way,
44. Your audio is fucking scuffed. 1 second. 44. Can I get an audio check? Your mic sucks. Come fix your mic and come back.
You're probably on a different mic.
Oh, I just fixed mine also. Thanks for the reminder.
So another ethical consideration is that like men don't have to live up to like these superficial expectations, especially because the like debate is a male-dominated culture. Whereas like women would, right? So that's immediately like a discriminatory kind of like standard.
Men need to do what now
it's
versus women?
Different standards. It's different standards. Like men do in some like way. Like obviously, like Destiny's not a horribly looking guy. Hassan's not a horrible looking guy. Like they have to be like clean. They have to be like well groomed. They have to. But it's not to that same standard. Is that 44 guy still?
That guy looks like a total.
I don't even know if he's. I don't even know if he knows he's in here right now. He's still like making so much noise. I don't think he knows he's on.
Oh, so I thought a server muted him. Can you still hear him?
Now he is.
Yeah, you just now did. Okay.
Yeah.
So I understand that there is like some standard, but I don't think the debate sphere has like beauty standards as much as others do. I think that the debate sphere is one of the least like one of the spheres that cares the least about.
Tom, just let me reel it back in, because last time I let you do it and things got off the rails. I'm not talking specifically debate culture or specifically Destiny. I'm talking about ethical implications. If like any online professional space goes this way, considering that 99% of work cultures where the product you're creating doesn't involve sex to begin with, usually
this is how you get me involved.
Usually is considered toxic if sex is what's used for you to get upward mobility.
Sure. Okay.
Then why are you hang on, are we using sex as upward mobility as the impetus of the conversation, Melanie? Or because that feels like what Tom's engaging.
What I heard was that in the debate space that like that looks matter a lot more, making it harder for women and people to get in and blah blah blah. But
that was a hypothetical that if it became more oriented towards that sex incentive, then that's what would happen. Any meritocracy to it would be lost.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's going to be the case in literally any business. Is that if you feel like you have to have sex with people in order to like do better, or in order to like make more money, or in order to be like seen as successful, that in all businesses it's going to be pretty toxic if you have to sleep with people in order to do that, unless it's in porn, because in that case that's kind of the name of the game.
Kind of doing that. And like with superficial looks, I'll even agree that some of that influences things, but I also think like if you're if you're doing like lifestyle streaming or whatever, sure, whatever, who gives a fuck? But in politics, that really does fucking matter, because you can be the best debater in the world, and all that matters is your looks, really.
Well, I mean, I feel like entertainment's going to matter more anyway than whether or not like you're an actual good debater and like bring good points and have more knowledge. Like,
well,
I think that this has been proven is that
for like an hour.
Yeah, I think that this has been proven over and over, is that Destiny can have people on his stream over and over, day after day, like platform them over and over, even engage with them in a very friendly way, and they can just do absolutely shit for views, like even less than what you would expect them to get without engaging with Destiny. They can still just not but yeah, they can just still do shit for views to where they're not doing all that great and not benefiting all that much off the relationship. And I think Lap is one of the like a perfect example of that, where she could barely hit like you could barely hit like
audio fixed now.
What? And so you guys are talking about views and how to get views, or what's going on here, Tom Foolery?
No,
we already went over. You don't know how to do that.
Let's get into that. We want to get the view count up. We want to go ahead and get this.
I will say we are done. I do want to wrap up the Destiny topic, unless you guys.
I just finished my impulse classes. I'm feeling fucking froggy.
Which I do predict next year I will pull more views than Destiny within.
I get muted. Okay.
I did
unmute him. What?
I did have a question like pertaining to the Destiny thing, because I think that like President Sunday, I think President Sunday being the person who kind of like forced Pixie to come out with this, and that he kept outing her name, as did other people, so that they could force her to come out with this story when she didn't want to. She didn't want her family to find out. She didn't want like future business prospects to find out. Like people like President Sunday are making that decision for her, and then admitting that they are like wanting her to come out with this shit, or like even coercing her into making it public. I think that this is some of like the grossest shit possible, and that's something that is way more malicious than anything else that we're talking about.
Oh, that's definitely when you want to confer, especially when victims are involved. You want to confer with victims and not just out them as victims. Like,
hold on, give me a second.
Never speak for victims if they're not already outing themselves.
Pixie definitely got very fucked over by graduated
By
in
Sunday.
Present Sunday from what it looks like. Yeah.
Mhm.
And to me, it seems like Sunday was really one like a nuke or something anti-Destiny. I was like, I don't care who gets involved.
Well, to be 100% honest, even in Sunday's video, it seemed like he was pretty much making a pretty good case for Destiny. If anything, he diminished Pixie's story to a point where it's just like now people have to scrutinize it to a high level.
Yeah, well, he was trying to make it sound like she was just like a gold digger. She was just after money. But then once the DMs came out, it kind of proved that she wasn't after money. She said he could donate it to charity if he wanted. She just wanted him to take the loss, which means she's not after money. She didn't want the money at all
I'm
that much.
driving a
She just wanted
long
more.
drive.
Hold on. Wait, can I say something?
I feel
What are you
like I'm
talking about?
driving a long drive and I'm shuffling through the radio stations. And this is one of those random side of the road 2 a.m. radio stations.
So you're pretty much saying that you're just listening to him, but you don't really understand what's going on here? Or
No, like this conversation is just dragging.
it's dragging, and you're like, all right, you just want to listen to the radio
44,
station,
you've
right?
not watched any of the stream. You just came in and asked, are you guys
No,
watching?
no.
Are you guys talking about
Yeah, of course he's
reviews?
not, because he doesn't want to hear
No.
any of this. He wants to watch something else. He wants to listen to something else. We've been on this for a while.
I'm
Darius,
asking for
you
closing.
have no idea how to
I'm
edit.
doing closing statements. I'm doing closing
We
statements.
don't
Darius,
need
right now.
closing statements, honestly. Let's just change the fucking the conversation. Like, holy fuck.
Yeah, that's fine. I gotta head out as well, so I got
You gonna head out?
I got some other shit. Yeah, but I appreciate you guys inviting me on, and
It's good. I appreciate
Tom.
your time.
Tom, reach out. Thanks for coming.
I'll
Thanks
watch
for
your
joining the
content
shit
later.
show.
What's your
Awesome.
channel? I'll check you out later.
He's not gonna check you out later. That's the
it's
thing.
Destiny.
think I'm
Go
bullshitting?
to destiny.gg.
It's been a minute, Tom.
lot of
You
content.
are you still on Kick? I'm on Kick. Are you
He's
still on
lying.
Kick?
He has his own Discord server.
I-
Go to his channel.
I'm on Kick, but yeah,
Tom is everywhere.
Mostly on YouTube.
Are you primarily on Kick? Okay.
Tom, do you want
No,
to shout
you-
anything out?
All right.
Actually, before you go.
Nope. That's it. Appreciate it, guys. Have a good
Thanks
one.
for coming.
From
You
your
too.
server.
Have a nice night, day, whatever.
Unban me
All
from your
right,
server.
let's-
Hashtag
All right,
free
let's. JSTLK would kick them. That is actually true. I actually need
Let's
to get better.
react to this
Me and Prawn are going to do a. We already talked about Selena Gomez. You didn't want to join the call during it. Me and Prawn are going to workshop this. This is a first test. It's going successful, more successful than I expected, but it's going. It could be better. It could always be better. You need to do some things that me and Prawn will work on, lab on tomorrow. And this is going to be an amazing post-game show. 44 Dynamic. Do you have any drama going on in your life? Something you wanted to get off your chest? You would.
Yeah. I'm tired of people slandering me, calling me this or that. I'm autistic, retarded. Or even predator, whatever. There's just it never ends. What's tomorrow? I'm gonna be called what? A killer or what? Like, it doesn't end. Like,
fix your audio.
Can you hear me?
No, you're
He's
fine.
like
better
he's
now?
literally Guatemalan in somebody's
Yeah,
basement.
relax. Come on, Zena. You ain't no better. Relax. Come on. I know
I
you're.
doubt you'll be called a killer.
You'll be surprised. Like, literally, the slander is getting insane. I'm not even kidding. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like,
what did you bring
Are you
up?
still
Okay,
in
so
the
I wasn't
Discord
paying
server?
attention. What are you talking about? So I was busy. I was busy doing some stuff. I didn't understand. What was he talking about? Pedophilia earlier or something? What was that?
yeah, like I'm being slandered here. Like, what's going on?
Oh,
Okay, wait, real quick, because
my brain's progressed too far in time to remember.
Because JSTLK is a mental retard.
Yeah.
Destiny called DMing random people on JSTLK Court just because they have an attractive girl picture in 2024.
See what I'm talking about?
This person, just so we're clear, this person added this person. Why is this even a clip, and why is he bringing this up? This is, dude, like, is this all intentional bait? Is it just bait? Oh, I'm streaming this. I'm gonna stream this thing. This has, dude. What is wrong with these
That's
people?
literally what Destiny replies to everyone that first adds him.
Yeah, like what?
Woman in his as his
I would hear you saying. Hold up.
And
What does
for
he
some reason,
say?
Just out of nowhere, Destiny hit him up. Who are you and what do you want? But it's like it's literally just an engagement bait, right?
Is this bait?
That's the first thing he said to me because he made me add him through Twitter, even though I knew him in real life because of Fresh and Fit. And the first thing he said was, "Who are you and what do you want?" And I was like,
Hi, who
"It's
dis?
me." He was like, "Oh, I was just making sure it was actually you." But I added him. Like he just says, "Who is this?" Like
Apparently.
what?
So here's the comment from Taxi. I changed my profile pic to a woman one day and added him, and he added me instantly.
I know it's boring. It's like watching paint dry.
Wait,
Oh,
can you pause for a
they heard-
second?
they heard me.
Wait, this
Sorry.
one's not a cold
Who's
call.
this
This one's not a cold call.
Because they
This was
joined
like
my
he changed
server.
his profile picture to a woman.
What?
Added him. Apparently, he did the same with Warren too. It was like a whole thing. Like it was just a. everybody.
They joined my server.
He's like the Democrat.
Who joined your server, Prawn?
My God, listen, dude. The person that we're reading the DMs of.
Like, how are you supposed to be a fair person? And this is like your commentary. It's so fucking retarded, dude. It's so autistic.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Let's go. Taxon's a fucking dipshit too, and I don't know why he even posted it, and then also was baiting like that, like something was out of it. Dude, these people are really
like.
I mean, are we ever fair and
most
balanced?
of the time, you accept friend requests and like respond.
Yeah, you just have to ignore him, you know.
Even if he's engaging with a it's a woman who added him and he accepted it and then said, "Hey, who are you?" What is even bad about that? Am I autistic?
Like what? You sent that man that friend request. He's curious. Who are you? Why are you adding me? What?
Yeah. Especially when you have,
especially
when you have mutuals and shit. It's like, but yes, it's so obvious. It's like, how are people not understanding it? It's like, it's literally just a clout thing. It's like, but it's not just leading there. How do you reach? Okay, so this is a person who came from Destiny's audience, and 90% of his viewers are Destiny's audience. How do you reach these people that are in his audience now and say, hey, it's obvious what this person's doing? How are you falling for it and still engaging with this? How do you enjoy watching someone sitting there?
This is Darius's panel, and I will always do it because he has 500 viewers on Kick right now, so I need the I need the exposure.
How are you able to like sit there and tolerate this? Am I retarded? I need someone that is a fan of JSTLK to come in here and tell me how that is normal.
Darius is a Nonfon orbiter, and I will be gay for pay if it's enough pay.
It's not that it's
obviously
okay, Darius. I think it's mostly that people like drama, and people are going to gravitate towards that no matter what, right? Like,
should I do that? Like, should I just sit there and just straight up lie?
Like, here's the thing. Like, I do think that it's motivated for a lot of people, but I don't think that ultimately, like, ultimately people are just gonna move on to the next drama and just like whatever.
Until tomorrow or whatever, the next day, you know, until they find out what's next, make up some shit.
Let's do this. I don't care. Why can't? Okay, is the reason why JSTLK keeps Kelly Jean around because he's fucking her or something? Why is Kelly Jean still around when she literally falsely accused a man of rape? After she falsely accused a man of rape. Why is this woman not getting demonized and mischaracterized just like JSTLK is doing to Steven? Why doesn't he do it to Why doesn't he do it to Kelly Jean?
There could be perverse incentive. Yeah, there could be a perverse incentive. That's what I've been getting at.
Do you think do you think they're having e-sex? Because I can't think of any other reason why.
No, wait a minute. Who does that? Darius, come on.
She brings views.
Who sends
Darius? Are you serious?
You can shit on her though and still get views. Why pretend to be your friend?
44. I hope you're not asking right now, how do people e-sex? Because yes, it happens.
I'm just saying that's insane.
How do people do what now?
He doesn't seem to understand that e-sex is something people do.
That's like, oh my gosh.
Wait, really?
I've never had like
nudes, talking like sexting, that kind of shit.
No, that's like insane. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, wow.
No, it's not.
I
don't even do it, but I know that it's normal.
I know thank you. You're pretty good.
I've never done it, but I know it's been normalized. Don't worry about that.
Well, I just know like creators in this space, you hear about them talking.
I just know people like the slander, and it's like always some type of drama. Like that's fucking insane. It never ends. I know. Like I know truth. Oh my god.
I mean, I think it'd be hot if they
No, come on.
44. What is your? How do you feel about Destiny, man? What's your situation? Actually, I don't even care.
Like, I feel like relax, dude. You know you care. You're just spreading a fever. Chill out, relax, calm down. But look,
44. We need you back on camera.
All right, so this is the clip. Let's see what's going. This is the clip. Are you watching the stream? I'm gonna
play. The camera's not working right now.
Can Xena come back and can 44 try to riz Xena?
Wait, is Xena here?
Really? That'd be easy.
It'd be great.
I need Xena here for this clip.
You know who that is?
I mean, you can rism with the tism. So,
Xena, are you ready for this?
But we're allowing Xena to roast him if she wants, right? That's an option.
Yeah,
Brandon, I don't want to do that, Brandon. I don't want to. I'm going to be embarrassed, Brandon. I might need to send over some.
Are you ready?
Some bits, some super chats. Maybe I'll give you 3 big booms.
What are you guys doing?
You are not interesting at all.
Watching a clip
of what?
Your girlfriend doesn't like you. You're fucking ugly. You have a fucking
of what Darius is sharing.
Okay, all right. It's because I'm on my phone right now.
It's on Discord. It's a slightly homeless clip.
I see.
Sandpaper clip.
I see. I'll just let you guys watch
Why
it.
are we
real quick.
listening to weeaboos?
Bro, can you shut the fuck up?
44.
Look, I'm trying to watch the clip. Shut up.
Okay, so this is what I thought it was.
Explain really briefly what it was, but now I couldn't hear what it was either now, and I was trying to watch it.
It's that homeless guy spurging because Destiny invited his fucking girlfriend.
Kind of
to come
racist
over or something, right?
Yeah, so it looks like he has his girlfriend coming over. His ex-girlfriend. There's apparently some drama over in the Japan kick streamer world. There is some girl that they're all trying to sexually have sex with or something. And it looks like Homeless's girlfriend is coming over there. Do you know what your thoughts is on that? On Yuri coming over? She said she would kill Homeless if he ever did anything sexual with someone else.
I keep hearing different things. I heard that she apparently called him once and begged not to break up and that he can have sex with whoever. And after Japan, she's all hers. That's what someone else was saying. Like, I've been seeing all kinds of shit, and I don't know what the fuck is going on. But it is kind of crazy that that Homeless is beefing with Taemin, and Taemin don't even speak Japanese, and Homeless, I guess he speaks a little Japanese, but that girl don't speak no English at all. Unaware as fuck. Like, it's kind of groomy, and I guess that's what I said. And yeah, I don't know what's going on. But Homeless is all preaching about having a girlfriend and proud to have a girlfriend, and the next thing you know, he's trying to get this chick to convince this chick to sleep in this bed with him because she's only
44. Sorry, Xena, but 44. You need to mute yourself when you're not.
44.
Speaking,
what is going on? 44. What is going on, bro? Just tell us.
What do you? Okay, tell me what you're hearing and what
I have
you're
a thing for
asking
the
about?
and the content.
44. Turn on your camera. 44. Turn on your camera. Let's actually just end this right now. Xena, 44. I need you guys to engage with.
Okay, so you want me? What do you want me to do?
I don't know what I'm staring at. Now I'm staring at a Twitter.
44.
No.
44. Can you go?
My camera's not working. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me turn it on. I'll turn it on, all right. Hold on. Is that why you guys brought me in here? Because you heard that I know how to communicate, or what?
Yeah. All right.
I heard it about this.
No,
Xena,
pray somebody else picks it up before I roast you.
All right, Xena, I'm gonna need you to do a 1v1 here with 44. He's been meaning to.
All right, whatever. I mean,
I didn't have everyone turn their cam off, but Xena.
I'm not wanting anybody. So.
Wait, you're saying what? You're talking shit, Xena?
Xena, turn on your camera off.
Oh boy, 1v1.
Xena always talks shit.
You made her literally.
I'm watching the screen, it's now you're doing some extra shit. I don't.
No, I know he's always extra, but look, you're always talking shit though. I know Darius is always extra, but come on, you're always talking shit.
Guys, come on, okay.
I saw when you punched. I know when you punched Tron.
Wait, shut up.
Turn your fucking camera off.
Let me explain this.
I don't know any of this fucking drama.
Dina, 44 wants to try to riz you. Is that okay?
No, he's rizzing Grumple now. See, he's rizzing Grumple now. It's
wait. Don't use words like riz,
so bad.
Bro.
Wait, 44's riz is so bad.
Why are you using words like riz to her?
No,
bro?
it's not.
Now she's fucking calling me. Well, dude, what do you want, bro? What?
That was me. That's me.
What do you want?
I would never suggest to that.
What?
Yeah, I've heard closing statements 5 times tonight, and I've heard
maybe
1.5.
Why am I? Okay.
I think the debate.
Oh, Melanie, I was offering
let's
to
wrap this up.
take care of things, but this is like.
Was
I'm
that?
not sure if I
Was
can
that not what? Why is this guy here? Why is Soup here?
So true.
Well, he
Soup?
has good soup. He's gonna feed us soup.
Well, what does Soup bring to the table? Honestly, what are you doing here,
He brings soup. He brings soup to the table. Are you fucking?
What is even?
What else?
What does Twitter even do?
Oh no, that's not Darius saying. Sorry, Darius. Who was saying that?
Who? What?
You were saying that, Fox?
Where?
You know,
Over there.
Soup is crooked, corrupt, evil. He's no good.
I know where Darius went. I go to sleep, so I'm letting Darius wrap up the show. So I'm gonna. I'll still be here for. I have to go to bed soon, so.
He's
definitely. Comment down.
He's on the
I just want to say.
What you got going this weekend?
You got to comment shit down.
Oh, well, my thing's just like a It's this guy who thought he got more views than Foolery. Okay, this guy, his most popular video. I mean, you don't. His most popular video is GTA 5 solo unlimited money glitch. His second most popular video is GTA unlimited money glitch.
You're looking at the
really got embraced like
he got a video 2 weeks ago. The mind of Mr. Beast. This guy makes absolute slop content, man. It's not interesting content.
Hold on.
Hold on, you were the one weirdo.
I got like 5 views on my video.
It was my idea, but then Darius said, "Yeah, let's do that." Once that soup, I keep it because it's too loud.
Okay,
yeah,
not fun.
My idea.
You're looking at the wrong
Darius say, "Yeah, let's do that."
Prawn says, "Let him try and riz me." Apparently, that's his game now.
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on, not fun.
Just him and me together.
Yep.
Not fun. You're looking at the wrong channel. First off, the channel you should be looking at is Local Kings. Okay, that's the channel you should be looking at.
That sounds like even worse.
Excuse me, sir. You don't have enough riz for that channel.
What? You old man? What? Piece of shit?
You mean the ripoff of Lolcow Queens?
It doesn't matter if it's a ripoff or whatever it is. If you think it is, you piece of shit, old ass man.
Look who you're stealing ideas. Look who you're stealing ideas from. Keemstar of all people.
I think Grumple's
it don't matter. It don't matter if it's a ripoff or not. It works. Okay.
No, it's not
this channel only has 13K views in the past 28 days. That's more than me, but it's still that's 10 times less than Foolery.
It's still look. It's still more than you.
It's definitely
with
less.
your dead channel.
See,
I'm telling you right now.
I mean, I wouldn't say like you having 3K more views than me is representative of my channel being dead and your channel being alive.
1 second, guys.
Can anybody here bench their body weight?
1 second, guys. 1 second.
44.
I don't like this guy.
Grumple is raising his hand. So what do you want?
I don't like
44. Why do you? Oh man, I have so many questions. But no, yes, who can bench their own body weight? Yes, there's a Grumple here.
Yeah.
All right, at least there's one.
I can't.
I got a power rack like in my stream unit area. Yes. So Mr. 44.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What are you trying to do? Like, tell me about it.
I'm trying to open my mouth and talk so you guys can hear me, or what? That's what I'm trying to do right now.
Is that what you're trying to do? Oh man.
Yeah, I'm trying to open my mouth so you guys can understand the words that are coming out of my mouth.
That sounds kind of sexy, but you got to convince me.
That's not the only thing 44 is opening his mouth for. Got his ass.
Her Destiny did that too.
I find that one funny.
Got him.
What do you think was going on? What do you think's going on here, Francis? Huh?
Are you drunk?
No, I'm actually not drunk. Why?
Francis, I
don't know what's happening on.
Yeah,
I'm going through a procedure here.
Well, why do you say that?
But with that, guys, I'm gonna head out. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you.
You come back anytime.
Hopefully it's live.
Go sub up to AvoidTheHornet.
AvoidTheHornet. I didn't even get to talk to you, bro.
When you're on a panel and someone's
spell that for me, please.
You shut the fuck up so they say goodbye and they poke their shit. Hornet, thank you for coming. Do you want to shout anything out before you go?
Go sub up to AvoidTheHornet on YouTube. I do a show once a week, just talking about random bullshit. So
wait, hang on. We should not avoid the Hornet, but we should engage with the Hornet, or should we avoid the Hornet?
Listen, I avoid the Hornet. I avoid the Hornet.
I'm asking the dangerous questions, y'all.
All right. Let's go down. Now, Gasket Soup. What you got to say, buddy?
What I got to say about what?
Are you dragging these niggas in?
He's crooked. I don't know who the hell that is.
I was trying to pull it out.
Did you drag the good soup guy in here?
Why? He's
crooked.
I
thought we're done with the Destiny conversation. So
and you want good soup to be in here?
He's crooked.
Yeah, him and 44 are together.
You're a dog.
He's crooked, corrupt. You know how he
started a whole conversation TLDRing what's happening with the Japan streams, and you guys just changed the conversation again.
And you just have people randomly. Okay, all right, let's go next. Grumple still skin.
Content.
Grumple still skin. Bro.
Oh yeah, I mean on Twitch it's with IIN, and everywhere else it's with IN. Darius, I DM'd you about the shit show that was tonight, and don't worry about that. But anytime you want some like adult in the room commentary or like prepper stuff, yeah, hit me up. I do like real world.
You also have a channel?
Like communications things. Yeah, I do Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Rumble.
I'll search you up. I'll make sure to subscribe.
Like all the things. Yeah, just it's like it's not a main
44,
gig.
stop, 44. Stop interrupting their outros. Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that 44 interrupting? Because I totally want to interrupt that dude with never mind.
All right, Grumple, any last words?
Never mind.
All right, Grumple, any last words?
Oh, no. You can accomplish anything if you keep driving towards it.
And I'm going to accomplish
Fake it till you make
this
it.
by kicking off. Thanks, Grumple. Sorry. People are taking too long.
Nonfon.
You get the fucking music. You get the fucking walk-off music.
Melanie and on. Let's get it. I gotta go pee.
Okay,
get it
well,
when we pee.
Obviously, Darius and Xena and several of the people who came up tonight who I met for the first time, or at least gotten to really talk to. It's been nice meeting you. It's been a super fun time. I hope you'll bring me back on again. For my last words, wow, that's a big one to contemplate. It's been a long and challenging life, but I think I did my best. And, you know, I may wish that I could have a longer time on this earth, but I feel like I've accomplished what I want to while I'm here. So I'm just going to be grateful that I could even have the time here and not dwell on the days that I'm going to miss from dying.
What the fuck did this guy just say?
You asked for last words.
I have no idea. I'm just trying to understand.
Nonfon.
I'm Nonfon, Nonfon, Nonfon420 on Twitch, Kick. You can go to my YouTube channel, Nonfon, and watch me do a bunch of debates. They're like actually interesting debates over like, you know, tariffs and over like Donald Trump's criminal cases and not stuff like this, you know, more high-minded stuff, one might say. No, but I'm joking. I appreciate being here. Thanks for letting me on, Princess and Darius.
And
I really appreciate it.
more views than you, right? Currently, it's only gonna get larger.
I would rather make content about, you know, like the economic impacts of like tariffs and have debates about people on it than like get more views by pumping out the mind of Mr. Beast, Boogie 298 losing thousands of subs. Like, I just don't care for that, like literal AI generated slop. But regardless, I really appreciate you being here. Thanks, Princess and Darius again. Hope to come on here again anytime, buddy. Don't worry.
Thanks. Well, we're going to end this out. It's going to be less of a shit show. We'll have some more serious topics. There'll be an actual docket next time.
I don't understand why people are leaving and they only talked about Destiny. Like, why can't they have opinions on other stuff? So you basically,
There's a show tomorrow. There's a show the next day, and the day after that. I want to fucking go to bed.
Relax, Darius. Ain't no reason to get all crazy, angry. You know, chill out.
I had to use my brain doing a test.
Okay. If you want to chat with me live, sub here or go to Nonfon420 on Twitch or Kick via the links below. Once again, please like and sub to help with the algorithm, and consider sending a donation through YouTube Super Thanks to directly support me, and I'll make sure to reply to any question you ask. See you guys next time.